Chapter 1568. The 10,034th year of the Divine Prefecture Calendar. Futian sat upon a mountain at String Pavilion, clouds floating all around him. His eyes were closed, and not one bit of his aura was going outside his body. An image of himself sat within his life palace. Here, the world tree towered over him, while seeping out of it as it soared into the sky. His life palace seemed like a world of its own. Many spirits curled around the world tree, giving off different kinds of will. Futian seemed to be carving something into the ground. There were many different patterns: sword patterns, divine elephant patterns, and starry patterns. Each pattern was an incredible artistic conception, and will seem to seep out of them. He looked at the patterns, but he seemed to be dissatisfied with them. He waved his hand and erased them all. For those who were not cultivators, rushing to the Runhuang Plain seemed like an impossible task. It was impossible by its very nature. One had to forge a body of the Great Path and a soul of the Way, link the two together, and make them resonate with the Great Path. Only then could one finally forge a wheel of the Great Path and reach the Runhuang Plain. But Futian considered it further. He needed to consider what kind of wheel of the Great Path he would forge. He would not be stepping onto the Runhuang Plain in a simple manner. In order to forge a wheel of the Great Path, one needed to use one's body of the Great Path as the basis, and then take things step by step. If each step was different, the wheel of the Great Path that you forged would be different. Futian had read many ancient texts about becoming a Runhuang, and thus he wanted to create a prototype of his wheel of the Great Path. Moreover, how many wheels would he forge? An ordinary cultivator would never dare to even think about this. Reaching the Runhuang Plain was already nearly impossible, but if he wanted to go further, he would need to set up an ideal foundation from the very start. The legendary Runhuang level was not the end, but merely another starting point. It was the starting point of becoming the most powerful person in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Thus, he needed to be more cautious. Huang Zhong had already reached the next level and was at the peak of the Saint Plain. He could already become a Runhuang, but he had not yet taken that step. Why? It was because extraordinary people had extraordinary ambitions. They were not content with merely becoming a Runhuang. They wanted to create outstanding wheels of the Great Path. Once they became Renhuangs, they would dominate other Renhuangs. Only the most powerful people would dare dream of this. Futian thought of all the battles he had experienced both inside and outside the Divine Palace. His battle with Huang Zhong and the battle where he was suppressed by the Runhuang from the Golden Divine Nation. When comparing the two of them, although Huang Zhong was not yet a Runhuang, when his bell of the Great Path rang out, the Great Path itself had collapsed. He had incorporated many types of will into his bell. If he forged it into a wheel of the Great Path, then when the endless divine bells appeared, they would be able to shake someone to death in an instant. A wheel of the Great Path could take all kinds of will into it. Even life spirits and the spells of the Divine Palace could be used as a foundation for a wheel of the Great Path. This was why Futian was still thinking. He continued to carve patterns into the ground. Each one of the patterns contained powerful sword truths within them, but when he finished drawing them, he wiped them away yet again. It seemed that he was still not satisfied. He closed his eyes again and fell into a state of forgetting himself. Within his mind, he pictured all the great figures that he had met over the years, of the power that they had displayed, and the forces that they had let loose. Among them, the strongest was naturally Gu Tianqing of the demon realm when he had taken advantage of the situation and fought against the dynastic overlord and several others. He remembered the scene vividly, but this type of power did not suit him. He thought of Lord Taixian, of old demon Luo, and of String Emperor. Guqin music began to play within his mind. The music gradually formed a picture. He drew on the ground for a while, quickly forming a pattern. The pattern contained countless notes. Each note looked like a sword. He looked at the pattern and finally did not erase it. It seemed that this pattern was finally what he was looking for. He looked at it for a while. Suddenly, the people in the outside world could feel a disturbance coming from where he was. He opened his eyes, full of determination. It seemed that he had made his mind up. Boom! A burst of terrible will roared through his body. Puff! After a moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened, and his divine spirit retracted. His face was very pale. He had decided to try and rush towards the Renhuang Plain. There was no need to pretend any longer. From now on, he would constantly be heading forward, never retreating. Yi Futian had cut his own life spirit a second time. He needed the Guqin spirit to return. He had envisioned the first of his wheels of the Great Path. It would be a Guqin wheel. Clouds rolled through the sky. Someone seemed to be watching him from a distance with a puzzled look. What had that guy done to himself? Had he really hurt himself when everything was in perfectly good condition? Did all young geniuses cultivate this way nowadays? Once he had recovered from his wound, Yi Futian left String Pavilion to visit Lord Taishian. Some people on Taishian Mountain could faintly hear divine music playing. After a month, Yi Futian was once again on the mountain behind String Pavilion, sitting cross-legged and playing his Guqin. The music was a song of remembrance for the Great Path. The music lingered, and there were countless notes of the Great Path integrated into Yi Futian's sword will as it flowed around his body. Brilliant golden sword-shaped notes flowed through his veins and were carved on his bones. Another tree seemed to grow within him, and its trunk, branches, and leaves transformed into his limbs and skeleton. All of it was integrated together, and he was infused with the will of the Great Path. His blood surged through his veins as the music grew more lively. The sound of sword chi could be heard, and his body seemed to grow to fill a vast area. He was filled with infinite will, and his flesh, bones, and blood felt as if they were bearing the blows of 1,000 hammers. They were forging him into a body of the Great Path. After a few months, he had created a body of the Great Path, but he did not stop there. He used the power of the divine elephants to forge yet another one. The massive strength of the divine elephants surged continuously throughout his body, turning into countless Great Path particles that were carved into his veins, bones, and organs. Cultivators were not only able to create a single wheel of the Great Path. There was no limit to cultivation, and people's potential was endless. They could even carve different marks of the Great Path within their bodies. After a Renhuang had fallen, their descendants could feel many different kinds of will coming from their blood and bones. Yi Futian was an outstanding cultivator, and so he naturally was not going to only forge a single wheel of the Great Path. As far as he was concerned right now, his flesh was already at the level of a body of the Great Path when he had been at the Divine Palace. Now, he was just perfecting it. He would be cultivating here for a long time. In the 10,034th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, Yi Futian had already been shut away in cultivation for more than 2 years. It had been more than 3 years since he had come to the higher heavens realm. Many things had happened in the higher heavens realm over these 2 years, and much had happened in the heavenly mandate realm. Many people in the heavenly mandate realm had heard news of Yi Futian, including his enemies. They knew that Yi Futian had gone to Taishian Mountain to cultivate. But even though they knew this, they had no way to act against him. Once Lord Taishian had broken through to the next level, he was at the same level as Gu Tianqing. In the past, there had perhaps been 2 people who had reached this level, and Gu Tianqing had possibly reached the level of the old dynastic overlord. Now, it was clear that there was no one at that level now, at least publicly. As for if anyone had reached it in secret, no one knew. At the very least, the present dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace had not reached that level. So, it would be impossible for them to go to Taishian Mountain to seize Yi Futian. Nor could the Golden Divine Nation seize him. If they went themselves, they would be rebuffed, and so they would rather make plans in secret and stir up trouble from a safe position. These past few years, the Tai family and the Hua family had caused trouble many times. No one knew where they were cultivating now. None of them could be found. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky had hut herself away. It was said that she was cultivating with the foremost saint of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He, and teaching her the way. Some said that Qin He was becoming very powerful and would soon break through to the Renhuang Plain. The Violet Heavenly Palace was working hard to train its younger members. However, even Zhang Yuan, with his supreme body of the Great Path, had been defeated several times, and it was not easy to train someone else up to this level. Geniuses like him were few and far between. There was someone in the forbidden land of the dragons gods of the demon realm who it seemed was being gradually forgotten by the heavenly mandate realm. In the Forbidden Canyon in Longyuan, countless dark chains filled the area. Within the dark depths, a jet-black, monstrous demon sat in cultivation. The images of demonic figures floated around him, making him seem even more powerful. It seemed as if he were a demon monarch who would conquer the world. An incomparably huge black dragon hovered at the peak of a dark mountain, endless demonic will spilling out from him. These past few years, he had devoted all his energy towards the uninvited guest who had come more than 3 years ago. The cultivators of the dragon's gods had come a few times, but they had never entered. Perhaps they thought that he was only searching for a suitable person to pass on his demonic arts to. But in reality, he was the only one who understood why. It was the same as the reason why he had been imprisoned here. At that moment, lines of dark demon light spread out behind the figure. It gathered together into the image of a demon god, with demon generals all around him. But they all seemed incredibly polite. The demon dragon watched the scene taking place below him and began to move. His master was truly cruel in that he had asked him to wander about in the outside world. A figure walked out of a cave residence within the sword abyss of Taishan Mountain. Sword will wrapped around him, and his eyes were full of sword light. Brother Wan has come out of his seclusion, someone called as everyone looked towards the man who had emerged. Wan Shui smiled slightly and nodded to them. His aura has changed, someone in the distance said. A few of them walked towards him, calling out, "Brother." Wan Shui had shut himself away in cultivation once he had returned. This had lasted for more than 2 years. Now that he was emerging, he must have advanced a lot. "Why are you all looking at me?" he said with a smile as he saw the group of people coming towards him. There was a note of happiness in his tone. He was obviously in a good mood. "How was your cultivation, brother?" someone asked. Wan Shui gave a smile that was full of meaning. The disciples of Sword Abyss reacted to this in many different ways. They looked at him and asked, "Brother, please tell us in detail." "I have almost touched upon the Runhuang path." He looked up into the air, full of emotion. Many people had successfully completed the journey to the Divine Palace, the Sea of the Path, and the Land of Proving the Way, and he had experienced a lot on this trip. He had felt the will of the Sea of the Path, as well as its incomparable vastness. This gave birth to lofty feelings within him. But everything that had happened afterward showed him that although he had great ambitions, he was not strong enough to realize them. But Futian had helped him with his song, adding strength to his sword and increasing his perception greatly. This had greatly moved him, and thus, once he had returned, he had locked himself away in cultivation. It was not until now that he emerged from his seclusion. Moreover, he had truly touched the Runhuang Plain. It was not empty boasting. He could already feel that the Runhuang Plain was not far away. Everyone was stunned. Wan Shui had always been at a higher level than them, and he was the senior brother in Sword Abyss. He was an outstanding swordsman, but he was still far away from the Runhuang Plain. They all knew that he must have advanced a lot while shut away in cultivation this time, but they would never have thought that he would touch the Runhuang Plain. They were familiar with Wan Shui's moral character. He would not lie about something like this. "Congratulations, brother," someone said with a bow. "You are the first person in Sword Abyss to prove yourself worthy," someone said with a sigh of emotion. "Not just Taishan Mountain. With the level that you have now reached, no one on Taishan Mountain can compare with you," someone else said. When he heard this, Wan Shui waved his hand and said, "Stop praising me to death, brothers. All the success that I have achieved today is due to what he gave me. When he is here, he is the foremost disciple of Taishan Mountain. Everyone else can only hope to be number 2. A figure flashed in everyone's mind as he said this. It was the white-haired young man who had come back with Wan Shui. Everyone was familiar with his deeds, but they were not too sure about the concrete details of what had happened. But Wan Shui had said that all his success today was thanks to him. "Brother Wan, is Shenjing no? Is Futian really that strong?" someone asked. Before, Futian had often come to Sword Abyss to cultivate, and many of the disciples there knew him. Thus, they still called him Shenjing. He is not just strong. Wan Shui thought back to the trip to the Land of Proving the Way. The song that he gave me back then had as much impact on me as if it was at the Nirvana level. That was why my understanding of swordsmanship increased by leaps and bounds then. Afterward, He gave me a piece of fruit of the way and captured the divine tree of comprehension for us to cultivate at. That was why I was able to comprehend so much. Afterward, I came back and shut myself away in cultivation. Yi Futian's help allowed me to skip over at least several dozen years of hard cultivation. Even though he was already at the peak of the nirvana level, the time it would take him to reach the Renhuang Plain should still be measured in at least decades. But Yi Futian's assistance in the land of proving the way had made it so that he was already close to achieving his goal. His heart was full of wonder and excitement. Forget Taishan Mountain. In all of the higher heavens realm, there is probably no one who can compare with him, save for Huang Zhong of the Divine Palace, whispered Wan Shuyi. Yi Futian had defeated many cultivators, including heroic figures like Li Daozi and Gai Shishir. This kind of combat talent was incredibly rare. Everyone was silent when they heard what Wan Shuyi said. Although they had heard of the things that Yi Futian had done, hearing someone who had personally touched the Renhuang Plain praise him so highly was still a little shocking. It was a pity that they had not gone to the Divine Palace and witnessed everything that he had done themselves. Has he come out of his seclusion? Wan Shuyi asked suddenly. He is probably still cultivating at String Pavilion. Just like you, he is rushing towards the Renhuang Plain, someone said. In that case, he must not be far from achieving his goal, someone else asked. Not necessarily. My level was higher than his in the beginning, and it was not long ago that he broke through to the nirvana level. In fact, it happened on the trip to the land of proving the way. In such a short time, he wouldn't necessarily be able to cultivate faster than me, even with the fruit of the way, said Wan Shuyi. After all, I also have had good luck. But no matter if he reaches the Renhuang Plain quickly or slowly, it is just a matter of time. After Li Daozi was defeated by him, he ascended to the Renhuang Plain, then thanked Yi Futian for defeating him. Could he say that he was stronger than him? For someone as talented as Yi Futian, how long it takes him to reach the Renhuang Plain does not mean anything. Upon saying this, he walked away, everyone following him on either side. Wan Shuyi's words made their way around Taishan Mountain very quickly. He went to String Pavilion and learned that Yi Futian was still shut away in cultivation, so he had to go back. On the way, he ran into Junmu and Luoyue. Junmu glanced at him over his shoulder and said, I heard that you touched the Renhuang Plain. Is that due to the help he gave you? Wan Shuyi looked back at him. Some unpleasant things had happened between Junmu and Yi Futian at the land of proving the way. He had stood by Yi Futian's side through it all, so there was some friction between him and Junmu. Let us leave past problems in the past. I believe he does not care about what happened, said Wan Shuyi. They were all cultivators of Taishan Mountain. Junmu was the personal disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, and the conflict between them should not be any cause for enmity. They could let it go. After all, it had all been for the sake of getting fruit of the way, so Yi Futian would probably not pursue the matter. I am speaking of something else. Junmu turned to face Wan Shuyi. I have been fortunate enough to see some success in my cultivation over these last 2 years. I would like to see how much you have advanced. Brother. Beside him, Luoyue frowned, seeming unhappy. Junmu had been in the wrong in the past, and now he was making trouble once again. Everyone around them looked at them. It seemed there would be a conflict between the two of them. Wan Shuyi and Luoyue had not purposely spread the news about what had happened, and thus the people of Taishan Mountain were not very clear about the details. Only those who were there knew. People like Li Jin of Guqin Valley and Chandeng. These two strode over to them now. After the incident, Yi Futian had invited them to cultivate with him at the Divine Tree of Comprehension. Afterward, they admired Yi Futian greatly. Junmu stood alone. This has nothing to do with you, said Junmu to Luoyue. She was second uncle's daughter, and so she had no right to get involved. If you persist in this, it will affect your cultivation, said Wan Shuyi. Junmu frowned when he heard this, and an unhappy look crossed his face. Are you trying to teach me? On saying this, he strode forward, and his aura bloomed. Wan Shuyi felt a burst of pressure. Powerful sword will suddenly burst forth from him. In a flash, endless swords filled the sky, covering the entire area. Everyone's eyes fell upon him. They all felt shaken. His sword will was so strong. Join the swords. As he said this, Wan Shuyi transformed into a sword and shot forward like a beam of light that dazzled everyone. The great path roared within Junmu, and a burst of incredibly powerful qi exploded out of him. He could feel an astonishing amount of pressure. Each step forward caused him great pain. He raised his fist and slammed out with his fist will. However, the great path flowed in reverse, and his fist will was blocked. Wan Shuyi descended upon him. He struck out with a single finger, and all the swords returned together. Whoosh! The tip of the sword hit the fists, and divine light pierced through Junmu's body. At that moment, the area where Junmu was standing lit up with dazzling sword light that then disappeared in a flash. Wan Shuyi returned to his original position as if he had never moved at all. But blood was flowing from the center of Junmu's fist. He groaned, and more blood poured from his mouth. His face was pale, and his aura was very weak. A single stroke. Everyone felt their hearts tremble fiercely. Wan Shuyi had defeated Junmu with a single sword stroke. Junmu had been the leader back during the journey to the land of proving the way. And after 2 years, he had been surpassed. He looked like he was in a daze. He did not understand. How could this be? He has come out from his seclusion. At that moment, someone walked towards them. The voice was somewhat unexpected, and it seemed that his words did not fit the situation. However, this sentence still affected everyone greatly. He had come out of his seclusion. In a flash, everyone forgot about the fight. "He's coming," someone else said. In the distance, a figure was coming towards them. He had white hair and white clothes. He had a powerful aura and a heroic air about him. His aura has changed. Everyone seemed to forget about Junmu, and they all looked at Futian. His aura was now even more outstanding. Futian walked over to them. He naturally saw Wan Shuyi and Junmu. Wan Shuyi turned and walked over to him, saying with a smile, "You've come out?" Futian nodded slightly. Yes. All around them, people were drawing nearer. Among them were Luoyue, Li Jin, Qinyu, and more. They were the ones who had gone with him to the land of proving the way. Now they all stood on either side of him. From this, it was obvious how high a place Futian held within their hearts. Futian seemed to sense something, and he looked at Junmu. He saw a bit of enmity in his eyes. He did not understand. Why would he bear a grudge against him? That affair back in the land of proving the way probably affected his state of mind, said Wan Shuyi. There's no need for you to worry about it. He still hoped to avoid friction between Futian and Junmu. After all, Junmu was a disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. I don't mind, said Futian. He continued forward, passing by Junmu. It was not just that he didn't mind. If Junmu had not been standing right in front of him, he would have forgotten about him. Wan Shuyi has touched the Renhuang Plain, have you? Said Junmu as he passed by. You've been shut away for more than 2 years. How has your cultivation gone? Not bad, said Futian softly, but I am still not quite a Renhuang. Let me try you, said Junmu, and his aura flared to life once again. Countless palm prints of the great path burst forth, shooting straight at Futian. Enough, shouted Wan Shuyi, but Futian just stood there without moving. The palm prints descended in an instant, slamming into his back, but the light of the great path flashed upon him, and the palm prints were destroyed. He had not moved a muscle. Not even his feet had moved. Are you up for it? Futian said calmly, not even turning his head. Junmu's face went white. How could this be? Although his palm prints were not his strongest technique, they were still astonishingly powerful. And yet Futian was still standing there calmly. If there is nothing else, then I will say farewell, continued Futian. He stepped away, leaving Junmu staring after him with eyes and mouth wide open. Futian walked away, leaving the place. It was as if Junmu did not exist to him. There were many people on Taishan Mountain, all of them looking at Junmu. This disciple of the Taishan Hierophant was exceedingly talented and had previously even tried to become Lord Taishuan's personal disciple. He was considered the most powerful young person on the mountain. But now, everyone felt a faint sense of sorrow for him. He had been cultivating for so many years, but now he was ignored. He had thought there would be a fight, but Futian had not even bothered to lift a hand against him. He had never considered him a worthy opponent. Junmu had directly launched his attacks against him, but had not even been able to move him. This meant that Yi Futian's body of the Great Path had already been completed. He had truly forged a form from the power of the Great Path, and he was also very strong. Judging by Wan Shuyi and Li Jin's attitude, in terms of popularity, Junmu was far inferior to Yi Futian, who had only come to Taishan Mountain recently. What had happened on the trip to the land of proving the way? At that moment, a voice came from the distance. Junmu. Stunned, Junmu looked up in the direction of the palace where Lord Taishan was. He bowed and said, "Master." He could naturally tell that the voice he was hearing was that of his master, the Taishan Hierophant. "You must shut yourself away in seclusion to cultivate. Do not come out until you have achieved success," said the Taishan Hierophant. Junmu trembled slightly, and his face turned as white as paper. Was his master punishing him as well? "Yes, master." Junmu did not dare protest. He bowed and went to do as he was told. Everyone pitied him as they watched him leave. Many of them sighed to themselves. He was both detestable and pitiable. Wan Shuyi sighed to himself as well when he saw this. Cultivating was not easy. Someone of Junmu's level should not be reduced to this. But this was because everything that had happened on the trip to the land of proving the way had presented a huge obstacle to Junmu. He had persistently stuck to the wrong course, and thus he had come to this point. Today's events would certainly affect his state of mind and could even affect his future success. Yi Futian continued walking forward until he reached Lord Taishuan's cultivation temple. Several figures appeared on the stairs. In addition to Lord Taishan, the Taishan Hierophant and the other great disciples were there as well. They had probably come to discuss some matter. Yi Futian bowed in greeting. The people on the stairs looked at him. There was a deep look in Lord Taishuan's eyes as he said, "How was your period of seclusion?" "I have forged my body of the Great Path, but I was unable to connect it to the worldly Great Path. I do not understand it well enough," he said. "Moreover, I felt that it would be useless to continue cultivating. I do not think that I can break through this barrier through cultivation. Thus, I have come to ask you for instruction." The Runhuang Plain is like a barrier. Although many people are blocked by the prospect of forging a body of the Great Path, this is only a single hurdle that is difficult to cross over. In reality, comprehending a spirit of the way is much harder. One can rely on external power to forge a body, such as the fruit of the way. You have used what you gained on the trip to the land of proving the way to help you forge a body, but it has only been a short time since you reached the nirvana level, and so you are missing some crucial experiences. You need to find opportunities to experience these, said Lord Taishan. Previously, you were only an unblemished saint. Then you reached the nirvana plane on the trip to the land of proving the way. Then you came back and shut yourself away in cultivation. In such a short time, you have already advanced by leaps and bounds, and yet you are still not satisfied? You still want to advance to the Runhuang level? Asked Empress Yin with a grin. The speed that he was advancing at was putting many people to shame. Of course, this also had to do with his experiences on the trip to the land of proving the way. In reality, this trip and his sojourn at the Divine Palace had been very advantageous to him, and he had learned a lot. That was why he was able to forge a body of the Great Path. His perception had become very deep, and he cannot have been too far from the Runhuang Plain. But under normal circumstances, it would take many years to reach this level. Uncommon people have uncommon ways of thinking. We can't understand him, said the city lord of Taishan with a smile. When his daughter had returned from the Divine Palace, he had heard Yi Futian mentioned many times, and she had praised him to high heavens. But the man was indeed incredible. Elders like him were really no match. The new generation would soon supersede the old. At that moment, Lord Taishan rose and walked over to the stairs. He looked at Yi Futian and said, I heard that you are a casual cultivator from the heavenly mandate realm. I know that you cultivated in the celestial gate of vast heaven before. Who was your previous master? I have had several masters, but none of them are at your level, said Yi Futian with a bow. Oh. Lord Taishan was surprised. Then he asked, who was it that taught you how to cultivate? My recent cultivation methods were taught to me by a master who was not of a high level. Certainly nowhere near your level. You have probably never heard of him, answered Yi Futian. He did not know why Lord Taishan was asking this. he was not at a high level. Who only became a Ran Huang several years ago, said Yi Futian with a slight nod. Lord Taishin nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. He said, you are now at a bottleneck in your cultivation, one that would indeed be difficult to break through simply by shutting yourself away and cultivating. You lack the opportunities to break through to the next level. If you wish, I will send you somewhere to cultivate. A good friend of mine is there. This will be a good experience for you. Perhaps you will find an opportunity to break through to the next level. Yi Futian was silent for a time. Lord Taishin was at such a high level. Even before he had reached his current level, he was one of the most powerful Renhuangs. His good friend must be someone at the same level as him and must be an excellent cultivator. Moreover, Lord Taishin must be sending him for a good reason. I do wish to go, said Yi Futian. It is not in the higher heavens realm, said Lord Taishin. No matter. One can cultivate anywhere, answered Yi Futian. Lord Taishin smiled and nodded. Go and rest now. You have a long time in cultivation, so you should relax. I will let you know when it is time to leave. Thank you, master, said Yi Futian with a bow. He was very excited. He had only met Lord Taishin face to face a few times, and was not his personal disciple like many people thought, but Lord Taishin was still willing to help him. He truly was generous. He was very lucky to have met an elder like him. Master, many people are watching him now. Where are you sending him? Asked Empress Yin. She was a little curious, and she did not know what her master was thinking. I am sending him to an old friend, answered Lord Taishin. Yi Futian might have some sort of deep connection with him. What deep connection? Asked Empress Yin. I am not entirely sure. We will know once he goes there. This young man is incredibly talented, and thus is well suited to go there to cultivate. Perhaps he will have a chance to break through to the next level there. Once he is a Ran Huang, he will be able to protect himself much better, said Lord Taishin. He naturally knew that many people in the outside world were watching Yi Futian now. It was not just the people from the Golden Divine Nation. The people who had come from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had probably come because of what had happened there. Yi Futian returned to String Pavilion. Yaya was there cultivating. She opened her eyes when she heard him coming and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just watching you, he answered with a smile. Nowadays, Yaya was even more powerful than she had been. She had gained a lot from the trip to the Divine Palace as well. Yaya rolled her eyes at him, then ignored him. She shut her eyes and continued cultivating. Yi Futian's face darkened, but this was just how Yaya was. He smiled then. Yaya was the only one of his friends here in the higher heavens realm. He did not know how the others were faring. How was Yushang doing cultivating with the divine dragons? Where had elder brother, third brother, Wuchen, and that cold and arrogant princess gone? Where were his master and the others? 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. As his level increased, time seemed to move faster. It passed without him realizing it. Now he stopped and thought of the time when they were all together. He also thought of Brahma's pure sky. He would have to return there. But everything rode on him being able to become a Ran Huang. Brother Yi, came a voice from outside. Yi Futian's will move towards the voice, and he said, Come in. Soon, a figure walked over towards the mountain they were on. He realized it was Li Jian of Guqin Valley. Yi Futian naturally remembered her. The first time she had come to Guqin Valley, she had been very proud and had a chip on her shoulder. Now she was calm and had a clear look in her eyes. She bowed to him and said, I saw that you emerged from your seclusion, so I came here to bother you. Yi Futian smiled slightly and said, What can I do for you? I have a question about music that I hope you can help me solve, she said. Not far away, Yaya opened her eyes and looked at her. Did Guqin Valley not have their own elders? Why come running here to ask Yi Futian? But she did not really care about that. She was just upset that her cultivation had been disturbed. Of course, Yi Futian nodded. Then, I will play a piece for you, said Li Jian. She played a song on her Guqin. It was melodious and well-written. Do you think it's missing something? Asked Li Jian. The composition is full of depth, and it is technically beautiful, said Yi Futian with a slight smile. But it needs more of an artistic conception. When I listened to it, I did not let go of myself and become immersed in the world of music. Futian felt like he wasn't able to help her too much. These problems were not hard to see, but would be incredibly difficult to fix. However, Li Jin had definitely already known this, so there was no need for her to ask him for help. But she had come to him for help, so he could not refuse her. They chatted for a while, and then Li Jin said farewell. Afterward, Luoyue came as well. She also had a question about cultivation. She wanted his help with swordsmanship, but Luoyue was different than Li Jin. She was honestly looking for help and did not have ulterior motives. Futian did not make too many suggestions. He just showed her a sword stroke and played some music to help her. Luoyue learned the sword stroke on the spot and dedicated herself to practicing it. She left with a smile. Later, a legend about Futian spread throughout Taishin Mountain. Whenever disciple came to String Pavilion asking for help, he would not refuse them, but would instead discuss cultivation in depth with them. This was a form of mutual learning, as it let him see if he was able to help others with the cultivation that he himself had attained. He had been in seclusion for so long that he naturally would not want to cultivate alone anymore. Lord Taishin had asked him to wait, and so he would wait calmly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Lord Taishin summoned Futian. On the Taishin mountain, Futian came here to see Lord Taishin. There was no one else, not even Yaya. He didn't know where she was, and he planned to let Yaya stay on Taishin mountain to cultivate. Futian didn't have too high expectations for Yaya, and for him, it would be enough as long as she could break the shackles and enter the Renhuang Plain and be safe. In the future, Yaya could travel around the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and settle down in a realm and become an empress. Of course, this was his idea. If Yaya knew, who knew what she would think? Do you want to depart? Lord Taishin asked Futian directly when he came. Lord, would you go in person? Futian said. Beside Futian, the Lord was here alone, so obviously he was not going to bring other people with him. I have not seen my old friend for a long time. This time, I want to go to visit him, not just because of you, Lord Taishin said with a smile. Okay. Futian nodded and said, then let's go. Lord Taishin raised his hand, and suddenly, a bright beam of sword light shone. A giant sword appeared in front of the two. Lord Taishin walked directly up there, looked back at Futian, and said, come with me. Futian stepped up to the giant sword. The next moment, the giant sword flew through the air. It disappeared in an instant and traversed an infinite distance. The giant sword was wrapped in a sword curtain, blocking the outside wind. Futian couldn't feel a trace of external force in it, but he could perceive that the changing of seasons was rapidly going on. In just a moment, Futian found that he was no longer on the ground, and he could not even see the buildings. There was only deep and endless emptiness in front of his eyes. Are we out of the higher heavens realm? Futian asked, looking at Lord Taishin beside him. Yes, Lord Taishin nodded and said, look down. Futian took a look below and could vaguely see a boundless huge tectonic plate, which was releasing light. It laid between the sky and earth. It was the upper heavens realm. In fact, they were already in an extremely distant place, but because the upper heavens realm was too large, it could still be seen. Futian was a little surprised, but he was not shocked because he knew Lord Taishuan's strength. Lord Taishuan's ability exceeded that of a Renhuang figure, so how fast could he go? It was impossible to estimate. The boundless upper heavens realm was extremely vast in the eyes of Saint Plain cultivators, but no realm among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was large enough for Lord Taishin. The more powerful a person was, the less he or she would be affected by the barrier of distance, or the influence could be none. Is this the world of starry sky? Why can't I see the endless stars? Futian whispered. In the past, the cross-border travels he had were all aided by spatial matrices. This was the first time he directly crossed the realm with human power. Everything he saw was so clear. The boundless world gave him a very strange feeling. This was not like the description of the universe, nor like the imaginary gorgeous starry sky, but was lonely and deadly silent. There were turbulent torrents drifting around, and sometimes they even encountered storms of the Great Path. In this boundless space, Futian had an illusion that his speed seemed to slow down and that he could see everything more clearly. Lord, What kind of world is this world? Yi Futian asked. He had some doubts. Last time, in the ancestral shrine, the mysterious man said that the world was unreal. What did it mean? The world where sky and earth collapse, Lord Taishian whispered. As for the truth of the world, you need to explore it yourself. Yi Futian's talent for cultivation was outstanding, and his potential was limitless. Now he was at the height of his youth. Lord Taishian didn't want him to know the cruel truth of the world too early. Perhaps this would be a blow to his state of mind. The path of the world collapses. Yi Futian had heard of these words several times. Was this deadly silent world a result of the collapse of the path of the world? Then how prosperous the world was before the collapse of the sky and earth. Where are we going on this trip? Yi Futian asked again. Tianhe realm, Lord Taishian replied. Yi Futian showed doubt. Tianhe realm did not belong to the 9 supreme realms. He had never heard of this realm. However, Yi Futian didn't continue asking. Since Lord Taishian took him, he naturally had his reasons. Lord Taishuan's old friend must also be a great character. The two walked through the lonely, deep, and endless space. After a while, Lord Taishian said to Yi Futian, "We will arrive soon." On his way, Yi Futian had been observing, looking at this endless space. He heard Lord Taishuan's words and looked down. Then the sword penetrated directly into another space, where Yi Futian saw the land and mountains, rivers and seas. The azure sky was clean as if it had been washed. They flew under the clouds, and their speed dropped. Because it was Lord Taishian who steered the sword, after they slowed down, their speed was still very fast. Yi Futian noticed that there were very few human traces along the way and felt somewhat curious. Even in the wilderness of mountains, there should have been a lot of people cultivating. Tianhe realm experienced a catastrophic war many years ago, and its vitality was severely damaged. Many cultivators died, and later, a lot of cultivators migrated and left. After many years, Tianhe realm has recovered, but it is no longer as prosperous as before, Lord Taishian said. His voice was calm, but what behind his words was an epic war that destroyed a realm. Yi Futian couldn't imagine how cruel it was. Who caused such a terrifying war? What was it for? My friend is revered by people of the Tianhe realm as the Sky River Great Elder. When he preached in the Tianhe realm, he was the most famous and prestigious person here. He had 3,000 disciples who scattered all over the world, Lord Taishian continued. Yi Futian was a little surprised when he heard this title. This was the Tianhe realm, and for someone named Tianhe Great Elder, one could imagine how honorable the title was. However, after that war, he sent away all his disciples. I don't know how he is now, whether or not he is still preaching and cultivating, Lord Taishian murmured as if talking to himself. They keep moving forward, and Yi Futian kept all the Lord's words in mind. After a while, they saw human traces and city buildings. They passed through the crowds and came to a land of fairy-like, misty mountains. It seemed that even minds were isolated from these mountains, and the atmosphere was very mysterious. I haven't seen anyone for many years, at this time, a voice said from the mist. The person seemed to be aware of their arrival and immediately told them they were unwelcome. Even me? Another voice said. In the next moment, Lord Taishian directly showed up on a fey peak. Sitting on Xianren Peak, there was an old man with white hair. His hair was scattered on his shoulders, and he looked quite scruffy. Yi Futian could hardly imagine that such a big person of the realm would be so careless about his own image. The old man with white hair looked at Lord Taishian, then smiled and said, "How come you are here to see me?" "I haven't been here for many years," Lord Taishian said with a smile. "By the way, today, I bring a young man to visit you." Sky River Great Elder took a look at Yi Futian and saw that his hair was also white. He could not help but smile as he said, "A young boy with white hair. He must also have a sad story." "Yi Futian is here to see Great Elder," Yi Futian said and bowed to him in respect. Sky River Great Elder nodded slightly. He asked Lord Taishian, "Your disciple?" "No," Lord Taishian shook his head and said, "I haven't seen you in years. Do you want to play Go with me?" "Sure," Sky River Great Elder nodded and said. He waved his hand, and all of a sudden, a Go board appeared in front of him. He pointed at Lord Taishian and said, You sit on whichever side you want and get your own go pieces. Lord Taishian nodded and sat directly in front of the go board. And these two old men really started to play go. Futian stood aside to watch quietly. He was also proficient in go, but when he saw two seniors playing it, he only felt that there was a great horror. The computing power of people of their realm was too great for him to understand, and it was completely beyond the level of go. So many years have gone. Are you still thinking about things from that year? Lord Taishian dropped a piece and asked. I have forgotten. The old man shook his head and said, You have forgotten? Is there anyone other than you here? Lord Taishian asked. How grand the scene was. You used to have 3,000 disciples, and your disciples were all over the world. Where are they now? There is a limitation to a person's ability. The old man shook his head and said with a smile. No. Lord Taishian shook his head and dropped another piece, saying, You are just blaming yourself and think it is all your fault. Did you come from afar just to tell me these things? The old man said and also dropped a go piece, but he did it slowly and casually. Some time ago, Futian proved his path in the Shangxiao Divine Palace and entered the ancestral shrine, Lord Taishian said. The old man looked up at Futian again, smiling. From first glance, I could tell you have a good fortune. Although the road of cultivation can be tough, a prosperous future is waiting for you. You are bound to stir up a storm in the future. You see it? Lord Taishian asked. I haven't seen anyone's fortune for a long time. The old man shook his head and said, You came here because of this young man. What is the matter? Just say it. Lord Taishian did not respond but dropped a go piece, and then turned to look at Futian next to him and said, Show your cultivation method to show this senior. My cultivation method? Futian asked, puzzled. Yes. Lord Taishian nodded and said, The cultivation method that used your body as the melting furnace of the great path. Futian didn't know when Lord Taishian had seen it. He remembered the Lord also asked about it before departure. Despite some doubts, he still did as he was told and released the deed of thorough comprehension. Suddenly, the light of the great path shone brightly, and he turned into the furnace of the great path. Seeing this scene, the old man put down the go piece in his hand and straightened up. He gazed at Futian and asked, Who taught this skill to you? My teacher, Futian said. Could it be that the deed of thorough comprehension was related to this elder? Did Lord Taishian bring him here because of this? Who is your teacher? The old man stared at Futian and asked. Futian also looked at him. Lord Taishian said, You can tell him. Futian nodded. He trusted that Lord Taishian would not harm him, and there was no need to worry. Qi Xiangang, Futian said. Qi Xiangang. When Sky River Great Elder heard the name, his arms trembled slightly. He stared at Futian and was silent for a moment. Futian narrowed his eyes slightly. From Sky River Great Elder's look, he could tell that Sky River Great Elder knew his teacher. There must be a reason for Lord Taishian to bring him here. Moreover, Lord Taishian brought him here because of his cultivation method. So did it mean that this cultivation method was related to Sky River Great Elder? Could it be he thought of a possibility? How is he doing now? Is he okay? After a moment of silence, Sky River Great Elder pulled back from thoughts and asked Futian, I had some troubles in the heavenly mandate realm before, and my teacher and I were separated. Now I don't know where he is, but I think he should be fine, Futian said. After all, teacher was in Renhuang Plain. What is his cultivation level? Sky River Great Elder asked. He entered the Renhuang Plain a few years ago, Futian replied. His progress is too slow. How could he enter Renhuang Plain just a few years ago? Sky River Great Elder shook his head and said, At that time, his cultivation was slow, but I didn't expect it would get even slower. Sir, you are my teachers? Futian asked, even though he had his own speculations. Hearing Sky River Great Elder's words, he had had his answer. The deed of thorough comprehension is my cultivation method, Sky River Great Elder said to Futian. It's just as I thought, Futian thought, his heart shivering. He gazed at the old man and then bowed down to the Sky River Great Elder again. This time, he saluted carefully and said, Futian is here to salute you, my grandmaster. Your teacher is my son-in-law, Sky River Great Elder said again. Yi Futian was stunned and felt pain in his heart. What happened to teacher's wife? Yi Futian murmured. He could slightly tell something bad had happened to her, but he still wanted to be hopeful. Teacher raised Feishuer alone, so it was very possible. It has been many years since she passed away. The old man sighed and looked up at the sky. There was still sorrow in his eyes. It's been so many years. Time to let it go. Lord Taishian sighed. Sky River Great Elder didn't reply and looked at Yi Futian. Somehow nervous, he asked, "Does your teacher have a daughter?" "Yes," Yi Futian said and nodded. "How is she?" Sky River Great Elder asked, staring at him with anxious eyes. Yi Futian speculated that he very likely knew about Feishuo, which was why he was worried and even doubted whether or not Feishuo was still alive. "She's fine, but there is some problem with her eyes," Yi Futian said. Sky River Great Elder sighed with relief and nodded, saying, "Good. However, now that he is determined to leave, why do you show up here?" Sky River Great Elders whispered. He did not understand. The Heavenly Mandate Realm was one of the 9 supreme realms. He had ambition there, so why should he return? Was it because of the white-haired young man? Lord Taishian said that he broke into the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, and he brought Yi Futian here personally. He also noticed that this young man was indeed a person with good fortune. Perhaps Qi Xingang was willing to venture out because of the young man. "From now on, tell the outside world that you are my disciple and that I taught you the deed of thorough comprehension." Sky River Great Elder looked at Yi Futian and said, "Do you understand?" Yi Futian shook his head. He was confused and said, "Does my teacher have foes?" "Yes," Sky River Great Elder nodded and said. "Very powerful?" Yi Futian asked. "I can't fight them at all. Even Taishian now has no way to do it," Sky River Great Elder said. Although he obviously knew that Lord Taishian had entered a higher plane, he still said that even Lord Taishian had no way to fight them. One could imagine how powerful the foes were. Yi Futian's face turned pale. How could teacher offend such a powerful enemy? Was it because of the thing in Feishuo's body? That thing had attracted the life spirit world tree once when Yi Futian's plane was low. Now it seemed that this thing was likely to be a divine treasure of the Great Path, which naturally contained path. Because of that thing's existence, Feishuo had been under threat of death and needed deep sleep. After he controlled the thing with his life spirit, Feishuo's progress in cultivation was incredibly fast. That treasure could perfectly fit Feishuo's body. However, with teacher's saint cultivation plane at that time, it was nearly impossible for him to obtain such a treasure unless it was the Sky River Great Elder who got it. So, teacher was his son-in-law. Although I am not clear on what happened back then, I know a little bit. It is said that it triggered the battle that destroyed the realm. Your grandmaster used to preach around the world, and the Tianhe realm was extremely prosperous. His students scattered all over the Tianhe realm, but numerous of them died in that battle. So did your teacher's wife, Lord Taishian said. Were my teacher and Feishuo the only ones alive? Yi Futian murmured. He couldn't imagine the battle that destroyed the realm, but he suddenly understood many things that happened previously and could better understand his teacher as a person. Did some of his ideas also come from the Sky River Great Elder? He remembered that when he said the path was boundless, teacher was quite touched. Although he did not have many disciples, his philosophy should also inherit from the Sky River Great Elder. However, unlike the Sky River Great Elder, he could only create the Greatly Academy in the Greatly Dynasty. When I escorted your teacher away, he was also severely wounded and in a dangerous situation. I don't know anything about him later, the Sky River Great Elder said. Emperor Li is gracious to teacher. Yi Futian thought of this, and suddenly he understood something. No wonder teacher asked for death, and only asked for Feishuo to leave at that time. He had no regrets. Perhaps in teacher's eyes, nothing was important anymore as long as Feishuo lived. Who offended teacher? What is the thing in Feishuo's body, and why did teacher's foes want to destroy the realm? Yi Futian asked, anxious. There were many doubts in his heart that he wanted to solve. You know about the thing in Feishuo's body? Sky River Great Elder asked, looking at Yi Futian, a little surprised. It seemed that Yi Futian knew a lot of things. How could Qi Xingang value him so much? Yes, Yi Futian nodded. He would not say that he had helped Feshua control that thing. Sky River Great Elder gave Futian a serious look. It is a long story, Sky River Great Elder said with a sigh. In fact, it has nothing to do with your teacher. He is also a victim. If I had not married Nongyue to him, he should have had a prosperous future. May I know more? Futian bowed and said. He wanted to know what happened at that time. Sit down and listen to me, the old man said with a sigh. He sat down in front of Lord Taixian. Futian nodded and sat down beside the two. He wanted to hear his teacher's story carefully. It was about teacher's past, and he wanted to know more. He was clear how the Dali Imperial Advisor treated him. When he was in the Crimson Dragon realm, teacher could have killed him and taken the credit, but he didn't do so. I don't know where to start, Sky River Great Elder said, and seemed to be caught up in memories. Lord Taixian said, in fact, the story is not complicated. It was probably a beautiful mistake for you to be together. Futian froze. Did this matter involve Great Elder's wife? You have been to the Heavenly Mandate Realm and the Upper Heaven Realm of the 9 Great Supreme Realm. I guess you have not been to other realms yet. In one of the 9 Great Supreme Realms, there is a super force with a long history. Your Grandmaster has a very deep relationship with them and was even tied in marriage with one talented lady of the clan who was your Grandmaster's wife. At that time, the couple was the envy of everyone, Lord Taixian said with emotionally. He was very young when he met Sky River Great Elders. At that time, she was still so beautiful, stunning. Sky River Great Elder recalled the beauty of his wife. You were also charismatic and gallant back then, Lord Taixian said, smiling. It was many years ago. Sky River Great Elder shook his head and said, all of this may be due to the character. If you had entered the Force with her then, you would now have a transcendent status in the Supreme Realm, but you chose to preach in the Tianhe Realm, said Lord Taixian. What I pursue is different, Sky River Great Elder shook his head and said. She is also willing to follow me and preach in the Tianhe Realm. The majority of my disciples, good or bad, were excellent. Qi Xinggang was one of my disciples. However, he is not an outstanding one among them. Sky River Great Elders looked at Futian and said, however, although your teacher's talent is not very outstanding, his state of mind is transcendent, somewhat similar to mine. Although his cultivation was not fast, he was definitely the type that could achieve great success. Therefore, I gave special attention to him, so your teacher got familiar with my daughter. It was not supposed to be a problem, but the blood of that clan also flowed in Nongyue's body. They had other thoughts, but even so, she and I still had our right to speak up. But the problem was, that thing was involved. The Sky River Great Elder showed pain in his eyes. Your teacher's masteress, my wife, had extremely outstanding talent. During the competition of that thing, it was actually she and I who obtained it. Her clan negotiated with us, and in the end, we decided to place that thing in my daughter's body, that is to say, into the body of your teacher's wife. As she grew up, she was the attention of the whole family, and her status in the family was also important. However, she fell in love with my teacher, Futian whispered. This might be the sin. The Grandmaster also said, your teacher's state of mind was extraordinary, and he could have been successful later in life, but after all, his talent was not the best at that time. As the successor of the top family who was reared with high expectations, she was not allowed to fall in love with a man like him. Probably, this was the original sin. If I let them break up at that time, maybe it would only be painful for a while, but the two most important women in my life are much more stubborn than me. No wonder they are mother and daughter. Sky River Great Elder sighed. Later, the situation became worse, and countless people in Tianhe Realm stood up for it. In the end, it caused irreparable consequences. The Shun clan was furious and exterminated the whole realm, and the Tianhe Realm was stained with blood. It was my sin. What about her? Futian's heart shivered. Teacher's wife passed away, but what about Sky River Great Elder's wife? She was taken back and imprisoned in the clan. I don't know if she is alive or dead, Sky River Great Elder said, looking up at the sky. Futian was speechless. The Sky River Great Elder and the Lady of the Divine Clan came together, which seemed to be a romantic but poignant story. He was a genius with qualifications, so the Divine Clan had no complaints. The Great Elder's daughter, the teacher's wife, had a similar story in the Tianhe realm. But this time, the couple was opposed by the authoritarian divine clan. The teacher's wife was the chosen successor of the divine treasure, the hope of the clan. All members of the clan had fixed their eyes on her. How could they allow her to be with a man whose talent was not very outstanding? The successor chosen by the divine clan must be a peerless genius, a lady of her time beyond compare, with the blood of the divine clan flowing in her body. She was the daughter of the Sky River Great Elder and the daughter of the divine clan, but she chose Teacher as her partner. Futian did not know whether he should be happy for Teacher or not. Although Grandmaster said that Teacher's talent was not top-notch, his status of heart was extraordinary. Futian also felt that his teacher, the former greatly imperial advisor, deserved all these things. Humans were fortune's fools. For these two remarkable women of the divine clan, Teacher's wife departed this life, and Grandmaster's wife was brought back to the clan. Grandmaster didn't know if she was alive. Moreover, they also experienced the disastrous war, which let rivers of blood flow in the Tianhe realm. All that had happened was too cruel. Lord Taishian said that Grandmaster had students all over the world, and he taught at least 3,000 disciples personally. Many of his disciples must also be on his side, who completely provoked anger in the divine clan. The furious divine clan came down from the supreme realm and annihilated the whole Tianhe realm. How cold-blooded they were. Without these two ladies, no one would have been able to survive, and I might have also died in the war. They were so outstanding. Both Xiangang and I couldn't compare with them, Sky River Great Elder sighed. One fought for death, and the other one sought death. Hearing the old man lament, although Futian didn't experience the events of that time, he seemed to be able to see the peerless elegance of these two women. They sacrificed themselves to save their lovers. No wonder the teacher's hope was just that Feishue could live well. As for anything else, maybe he didn't care at all. He also understood that there was no hope for revenge in this life. Some families were strong enough to make one despair. Living in the shadow of the destruction of a realm, how could he not despair? Since there was a great disparity in strength, why did they choose to go to war? Futian sighed. Why did they go to that point? Shouldn't they give up the idea when being compared with life? Being alive meant hope. You may not know the character of your teacher's wife. Although she was young at that time, her personality was extremely strong. She gave Feishue the treasure without the consent of the family. She wanted her to inherit it, thinking that the family would compromise and accept your teacher as well as Feishue because of it. However, she still underestimated the persistence of the clan and how obstinate the clan was. They wanted to take Feishue to the family and take out her bones to get the thing. Of course, your teacher and his wife couldn't tolerate it. A battle quickly broke out, and then the whole situation went out of control. The Sky River Great Elder sighed. He could still remember all things that happened in the battle. Although he was revered by the people of Tianhe Realm and was titled Sky River Great Elder, he always thought that he was not as prestigious as his wife. She was truly a peerless lady. It is the story. So many years have passed, and I didn't expect I would mention it to a young man like you. But it is not a secret. From now on, you should just keep in mind that your deed of thorough comprehension was taught by me. When you are outside, just say you are my disciple. Don't let people know the existence of your teacher. Otherwise, it will be very bad for you, Sky River Great Elder said. After the things of that year, the divine clan still did not give up searching for Qi Xiangang and Feishue. The treasure was still in Feishue's body. Although they were the ones who actually obtained them, the divine clan always regarded it as a treasure belonging to the divine clan. They later gave up after they failed to find it. After all, it was impossible to pay attention to countless realms forever, and they didn't have so much manpower to handle the task. However, once there was a clue, people of the clan would definitely investigate it to the end. So if they saw Futian's deed of thorough comprehension, they would definitely recognize it. I see, Futian replied carefully, nodding. During this time, you can stay here to cultivate, the Sky River Great Elder said again. Futian looked at this old man with white hair, the top figure known as the Sky River Great Elder, who wore a lot of wrinkles of time on his face. The things that happened in the past must have hit him very hard. Grandmaster, don't you blame my teacher? Futian asked. Except for teacher, Everyone in the Sky River Great Elder's family stood on the peak of the realm with extraordinary life experience, but because of the teacher and his wife's marriage, all the tragic things happened. Didn't the Sky River Great Elder regret allowing them to be together? If I had blamed him, would he become my son-in-law? The Sky River Great Elder said carelessly. At that time, I had many disciples. Many of them were top-notch people, and countless people had outstanding talents. Even the Divine Clan sent their cultivators to study under my guidance. As a teacher, I should have favored the most talented disciples. However, your teacher's temperament was closest to mine, and he was most like me. Even though his talent was lacking, I knew he would still become a master one day. Cultivators are never short of time. As long as he could hold on, he would be able to surpass me, and with his status of mind, he would certainly survive the time. Unfortunately, such an opportunity was not given to us. I heard you said that he hadn't entered the Renhuang Plain until a few years ago, and I can understand that his state of mind must have been greatly hit, but since he had become emperor, he must have gradually come out of the shadow of that time. Lord Taishian said, "It's been so many years. You should come out as soon as possible." How spirited the Sky River Great Elder was in those days. But now you are just listless. I am afraid that the people of Tianhe Realm will forget you soon. I am afraid that Tianhe Realm will not forget me, the Sky River Great Elder said. He felt he was the sinner of the Tianhe Realm. Come on, Lord Taishian shook his head and said, I will not persuade you anymore. I have known you for so many years. You used to be more outstanding than me and should have also entered my plane, but you still can't make the breakthrough. It's time to reflect on yourself. I sent you your successor, and now you should have an idea of how to teach him. He has entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, a very important disciple to your son-in-law. In the future, he can be a great person, Lord Taishian said. I've finished my task, so I won't bother you anymore. When he talked, Lord Taishian stood up and got ready to leave. Sir, will you go back? Yi Futian asked. Yes. You focus on cultivating. Changing to another environment and seeing different scenery can help you make a breakthrough, Lord Taishian said. Yi Futian nodded and didn't say anything. A person like Lord Taishian could naturally come and go as he pleased. The friendship between noblemen was as pale as water. He had shown his sincerity by coming to see the Sky River Great Elder and send Yi Futian here. I'll take care of that girl for you, don't worry. Now many people in the upper heavens realm are aiming at you. No one will know that you are here, Lord Taishian said, smiling. He then looked at the Sky River Great Elder and said, I should go now. Okay, the Sky River Great Elder said calmly, nodding. Lord Taishian stepped out and disappeared directly. After Lord Taishian left, Sky River Great Elder turned to Yi Futian and said, You only mentioned that your teacher was separated with you in the heavenly mandate realm. Where is Feishue? Isn't she with you? No, Yi Futian said, shaking his head. Where is she? The old man asked. Yi Futian looked at him and wanted to say something, but he was silent again. The old man nodded when he saw his reaction and said, You don't have to tell me anymore. Teacher has several disciples besides me. They are taking care of Feishue, and Feishue's cultivation is progressing very fast now. She is totally safe, Yi Futian said. Good, the old man said and nodded. You are very cautious. Grandmaster, Yi Futian stuttered, looking embarrassed. But you are right. Don't absolutely trust anybody except yourself and your teacher, Sky River Great Elder got up and said. Follow me. He walked forward, and Yi Futian followed him. On the ancient peak, the Sky River Great Elder arranged a lot of barriers. They came to a huge cave for cultivation. The old man walked in first, and Yi Futian followed him through a long corridor in the cave. They entered the inside of the mountain. The sight became bright suddenly. The cave was huge, and the divine light was shining. Inside the cave, ancient characters were suspended in the air, rotating and spinning. Qian, Kuan, Li, Kan, Yi Futian looked at these characters, each of which was corresponding to one ancient character in the deed of thorough comprehension. These characters seemed to take away the power of the world inside the cave, forming a vacuum and converging into a beam. In the middle of the lower space surrounded by ancient characters, a phantom figure condensed and emerged. It was not a real person, but a phantom body formed by the path of sky and earth. Although your teacher has taught you the cultivation method of the deed of thorough comprehension, I guess it is not complete, and the mood is lacking. Here is engraved by me, and contains the true meaning of the deed of thorough comprehension. You can cultivate here for a while to fully comprehend it, Sky River Great Elder told Futian. Thank you, Grandmaster, Futian replied, nodding. The deed of thorough comprehension was not created by me. I also obtained it by coincidence. Its knowledge is extremely mysterious and deep. Even though your talent is outstanding, you should still spend time cultivating it carefully. At least it could assist you in cultivating until you reach my plane, and even higher, Sky River Great Elder said to Futian. Futian nodded. I will get out. You can practice here, said Sky River Great Elder. He turned and left, leaving Futian alone in the cave, and went outside. Sky River Great Elder came to the edge of the cliff and looked up at the sky. At this moment, his slightly cloudy eyes became extremely sharp, as if his fierce stare could pierce through the sky. However, at the next moment, he lowered his head and regained his original appearance. He still wore that dejected look and walked towards one direction in the mountain. At this time, outside the Tianhe city, a figure was standing in the crowd. He wore a straw hat and was looking up to the front, a little dazed. After so many years, he finally came back. He had thought he would never return, but today, there was nothing to worry about anymore. After separating from his disciple, no one would know the relationship between them. It was good since, in this way, he could cut off his link with the past. The inheritor of the mantle, Futian had been cultivating in the cave since he came to the Tianhe realm. The scope of knowledge of the deed of thorough comprehension was great. With it, Futian could refine the power of sky and earth for his own use, let his own body serve as the furnace of the great law and melt all beings of the world, making his own life force extremely powerful. At this time, in the cave house, Futian was sitting on the illusory figure. He and the phantom became one, and he could clearly feel the glory of the ancient characters descend on his body. Futian felt that he was not sitting in a cave house but wandering in a secret world. Qian, Kuan, Li, Kan. Each of these ancient characters seemed to have some kind of mysterious power. He sat there, perceiving the sky and the earth. He could feel the boundless space and could even see his true self. Time flew fast. Futian sat quietly in the cave house to meditate and cultivate. Sometimes he went out to take a breath and perceive the spirit of sky and earth. After each cultivation, he would grow a feeling and felt that his perception of sky and earth became clearer. Above the lone mountain, everything seemed exceptionally quiet all the time. One day, Futian walked to the edge of the mountain, and there was a voice coming from the bottom of the mountain. His eyes beamed, and the light directly pierced through the void sky. He looked in the distance and saw several figures standing there at the foot of the mountain. These people all looked quite young with extraordinary temperament. They seemed to be aware and also looked toward the mountain. Dazzling light flashed in their pupils. From a distance, Futian's eyes and their eyes met in the air, and they both saw each other. They showed surprise and exchanged looks with each other. One of them bowed slightly toward the ancient mountain and said, "We sincerely request to see Great Elder and are willing to cultivate under the Great Elder's guidance. Since Great Elder has made an exception to take in disciples, could you please also give me an opportunity? Great Elder is where the belief of the Tianhe realm lies. Since you have made an exception, please also kindly give us an opportunity." The people nearby also bowed and requested. All of them came to request following the Great Elder. The Sky River Great Elder was famed in the Tianhe realm many years ago. At that time, this place used to be extremely prosperous, and he had countless disciples. Moreover, the cultivation method used by the Sky River Great Elder could help cultivators perceive the path of sky and earth, and were of great use in casting the soul of the way and challenging the Renhuang plane. Therefore, there had been people coming to request guidance during these years, especially those who cultivated in the late stage of the Saint Plane and prepared to challenge the Renhuang plane. For many years, the Sky River Great Elder had never accepted any disciples. However, today, there was someone on the mountain, and he was very young. So they naturally thought that the Sky River Great Elder had made an exception and taken a new disciple. No one responded. Top figures are so charming, Futian thought to himself. Even after so many years, there were still people who came to seek knowledge from him. I said, I won't accept you as disciples, don't come again. At this moment, a voice said from behind Futian. Futian turned around and saw Sky River Great Elder there. Sir, you have already made an exception. Why don't you preach to the world as you did in the past? Asked someone. It's impossible, the Sky River Great Elder responded carelessly. Since you have accepted a disciple, you are willing to give young people a chance. Tomorrow, we will also come here to plead for you to change your mind, someone said, unwilling to give up. I say it again, don't come? The Sky River Great Elder's voice was cold, and it seemed a bit impersonal. Why? Someone asked. I have found someone who will inherit my mantle. One person is enough. I will teach him all the knowledge I've obtained in my lifetime and will no longer be involved in worldly affairs from now on, the Sky River Great Elder said slowly. It was as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of the world. It seems that he had taken the young man on the mountain as a disciple, in order to find a successor and inherit everything he had. Obviously, they were not selected, and the young man on the mountain was selected by the Sky River Great Elder. Futian stood there quietly. The Sky River Great Elder must say like this in order to protect him. In this way, no one would have any doubts. He was peerless, but of course, the Sky River Great Elder's inheritor had to be peerless. The cultivators wanted to say something, but the Sky River Great Elder spoke up. I have decided. This is the last time to remind you. Feel free to come if you want, but it is just a waste of time. The people at the foot of the mountain were speechless. They were silent for a moment and bowed, saying, It's time to say goodbye to you, sir. Having said that, they all left. Futian sighed in his heart. Seeing the bleak scene here, he could not imagine how grand it was in the past. He looked toward the Sky River Great Elder. The Great Elder said, You have heard it. If you have the opportunity, go to Tianha City for a walk. When you are outside, you will be my only successor. I have taught the deed of thorough comprehension to you. Understood, Futian replied. He understood the Sky River Great Elder's intention. On the one hand, the Great Elder wanted to clarify Futian's position. On the other hand, he did not want to be disturbed by others anymore and wanted to focus on cultivation. It's just, with the status of his heart being of such a high level, would the Great Elder forever be so despondent? After entering the Renhuang Plain, shouldn't his state of heart be the strongest? The Sky River Great Elder stepped away from here, like an ordinary old man. He had seen through the world, and it seemed that he only wanted to find someone to inherit his mantle so that he could completely hide in the mountain. Tianha City was a megalopolis. In the past, there were countless gallant figures in Tianha City, and all of them were proud of studying under the Sky River Great Elder's guidance. However, the catastrophic war turned Tianha City into ruins, and it was only after so many years that it had recovered some vitality. Recently, shocking news came from Tianha City. After so many years, the Sky River Great Elder finally accepted another disciple who was also his last disciple. The Sky River Great Elder personally announced that this disciple would inherit his mantle. The Tianha realm was not a supreme realm, and the title of Sky River Great Elder was conferred by people of the realm. The Sky River Great Elder was absolutely the strongest person beyond compare. For many years, countless people had entered his door to seek the path, but no one succeeded, until now, the Sky River Great Elder found an inheritor of his mantle. One could imagine how shocking this news was in Tianha City. Almost everyone was talking about this matter, and at the same time, they were also talking about the inheritors of the Sky River Great Elder. Who was he? How could the Sky River Great Elder allow him to inherit his mantle? When countless people talked about it, in Tianha City, a white-haired young man traveled in Tianha City. This handsome white-haired young man, of course, was Futian, who had left the mountain. The Great Elder asked him to go down the mountain, and he understood what he meant. So after a period of cultivation, he came to this giant city. On his way, many people noticed Futian. His handsome face, white clothes, and white hair, plus his temperament, were quite noticeable in Tianha City. Many people wondered if this person belonged to an important force. Futian came in front of a restaurant. He looked up and stepped into the restaurant. He came to the top of the open-air building, asked for a pot of alcohol, several plates of appetizers, and sat quietly in a corner drinking by himself. Although he didn't speak, many people still noticed him. Futian not only had an outstanding temperament, but he also gave people a mysterious feeling. "Are you alone, sir?" At this time, not far from Futian's side, a girl in a long green dress sitting in front of a wine table looked at Futian. Her smile was gentle and charming. Although her face was not stunning, she was definitely a beauty, and her charisma could endear her to many people. Futian glanced at her, nodded gently, and didn't say anything. "I am Mu Qingyu of the Mu residence. May I ask you to have a drink?" the girl said with a smile. Many people in the restaurant were a little surprised. She was Qingyu of the Mu residence. The Mu residence was a family of Renhuang level, and Mu Qingyu was the lady of the Mu residence with excellent talent. Now, she had entered the Saint Plain and had a lot of quarters. Mu Qingyu noticed Futian when he was outside the restaurant. She could tell this person's cultivation must be very high, and his temperament seemed to be in harmony with the world. He was so young and with an outstanding disposition. However, she did not know his name. "Thank you, but there is no need," Futian said softly and looked out of the window. It seemed that he had no interest in this lady of Mu residence at all. This made many people in the restaurant show surprise, and they were even more curious about Futian. Mu Qingyu was a bit shocked, and then she smiled again. "It's my fault to disturb you, sorry, sir." She didn't have much to say, and she didn't feel uncomfortable because of this. Since the man had no intention of knowing her, she would not make herself unwelcome in front of him, but she still had curiosity. Futian was still drinking quietly. He was alone and seemed a bit lonely. Mu Qingyu glanced at him from time to time. Many people in the restaurant were talking about the news that the Sky River Great Elder had accepted a new disciple. The Sky River Great Elder once had 3,000 disciples, and among them, there were so many talents. Now that he had found the inheritor of his mantle, how strong is he? I really want to see how he fights. He doesn't have to be strong. Things are different from the past. At that time, even the Supreme Realm sent people to study under his guidance. Although he belonged to Tianhe Realm, how prestigious was the Sky River Great Elder's identity. He even married the lady of the Divine Clan. But now, the peerless young cultivators will not choose to be his disciples, and only people in Tianhe Realm. Someone whispered but didn't continue. Many people nodded secretly. They all knew the reason. Although the strength of the Sky River Great Elder was still there, after all, it was not the same as before. He had grudges with the Divine Clan, and some top characters were afraid to offend the Divine Clan of the upper realms. People chatted casually, and Futian didn't cut in. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. After a long while, a group of people flashed in the distance, and their life forces were very unusual. Many people in the restaurant looked at that side, and not long after, outside the restaurant, a young man stood in the void sky and looked in the direction of the restaurant. His eyes were sharp. "It's him." Mu Qingyu looked at this person and murmured, apparently able to recognize this most prestigious figure in the young generation of the Tianhe realm who had always wanted to become the Sky River Great Elder's disciple. Soon, more figures flickered over and came to the restaurant. Some of them stood on the top of other buildings, and some stood in the void sky. Some people walked directly into the restaurant and sat down. The atmosphere instantly changed. Futian naturally knew that they came for him. When he went down the mountain, he knew that some people were staring at him, presumably those who wanted to find out his identity. At this moment, people's gazes fell on him, but he did not take it seriously and kept drinking. Did they come for him? Mu Qingyu looked at Futian and thought to herself. There was a slight wave in her heart. More and more people were approaching, and many were extraordinary cultivators. The sweep. Futian lowered his head as he drank. It was as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. Next to the tavern, a man walked in the void and came to him, and it was the one who sought apprenticeship under the mountain that day. The man's name was Ran Quangsheng. He was a descendant of the noble family of Rian from Tianhe City. Besides his famous name, he was extremely talented, and he was now at the top of the Nirvana plane, wanting to obtain the realm of Renhuang. Ran Quangsheng, as his name suggested, was proud and impertinent. Still, he could afford to be flippant. The only thing he was never flippant about was that, For several years, he had often traveled to the cultivating place of the Sky River Great Elder and asked to be seen beneath the mountain, hoping to be accepted by the elder as a disciple. He was always sincere, and he never showed any disrespect. Many people thought that Sky River Great Elder would be moved by Ren Quangxing's sincerity and accept him as a disciple. But before that day had come, they heard that Sky River Great Elder had found an heir to pass on all his crafts to, and that he was no longer looking for any disciples. Then, what was Ren Quangxing doing here now? Looking at the others, they were genius talents of the younger generation in Tianhe City. Many were from well-known families without exception. No one from the older generations was there. The reason for their attraction was very obvious. The heir of the Great Elder, many thought instinctively. After all, the entire Tianhe City had been discussing this matter recently. Many descendants of the famous families have appeared, and it seems that many of them want to be disciples under the Sky River Great Elder. Who did they come for? Many wondered. They turned their eyes, slowly turned, and finally landed on a place where all the gazes converged. Over yonder, the man with white hair sat there, drinking quietly. It was as if he was outside of this world. This man is the heir to the Great Elder? Many people secretly exclaimed. The man's temperament was indeed extraordinary. With his white clothes and white hair, he seemed to be one with the heavens and the earth. However, no one had ever seen him before. In Tianhe City, there had never been such an outstanding figure of the Saint Plain. Where did the Great Elder find his successor? Ren Quangxing of the noble family of Ren. Ren Quangxing stood in the void. His eyes landed on Futian. He continued, I saw you that day under the mountain. I take it that you must be the successor of the Great Elder. Indeed. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. Some in the tavern were just talking about him not so long ago. They didn't expect that person to be sitting right there. Futian put down the wine cup. He slowly raised his head to look at Ren Quangxing, saying, Is there something I can help you with? It's nothing really. It was just that I have wanted to cultivate under the Great Elder for a long time. After I saw you that day, and when I heard that the Great Elder had already found his successor, I wanted to meet you. Now that you are here, I've come to take a look, Ren Quangxing said. There is no difference except that my physique is better, Futian whispered. He continued to drink by himself. Many people expressed a look of surprise. This guy was not the least bit humble. Next to him, Mu Qingyu smiled a little. She didn't expect that the disciple of the Great Elder would have a sense of humor, or that his physique was indeed very appealing. No, your temperament is also extraordinary. For many years, the Great Elder has not accepted any disciples. Since he chose you as his successor, we, naturally, would never doubt the decision of the Great Elder. Not because of Futian, but because of Sky River Great Elder. Would the first person in Tianhe realm choose someone mediocre to inherit his crafts? No matter what other people had thought, at least he would not believe them. He had gone to visit many times before, but he was refused by the Great Elder. Didn't the Great Elder know his talent? Many people used to think that the Great Elder was not as picky about the disciples as before, and that he may not be able to select the ones that were too outstanding. However, upon hearing the words of Ren Quangxing, they were a little skeptical. After so many years, the decision to accept a disciple as a successor perhaps was not made lightly. This white-haired young man may be more than what meets the eye. It's just that, at this time, Ren Quangxing continued, the Great Elder is the first person of cultivation in Tianhe realm. Even though his decision is not to be questioned, I still want to see the heir he picked. I want to know, after so for many years of not accepting any disciple, who is worthy of the Great Elder. Many people nodded when they heard this. Ren Quangxing was still Ren Quangxing, after all. So? Futian asked. So, a lot of people came, Ren Quangxing said. Indeed, many had come. There were cultivators all around the tavern. They were here for Futian, whose name had spread throughout Tianhe City as the heir of the Great Elder. Futian's right hand rested on the table, still holding the wine cup. He looked up at everyone and said, So, are you going to come up one by one, or all together? Li Ku asked the successor of the Great Elder for advice. At this time, in another direction, a young man with a thin build spoke, and an extremely dangerous will of the way flowed from him. As do I. In another direction, someone also stepped forward. Suddenly, the vast world was shrouded in sword will, and the chiming sound of sword whistled between heaven and earth. In that direction, a young man, who carried two swords on his back, moved forward. There were a few strands of white hair at his temples, making him appear extremely captivating. The sword will increased a few degrees with every step he took. Many people in the tavern started to get up and move away from this place of strife. The entire tavern was shrouded by the will of the way, and this small tavern couldn't afford to get in the middle of those who had come here. Every one of them was an extraordinary figure in Tianhe realm, so if they got involved somehow, no one would care about their welfare. Above the sky, some people of the Saint Plain stepped down. Many looked up, and some recognized the person and let out a surprised shout. It was the madman of the Wild Clan. Normally, it was unusual to see all these extraordinary people gathered in one place, and today, they came for just one man. I also want to experience the strength of the successor of the Great Elder, said a rough voice from the void. The world was rocked by it. The tavern made a rumbling sound, as if experiencing an earthquake. It seemed that it might collapse at any moment. Mississippi. Several people around Mu Qingyu released the might of Saint Plain to protect her, cautioning her. Mu Qingyu nodded, then got up and backed away. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Futian, who was in the center of the storm. The wine table in front of him was trembling, but the hand that was holding the wine cup was as steady as ever. He sat there quietly as if nothing had happened. His calmness surprised many onlookers. Although he was the successor chosen by the Great Elder, everyone who had arrived was an extraordinary character. Each one of them was a genius character who could be ranked in Tianhe City, as they all had a great chance to enter Renhuang Plain. Under such circumstances, Futian's face-off with all of them would not be an easy task. Clink! A clear sound came out, and the wine glass in Futian's hand shattered under an invisible sword will, directly turning into dust. Futian's hand was suspended there, and then he slowly lowered it. Another sound came out. This time, the table in front of him was shattered and collapsed at his feet. Boom! Finally, the chair that Futian sat on was also shattered into nothingness, unable to withstand the pressure. Futian stood up, in the center of the storm. His white robe fluttered as all the will of the way fell down, covering his body. Looking at people in all directions, countless more in the distance stared at the lone figure on top of the tavern, where only Futian was. At this time, the ancient characters around Futian shone brilliantly, and different characters surrounded the sky. Suddenly, the power of the great path between heaven and earth rushed madly into his body. His body turned into the divine furnace of the great path, refining the way of heaven and earth. What a powerful breath! All felt the breath of the great path within Futian's body. Everyone around him wore a grave countenance. They dared not to be careless. If you don't make a move again, you will not have a second chance, said a voice from the tavern, which surprised everyone. Even when facing such powerful cultivators, Futian still had such arrogant words for them. Bang! Diagonally, in the sky above, a figure stepped forward and rocked the void. A vast pressure of might pressed against Futian's body as a giant vortex storm appeared above. There were mountain peaks within the storm, and in an instant, this extremely violent might of the way frightened those who were in the distance. Rumbling sounds came out as the tavern began to collapse, and the ground was shaking. Buzz! The characters around Futian's body were getting brighter and brighter, and they resonated with the great path. The character that signified heaven was now illuminated with radiant divine light. Boom! A dull sound was heard as the mountains of storm attacked downward, crushing a corner of the sky. Futian raised his hand and pointed ahead, and the character of heaven flew out instantly, emitting a radiant divine light. It directly collided with that storm. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd saw that storm, and the mountains continuously exploded and were pulverized. The character that signified heaven directly penetrated both while continuing its way forward, attacking the man in the void who had made a move. Boom! Boundless great force blasted in front of the other, causing that cultivator to fly out. The character of heaven bloomed in gloriously divine light as other characters also flew high above the sky, revolving around the world, expanding their circumference with each rotation. The sky filled with a frightening storm of the great path, and Futian was at its center. A holy illusion appeared upon Futian's body, just like the divine body of the great path, gathering from the world. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they finally made their move. There was swordsmanship that cleaved through the sky, endless palm strikes, and also a great urn that slammed down from the sky. However, endless characters suddenly appeared around Futian. This endless character transformed into a light screen. When all attacks descended, they were all being blocked outside. Deed of thorough comprehension. Those who were watching the battle from afar trembled in their hearts. On the successor of the Great Elder, the methods cultivated by the Great Elder and the deed of thorough comprehension burst forth in radiant glory. Futian's body slowly levitated from above the tavern. With his body moving upward, the storm of the great path would cover an even stronger area until the glory of the characters was even more radiant. At this time, Futian raised his arm, and when he had gathered the power of the infinite great path, he threw a punch directly in front of him. When this punch blasted out, those characters seemed to be transformed into the will of the fists, sweeping in all directions. In a short while, on the other side of the tavern, above the void, and on the streets in the distance, loud booming noises were heard. Those who had come to slaughter him seemed to have been penetrated by something, and their bodies were knocked away as they spat out blood. Wang Sheng's body was constantly being blasted backward, and the vast world was covered by the might of the Wei. The suffocating pressure enveloped him as the giant characters pushed back everything. He groaned and started bleeding from the corners of his mouth. His breath vacillated violently. His eyes were focused on the white-haired figure standing in the void, and he was extremely shocked. It was not just him. At this time, in the vast area around the tavern, countless people were focused on Futian. The divine light released by the deed of thorough comprehension was still dazzling beyond compare. One man, one hit. Everything was swept away. Of all the many extraordinary characters of Tianhe City, none was his equal. Mu Qingyu stared at that white-haired figure, and her heart was racing. He was so strong. If they were in the same nirvana plane, why was he so much stronger? Indeed, there was always someone better out there. Sky River Great Elder had not accepted any disciples for many years, but now he had finally chosen a successor whose first battle had shocked the world. His realm was definitely already at the top of nirvana. His combat power was unlikely to find its equal from anyone below Renhuang Plain in all of Tianhe Realm. Incredible strength. It seemed that the Great Elder's successor was not selected at random. The people in the distance shuddered. No wonder that the Great Elder wanted to live in seclusion. Perhaps it was because his heir was so outstanding that he wanted to pass on all his crafts to him, so he could completely dissociate himself from the outside world. In fact, in recent years, Sky River Great Elder had not involved himself much with the outside world, either. He had been concentrated on his cultivation in the mountains and did not seem to have completely gotten over the events that happened years ago. "The body of the great path," said a voice from the void. A figure stepped down from the sky, but this time, it was an old man holding a sword in his hand. Sky Sword Elder. Everyone who saw the old man couldn't help but tremble inside. The Sky Sword Elder did not have any extraordinary talents like Ren Quangxing and the others did. He had cultivated for many years, and yet was still unable to step into the realm of Renhuang. Many felt that he was limited by his talent and might not overcome that bottleneck. But the Sky Sword Elder was extremely persistent, and his state of mind was extraordinary. He was not willing to give up so easily, so he devoted himself to cultivation, exhausting all his efforts on the art of swords, continuously making progress, ever approaching the limit of Saint Path. He had stayed in nirvana for many years, and his sword was always improving. In the endless years, he crafted the Sky Sword. Rumor had it that the Sky Sword could put an end to any cultivators under Renhuang. Even though those genius talents in Tianhe Realm might possess superior gifts compared to the Sky Sword Elder, as far as cultivation and combat power went, they definitely were not his equal. Long ago, there was some talented person who challenged Sky Sword Elder but was wiped out by a single strike. Because it was an open duel of life and death, The opponent's family did not pursue the matter further. Heir to the Sky River Great Elder, please enlighten me. Sky Sword Elder's eyes were poignant. From a glance, it looked like an extremely fierce sword light came down from the sky, stabbing Futian's spiritual soul. A terrible storm of sword will manifested between heaven and earth, splitting the void. Countless sword light shone, and the Sky Sword Elder held the sword in his hand. It was as if his entire person had turned into a sword. Inside his body, the blood roiled in his veins as the will of Wei was flowing within. It was as if the body was no longer just simply flesh and blood, but was now the body of the Sky Sword. Sky Sword Elder did not cultivate a very powerful technique of attack because he lacked the required powerful background. However, he relied on countless trials of life and death and countless perilous situations to temper his sword into the Sky Sword, which was extremely fast and extremely sharp. There was a saying in Tianhe City, when the Sky Sword is unleashed, demons and gods will weep alike. Anyone beneath Runhuang will be executed. Futian looked up at the old man in the void. His white hair danced in the wind and asked lightly, "There is a murderous intent on you. Have I offended you?" "It has nothing to do with anything. It's just that I cultivate in swords," the old man responded. "I have cultivated in the swords for many years, and the Sky Sword had already reached its realm. There are few rivals under Renhuang, so there was no one with whom to try my sword on. You are the successor of the Sky River Great Elder and possess extraordinary fighting power, so I came because of it. When I unsheathed my sword, it would be hard to predicate life and death, so I advise you not to be merciful." Futian understood that the old man had been trapped in this realm for too many years and wanted to seek the way. Now that they had met today, he wanted to try his sword in seeking the way. This could be the strongest sword strike from the old man. "The elder chose the wrong person," Futian replied. In reality, he came here for the same purpose as the old man, which was to seek the way. However, he was no longer the Futian who was undergoing the trail at the Divine Palace. Back when Li Daozi had chosen him to try the sword, the timing had been good. Now, there was no such opportunity for the Sky Sword Elder. Right or wrong, my pursuit is the ultimate of the sword. One day, I will find the answer that I'm looking for, the old man said curtly. As his voice faded, an extremely sharp light pierced toward him like an invisible sword that chopped down from the sky. In the next moment, he saw a beam of light. It was sword light. The old man had already disappeared. It was as if he had merged into the sword light, or rather, he had turned the way into a sword. "Pursue the ultimate of the Saint Plane," Futian said in his heart. He wanted to break the limit as a method to comprehend the way. His reasoning was not false, but it was not always useful. In the vast world, countless people looked at the sword, and at the moment when the sword light bloomed, cracks began to appear on the ground. Even those in the distance could feel that their spirit souls were being torn apart. His white hair flew about in the wind, but Futian was standing there without moving. The light of the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed like the divine furnace of the great path that would refine the way of heaven and earth into one. The spiritual will caught the sword light that came in for the kill, and as his palm raised, he pointed toward the sky. The dazzling sword light flooded the void. The sword was approaching, and the infinite sword light penetrated Futian's body like halos. But Futian stood there, motionless. His finger fell on the sword, and the force of that one finger was enough to stop the sword in its track. Clink! A clear sound came out, and countless path light poured into the sword. In the next moment, the sword flew back and forth twice, and the old man's figure appeared there. With a loud sound, he vomited a big mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his breath deteriorated quickly. He was greatly weakened. Everyone in the crowd was extremely shocked. How could he be so strong? The Sky Sword Elder was at the top limit of the Saint Plane, and he couldn't even stop the force exerted by one finger. Since when was his sword so feeble? They couldn't understand, and that included Ren Guangxing. But their hearts were filled with fear and shock. Such strength was so great that it made the others feel completely hopeless. Even between limits, there are degrees of separation. Seeing the old man looking down at him, Futian spoke. When the old man heard those words, he seemed to be deep in thought. He let out a long sigh, feeling a little bit sad. Indeed, even though he had dedicated his life to continuously surpassing his own limits, he had obtained some prestige in Tianhe City and won over many Nirvana-level geniuses. However, if those people had reached the same level as him, then perhaps he wouldn't be able to compete with them. Just as Futian had said, there were degrees of separation even between limits. It was as truthful as it was cold and indifferent. And this gap could not be bridged after the fact. There is no need for Elder to take this to heart. Presently, those who can best me under Renhuang realm are not of Tianhe City, Futian continued. He was being subtle when he said that Tianhe City did not have anyone who could beat him. Judging from his current state, it was indeed not an easy task to find someone in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who could best him in the same realm. But even so, the people around him were still shocked by his cocky claims. There was no one in Tianhe City. How impertinent to include all of the cultivators of Tianhe realm in this category. However, having witnessed this battle, they, too, could not think of anyone under Renhuang realm who could beat Futian. Even at this moment, it was unknown just how much Futian's strength had expanded. This successor of Lord Tianhe was terribly powerful. The Sky Sword Elder gave Futian a long look. He held his hands together to bow. He said, "Thank you for your enlightenment." As he finished speaking, he walked away. Despite the words of consolation from Futian, he still felt disappointed. All the cultivation that he possessed was not enough to counter the power of one finger. What kind of gap was that? Even if the opponent was the successor of the Great Elder, this should not be how it ended. Who else wants to try? Futian surveyed the crowd, but no one spoke. Even Futian had claimed to be under the Renhuang plane, and no one could fight with him. Judging from this combat power, it was indeed difficult to find an opponent. His body drifted down and landed on top of the tavern. However, at this time, he saw rays of divine light descending from the sky, and a group of people appeared out of thin air as if they had shuttled over from a distance. This group of people possessed extraordinary temperament. The person in front was clad in a luxurious robe. He looked to be about 40 in age. Of course, his actual age must be far greater than that. He stood there, seeming to be one with the Great Path. He was definitely in existence of Renhuang realm. "Your Royal Highness." Renquangxing saw the comer and bowed slightly. Afterward, many of the people below turned to this Renhuang and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Futian looked up at the newcomer. His Royal Highness? Did Tianhe realm, like the Crimson Dragon realm, have its own ruling royal principality? Before, he had heard Lord Taixian saying that the Sky River Elder ought to be the strongest person in Tianhe realm. There was indeed a royal family in Tianhe realm. The realm palace of Tianhe realm was now in Tianhe City. Tianhe City was the main city of Tianhe realm. The person who had just arrived was from the realm palace of Tianhe realm. He was the cultivator of the royal family, and he was in the realm of Renhuang. The eyes of that Renhuang landed on Futian. With a smile on his face, he looked extremely gentle and comforting without any harshness of authority. "Junior brother." That Renhuang looked at Futian and called out to him with a smile, which stunned Futian. "Junior brother?" A look of doubt flashed through his eyes. Was the Renhuang cultivator of Tianhe realm also a disciple of the Sky River Elder? No need to question. Our master had been in retreat for many years and never expected to accept another disciple after so many years. That Renhuang smiled and explained. He stepped down and came to Futian without showing any superiority. Futian understood when he heard his words that this man was a disciple of the same clan as his master. He might even be his uncle master. However, the Great Elder had not mentioned it to him, but had only asked him to go down the mountain and walk around. He was rather speechless. Once upon a time, in the battle that destroyed the realms, how many of the 3,000 disciples did the Great Elder lose? If there were still some survivors, wouldn't they all be his brothers, technically speaking? Moreover, this man was a member of the royal family of Tianhe realm. In the battle that destroyed the realms, did the royal family survive that catastrophe unharmed? At this moment, there were many thoughts flashing through in Futian's mind. Little Uncle Master. Futian remained silent and continued to size up the other. That Renhuang walked in front of Yi Futian and smiled. Duan Qing of the Duan clan at the Realm Palace in Tianhe Realm. My brother, you may address me as Senior Brother Duan. Duan clan at the Realm Palace in Tianhe Realm. It seemed that it was really the ruling royal principality in Tianhe Realm, and it held a supreme status in Tianhe Realm. No wonder those descendants of Renhuang also bowed down to pay their respect and saluted him as their royal highness. Senior Brother Duan, Yi Futian said calmly, but without too much emotion. The other prince was so enthusiastic and was a respected brother of his master, so he wouldn't be so rude as to ignore him. Duan Qing nodded with a smile. Master has been in seclusion for many years, disinterested in outside affairs. How many excellent characters in Tianhe Realm desired to be accepted as his disciple, but did not get so much as a glance from him. I didn't expect that after so many years, Master would accept my brother as his successor. It is truly a rare occasion. However, when I saw my brother in battle, the reason couldn't be more obvious. Senior brother is too generous. It is just that my realm is a bit deeper, Yi Futian said. At present, his realm was indeed very deep. It was at the top of the Saint Plain. You are too humble. The Sky Sword Elder was defeated by my brother with one finger strike. With such strength, how many people of the Saint Plain in Tianhe Realm could compare? Duan Qing continued. He glanced at the tavern below and said, When I learned that the master had chosen a successor, I thought we ought to drink a few rounds together. But the tavern here has collapsed, so why not go to the Realm Palace? There were many in the Realm Palace who were also master's disciples, and it will give them a chance to meet you. Yi Futian thought for a moment, a few reservations his heart. The news that the great elder had found a successor seemed to be widely circulated. The other was the prince of the Realm Palace. He should have already heard, yet he did not visit at the time. It seemed that his relationship might not be as close as expected, or he would have visited as soon as he had heard. Another thing was that the great elder asked him to go down the mountain to tell the world that he would be inherited from the great elder. The great elder, it seemed, had taken Duan Qing's appearance into account. If this was the case, then he may have to go with the flow. Sure. Yi Futian nodded after a moment of contemplation, ready to go with Duan Qing. He was not worried about being in danger. Sky River Great Elder was the mentor of Tianhe Realm. He was their #1 cultivator. If he had asked him to come off the mountain to visit, nothing bad would happen. Duan Qing nodded with a smile. He looked at the people around him again. Renquangxing, Girly from Mu Clan, and other geniuses of Tianhe Realm, since you are all present, why not come with us to the palace and have a few drinks? It would be a good way to celebrate with my junior brother. Thank you, Your Highness. In the distance, Mu Qingyu smiled and curtsied. Others also nodded one after the other. Naturally, they would not decline the invitation from the Realm Palace. The battle before had made them admire Yi Futian's strength, as it was not something with which they could compete. The Realm Palace of Tianhe Realm was magnificent and awesome, full of solemn ancient halls served by throes of guards and cultivators alike, many of which were of Saint Plain existence themselves. This palace was like a city within a city, extremely vast. Duan Qing, as the prince and a Renhuang existence himself, he possessed a complex of palaces of his own, known as the Prince's Palace. At this time, there was a grand banquet being held in the banquet square, and beautiful maids kept coming forth to serve precious wine and delicious food. Duan Qing sat in the main position as the host, while Yi Futian sat directly opposite him as the honored guest. With such treatment, Duan Qing showered him with enough prestige to raise his status tremendously. Today, I am fortunate to have met my brother, and my master was also fortunate to have such a successor. I will drink to my junior brother. Duan Qing raised the glass. A maid knelt behind Yi Futian to serve drinks, especially for him. Yi Futian raised the glass and then drank up. As the wine poured down his throat, it was extremely fierce, like burning flames that actually refined his meridians, veins, and blood. What strong wine, Yi Futian said secretly to himself. There was whey hidden in the wine, which was the kind of fine wine that could only be served by extraordinary principalities. I heard my brother introduce himself as being from the Yi clan. Yet there is no Yi clan in Tianhe Realm. My brother is so talented that it only served to reason that you were born into a powerful family. Unless my brother is not from Tianhe realm? Duanqing asked. As a prince of the realm palace, Duanqing was well aware of all the great principalities of Tianhe realm, and there were no royal family principalities with the surname Yi. Well, Yi Futian nodded slightly. I came from another realm. Is that so? Duanqing revealed a rather interesting look. He continued, I'm just curious that since the master has been cultivating on the mountains and rarely went out in recent years, how is it that the master chose you as his disciple, and the successor who would inherit all his crafts, no less? Is he prying? Yi Futian thought. Instead, he smiled and replied, it was quite a bit of a coincidence, and I still don't know the reason why I was chosen by the master until today. Brother might want to find some time to go on the mountain and let master tell you himself. Naturally, he would not reveal the matter. If Duanqing asked no more questions for him and went to the mountains to visit the great elder, it wouldn't be too late to apologize to him. It's true that I haven't visited the master for quite a while. I will find some time to visit. Duanqing nodded slightly, and his eyes revealed nothing unusual. How long has my junior brother been cultivating the deed of thorough comprehension? And your achievement was quite astounding, Duanqing asked mindlessly. He seemed quite casual. Several months, Yi Futian replied. Several months? Duanqing looked at Yi Futian and said, Brother, stop joking with me. The deed of thorough comprehension is broad and profound, and it took me many years of cultivation to complete it. The power that was displayed previously could not have been achieved in a few months. Talent. Yi Futian smiled nonchalantly. He did lie this time. He had been cultivating the deed of thorough comprehension for many years. However, the time he had spent cultivating the deed of thorough comprehension when he came to Tianhe realm was a short, so it was a half-truth. Whether the other believed it or not, it didn't really matter. If my brother says it was due to talent, I will believe it, Duanqing replied with a smile. Unfortunately, it would be so much more interesting if junior brother entered the clan back in the day. You could have witnessed the grandeur of the disciples of the 3,000 great paths. Within the same clan, how many excellent characters were among us? Of course, with the talent of my brother, even in those days, you would, no doubt, be the most outstanding. Father. At this time, two figures appeared at the same time, and everyone's eyes focused on them. It was a man and a woman, both of whom were extraordinary in temperament. The man was handsome, and there was a spirit between his brows that was similar to that of Duanqing. The woman was extremely beautiful. She was dressed in courtly clothes, which brought out her noble elegance to the fullest. These two were the progenies of Duanqing. Duanqing nodded and introduced them to Yi Futian. Brother, this is Duanhuan and Duanyu. Huanyu, the universe, Yi Futian thought. Duanqing pointed to Yi Futian, who was next to him, and introduced, this is your uncle Master Yi. They both shifted their focus to Yi Futian. As descendants of the royal family, both of them had an air of arrogance, and Duanhuan faintly exuded a sense of majestic authority. He might not have been older than Yi Futian, and his cultivation was not any lesser than Yi Futian's. Now, he was also at the top of nirvana. Duanyu was a little less. She was unblemished Saint Plain. They had also heard that Sky River Great Elder had accepted an heir, and it must be this was the Uncle Master in front of them. It's just that this uncle was so young and seemed to be the same age as them, so it was not so easy to address him. Little Uncle Master. Although Duanhuan found it hard to say, he didn't disobey Duanqing's will and addressed Yi Futian as such, but his attitude was not so respectful. After all, they were from the same generation. Duanyu had a strange expression on her face as she stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian also returned her gaze. Duanyu's eyes seemed to point to something, but Yi Futian had no intention to cut her a break. He was unmoved by her look, which forced Duanyu to address him, Little Uncle Master. But her tone was rather chilly. Her eyes drifted to the others, and she saw some acquaintances who she did not expect to have been invited to the palace. You are both too polite. Yi Futian had seen their attitude, but did not take it to heart. How much respect could he have expected from the two descendants of the royal family who were his peers? Yi Futian's calm expression indicated that he could not afford to go easy on them. The Grandmaster hadn't accepted disciples for many years. Once, I also requested a visit but was not able to go. Now, Grandmaster has accepted Little Uncle Master as his successor, so it must be that the Little Uncle Master has an extraordinary talent. Duan Huan's words attracted the attention of many people who were present. The Great Elder has excellent perception, and his chosen successor must be highly gifted with unparalleled talent. At this time, a voice was heard as many people started walking together from outside. They came directly to the banquet, their eyes on Futian. Brother Yi, I told you before that in addition to the many disciples who had been accepted by the Master, there were also countless people in the palace of the mountain, including the royal family. What you see in front of you are seekers of instruction from the Master, Duan Qing said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded. Yi Futian greets all the elders. Although he was polite, he sat there without bothering to get up. They smiled and looked at Duan Huan, who had just spoken, asking, "So, do you want to test the perception of the Grandmaster?" "Precisely." Duan Huan nodded with a smile. "I just don't know if Little Uncle Master would be willing to enlighten me." He was not completely aiming at Yi Futian. The Great Elder had said himself that this was the person to pass on his crafts to, so Duan Huan also wanted to give it a try. This Uncle Master had better not be a fraud. "You are not your Uncle Master's equal," Duan Qing said lightly. "How would Father know without me trying first?" Next to him, Duan Yu piped up. Duan Huan's body emitted a magnificent momentum, and he said, "Just asking Little Uncle Master to teach me." "Don't be rude," Duan Qing reprimanded. "It's quite all right. Since I'm his Uncle Master, instruction and cultivation was a matter of course," Yi Futian replied. He was unclear as to the real purpose of Duan Qing's invitation for him to come here. It's good to teach them a lesson so that they know there is always someone better out there. Seeing Yi Futian speak, Duan Qing did not try to intervene again, but only made a comment very quietly. The moment his words fell, a breath of terror erupted in an instant and swept toward Duan Huan. Betrayal. Duan Huan frowned and glanced at Yi Futian. This Little Uncle Master didn't even stand up to make his move. He took a step forward, and the pressure of the great path exploded. In a moment, a heavy atmosphere enveloped heaven and earth. At the same time, the majestic might of the way from Yi Futian pressed toward him with incredible surging power. Bang! A dull, muffled sound came out, and an invisible storm of the great path was blowing around Duan Huan. He stopped abruptly, and he even backed up a few steps in succession. Just as footsteps rubbed against the ground, sharp and harsh sounds came out. Duan Huan shook his head as he seemed to be in a trance, during which time his spirit soul was also suppressed and attacked. The expression on his face changed abruptly, and a shocking pressure of might broke out. The divine light of the great path flowed around his body, circulating around and protecting him and his spiritual soul within the divine light. The expressions of everyone else also changed. What an arrogant breath, however. Those who had seen Yi Futian in battle before were not surprised. The strength of the Sky Sword Elder was already at the top of Nirvana, and there weren't many opponents under Renhunag. Even Duan Huan, who was a descendant of the royal family, would be hard-pressed to best the Sky Sword Elder. Previously, the Sky Sword Elder had lost to the power of a single finger strike. Duan Huan would not fare much better, and he could not possibly be Yi Futian's opponent. Regarding this, Duan Qing understood this very clearly in his heart. The majestic might of the way still roared, rolling out surprise attacks that suppressed Duan Huan. Yi Futian stood up and walked out of the banquet area. Under his absolute control, the power did not even leak outside to affect the banquet. Above the body, there were methods of the deed of thorough comprehension blooming. His body was like a great divine furnace of the great path, and his breath was strong and majestic. Just like a real divine body, it was incomparably radiant. He walked a few steps forward. His pace was very light, but with each step, an even stronger pressure swept out. Seeing the protective divine light about Duan Huan, he took a step as his fist landed on the protective light. Crystal clear sounds came out, and the protective divine light shattered and collapsed instantly. Traces of fist will rushed into Duan Huan's body after cleaving through the protective divine light. It greatly shook all his internal organs and seemed to crush them. Despite the abundant breath inside the body, the pain was still palpable. Boom! Finally, the domineering Duan Huan could no longer bear this extremely powerful might of the Wei. As his body continued sliding back, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath quickly weakened. Bang! After he slid back hundreds of meters, Duan Huan was able to stabilize himself. His face was pale, and he looked up at Futian with some shock. This force was simply unstoppable. Little Uncle Master is indeed powerful, Duan Huan said while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Many people in the banquet narrowed their eyes slightly and looked at Futian. This successor of the Great Elder was incredibly strong. They were quite clear about Duan Huan's strength, which was absolutely top-notch, yet he could not block a single punch. There are not many under Renhuang who can withstand my punch, so you need not take it to heart, Futian said calmly. Although he was telling the truth, he was young, after all, and his tone was an elder lecturing someone younger. It was slightly outlandish for those who were not used to it. He was not the least bit humble. On the side, Duan Yu was also speechless. Her elder brother couldn't even block a single punch. Was it true that the successor of the Grandmaster was this powerful? Duan Yu had heard many of the stories about the Grandmaster since she was a child. He was definitely a legend, a young genius who was peerless in his days. After he had gained fame in Tianhe Realm, he traveled the world and married the daughter of the Lord of God clan in the Supreme Path Realm with no objection from the Lord himself. This demonstrated the renown of the Sky River Great Elder when he was young. However, he did not stay in the God clan. After traveling around the world, he returned to his homeland, Tianhe Realm. He taught the world, and his students spread all over Tianhe Realm. He was worshipped by the people of Tianhe Realm, and his name became the symbol of Tianhe Realm, reigning high above all royal powers. Even the people of the royal family in the Realm Palace also sought to cultivate under his guidance. Her father, the Prince of Realm Palace, was sent very early on to cultivate under the tutelage of the Great Elder. She had also heard some gossip related to the past, saying that her grandfather, the master of the Realm Palace and supreme existence of Tianhe Realm, would bow and salute to the Sky River Great Elder without exception. She hadn't experienced those times and had no idea how prestigious the Sky River Great Elder used to be. She just knew that he was so very strong. He was the first man in Tianhe Realm, but living in the royal family of the Realm Palace, Duan Yu was also a proud person. The suggestion that the royal master had to salute to the Sky River Great Elder made her feel very uncomfortable. And now, even the heir of the Sky River Great Elder was also this impressive. Her brother had been crushed. She had not seen the Sky River Great Elder in action before, but now she had seen Futian in action, and she was greatly discomforted by it. Moreover, her father treated him so politely. My son was accustomed to always look higher. Today, my brother had taught him a thing or two. It's something he ought to remember. Next to him, Duan Qing smiled and continued, "Take a seat." Futian returned to his seat as suggested. On this trip to the palace, although Duan Qing was still kind to him, he could feel some subtlety in the atmosphere, which could be detected from Duan Huan's attitude and Duan Yu's eyes. These royalties were not as respectful to the Sky River Great Elder as imagined. If Duan Qing regarded the Great Elder as a teacher, then his children should also be extremely respectful to the Great Elder because of his example. But this was not the feeling he got. It seemed that things were not as simple as they appeared. This time, Duan Qing's invitation was probably a test. Duan Huan and Duan Yu also sat down but did not continue to provoke Futian, sitting quietly aside. Futian had been interacting rather casually without much thought, and Duan Qing must have felt it. However, he didn't really care. Until he understood the relationship between Duan Qing, the Great Elder, and the Master, he couldn't be too invested. If he was wrong, he could always apologize later. It's been a while since I've been out today. I should be getting back to cultivate. Mid-banquet, Futian raised his cup to Duan Qing and bid his goodbye. Duan Qing nodded and toasted him in return. I will be visiting Master in a while, and we can get together again then. Very well. Futian nodded. He drained the wine from the cup, then stood up and put his hands together to bid his goodbye. Everyone at the banquet also stood up to send him off. Goodbye, everyone. Futian bowed to the crowd slightly. You two go ahead and send your Uncle Master off, Duan Qing said to Duan Huan and Duan Yu. Please don't bother. As Futian was replying, he turned to leave. Many people in Tianhe City also began to leave. Mu Qingyu wanted to go up, but when she saw those fluttering white hair, she hesitated. She didn't do it. She was in a position that could be exposed to many extraordinary talents, but there were still some who were difficult to approach. Undoubtedly, Futian belonged to the latter. After Futian left, Duan Qing looked to Duan Huan and asked, "What do you think?" At the top of St. Plain, and the body of the Great Path has been formed. He is stronger than anyone I have dealt with before in this realm, and he is an expert at attacking the spiritual soul, Duan Huan said. In Tianhe realm, you are one of the top characters, but the gap was still so great. If you go to the Supreme Realm in the future, how are you going to compete with those top figures? Probably just looking. So, get back and continue to cultivate, Duan Qing concluded. At this time, most of the people at the banquet had left. Except for the three of them, there were only two others who remained. Father, after so many years, shouldn't we know some of the things that happened in the past? Duan Huan said. It's okay to let Duan Huan stay, a person next to him said. Duan Qing thought for a moment and nodded, saying, the things of the past are very simple. For the future of the family, we made some necessary sacrifices. What sacrifice? Duan Huan asked. Ethics, conscience. Duan Qing looked into Duan Huan's eyes, and Duan Huan was silent. The fact was, he had already guessed some things as the years had gone by. Even if no one had ever mentioned them, he could figure out a thing or two from the interactions of all parties. When the battle erupted to destroy the realm in the past, the Duan clan was outside of the royal family and had a deep relationship with the Sky River Great Elder. However, not only was it not destroyed in the crisis, but it became even stronger, which, in itself, was an extremely abnormal occurrence. Cultivation, in itself, is a cruel process. It's the same, even for the royal family. If we had chosen ethics, the whole realm palace, the descendants of the royal family, and countless others would have been buried in the disaster. Sometimes, difficult choices have to be made, Duan Qing continued. I can understand, Duan Huan nodded. Duan Qing didn't say much. He looked at the two next to him and said, what do you think? This man's talent is so powerful, yet he is not from Tianhe realm. His origin is mysterious. But the Great Elder had chosen him as his heir, so there must be some unknown matters, one responded. A few months ago, there was a mysterious man who visited the master. Afterward, news came out that the master had chosen an heir, Duan Qing said. Who? Someone asked. I don't know. Master was there, and I dare not snoop too much. Otherwise, I would be found out, Duan Qing continued. This has to be reported up. Reported up? Duan Huan whispered as he looked at his father. Duan Qing pointed up, and Duan Huan immediately understood. However, it was as it should be, since the realm palace had forsaken ethics and conscience. Thus, their position was naturally that of the other, and no wonder the Grandmaster and realm palace coexisted in peace now, because there was still someone above. Su Ping. There was an old house on the edge of Tianhe City. The house was not large and was a little dilapidated. Those who lived around them knew that the old house was occupied by a couple and their daughter. The couple was getting on in age and suffered from injuries that had not been fully healed for many years. The couple only had a daughter named Su Ping, which sounded like a man's name. But judging from the name, it was clear that the couple wanted nothing more than to have their daughter be safe and sound. At this moment, however, a battle was taking place outside the old house. A group of people stood haughtily above the void and looked indifferently toward a woman who had been injured. The woman looked to be about 20-something and was of the realm of noble plain. Although she dressed plainly, her beauty still could not be hidden. It was hard to imagine that the two older people in this old house had such a beautiful daughter. But, at this time, Su Ping didn't seem to feel at ease. Her lips were stained red with blood, and her beautiful face was pale. However, she still held firmly in her hand a rusty iron sword that was without luster. It did not appear to have any power. It was difficult to imagine that such a sword could be used in combat. Su Ping, Are you going to return the thing that you borrowed from us? The speaker was a burly noble figure, and he sounded cold. He was middle-aged and had cultivated for many years, but he was still of noble plain. Maybe this realm was considered adequate with mere mortals, but in Tianhe City, the major city of Tianhe realm, it could only be regarded as being on the fringe, with no possibility to go higher at all. He had been cultivating for many years, but was still in noble plane, unable to break through the threshold of sage plane. He lacked in the areas of mental state and talent. But now, he had forgotten about all that, and just wanted to be able to exist in a corner of Tianhe realm. His eyes fixed upon Su Pingyan, who was young, beautiful, and talented. He knew all the details about her, better than most. If it was many years ago, someone like Su Pingyan was someone he wasn't even qualified to look up to. But now, she was at his mercy. You set me up? Su Pingyan said coldly. What do you mean set up? If you borrowed something, don't you think you have to return it? The middle-aged man said coldly. Su Pingyan's eyes were cold, but there was perseverance in them. If you really can't, then you will pay back with your person. How about that? The middle-aged man said again, stepping forward, oppressing Su Pingyan. Get out of here. Su Pingyan's eyes were frosty. When the man heard her words, he narrowed his eyes slightly, then waved his hand. Immediately, a group of men stepped forward and approaching Su Pingyan. The breath from their bodies shrouded her. Pingyan, give the sword to them. At this time, an ancient voice was heard, and Su Pingyan turned her head. Two elderly people were walking over. The one who spoke was her father, Su Haoran, whose hair was white. His face was full of wrinkles, and even his eyes were slightly cloudy and not so bright. However, looking at the outline of the old man's face, one could still vaguely see the handsomeness of his youth, and even when he was this ancient, he still had an extraordinary temperament. Father. Su Pingyan turned her head to look at her father. Give it to them, Su Haoran said, and Su Pingyan seemed a little reluctant. That broken sword in her hand? The middle-aged man glanced at the rusty iron sword in Su Pingyan's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Old man, who are you kidding? Another said coldly. That is the sword left by my father. Do you want it, or don't you? The old man said. Upon hearing his words, the pupils of the middle-aged man contracted slightly, and he nodded, yes. Moreover, his eyes were fixed at the sword with a strong sense of greed. Compared to this sword, beauty meant nothing. Pingyan, give it to him, the old man said. Su Pingyan's arm was trembling slightly, but after seeing her father's eyes, she finally threw the sword out, which the man immediately caught. He glanced at the sword, though still with some confusion. He turned around decisively and said, Let's go. The group of people flickered away quickly, even intentionally avoiding others' attention. However, he was reluctant to put away the sword, still holding it in his hand. He seemed to want to unlock the mystery within the sword. Who is it? When they entered into an alley, suddenly, a sense of danger descended. As he raised his head to ask, when his voice faded, a sword chi directly pierced through his throat, leaving a bloody mark. It was not just him, but all the others also. The surrounding sword will slash their throats, just like a silk sword. All those in the group were wide-eyed, filled with fear and despair, as if they had felt yet again the sorrow of being so insignificant that they didn't even know how they had died. A figure clad in simple clothes and wearing a hat came to the place where the sword had fallen and picked it up, holding it firmly in both hands. The person looked solemn, with reddened eyes. The hand holding the sword trembled slightly. In another direction, Su Pingyan and her parents returned to the old house. Su Pingyan looked at her parents and said in a low voice, I was useless. Su Haoran turned around and held out his aged, quivering hands, stroking Su Pingyan's cheeks. It's me who should apologize. I had wanted to maintain a bloodline for your grandfather so that before your mother's injury had a chance to completely deteriorate, she had you. This was a mistake, and it was me who brought you into this world to suffer. There was a strong sense of guilt in the eyes of the old man, and there was even a trace of tears at the corners of his eyes. Father and mother, why haven't we left for so many years? Will they always keep tabs on us forever? Su Pingyan looked at her parents and said, many things seem to be accidental, but were, in fact, inevitable. Some things we cannot escape. We only seek to survive in peace, but the troubles are endless, so there is no escape. Su Pingyan bowed her head in disappointment. Indeed, all these years, their family had never been able to get out of trouble. Why not ask him for a favor? Su Pingyan whispered. It's useless. We are all in a bind. If you go to see the old man, it will only get worse. The old man shook his head. His heart was hurting as he watched his daughter helplessly. Su Pingyan's beauty and talent were both outstanding. At this age, she should have been enjoying the most wonderful years of her life, but instead, all they could only think about day and night was about how to survive. He had failed his daughter. Su Pingyan's head was also hanging. There was none of the innocence in her beautiful eyes like those of her peers. There was only sadness and strength. The sadness that she could not change anything and could not protect her father and mother. Father, it doesn't matter. No matter what we face, we are together as a family. Su Pingyan looked up and smiled, especially radiant. Su Howard nodded with emphasis. He held his daughter and looked up at the sky with a smile in his eyes. Although it was such a bleak life, if you asked him whether or not he regretted the past, he would say no, because that was his father's choice. Who is it? At this moment, coldness flashed through Su Pingyan's beautiful eyes. As she turned around, a figure had already stepped into the yard. Her face was slightly pale. She wasn't even aware of the intruder until he had already come in. She turned around and fully released the breath of the realm of noble plain. There was a hint of desperation in her eyes. Would they still refuse to let them go? The man was wearing simple ordinary clothes and wearing a hat. He appeared extremely common. The rusty iron sword that was held in his hand was the sword that was relinquished by Su Pingyan before. Who are you? Su Pingyan asked. As the visitor removed his hat, he looked at Su Pingyan with a kind gentleness in his eyes, which surprised Su Pingyan. This man did not seem to harbor malicious intent. Old man Su Howard looked at the visitor, and his body shivered slightly. He wiped his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The visitor was Qi Xiangang. He looked away from Su Pingyan, took a step forward, and came directly in front of the old man. He looked at that extremely weathered face in front of him, full of the wrinkles of the years, and there was the air of death already upon his body. Qi Xianggang's eyes were red. His hands stretched out to hold on to the old man's shoulders. He shivered and said in a low cry, Howren. The old man also shivered slightly, and tears flowed out of his cloudy eyes. The old woman next to him also wept with her head lowered. Su Pingyan watched all this with a blank face. Who was he? Uncle Master, the old man called out with a trembling voice. Uncle Master. The old woman next to him also looked on with teary eyes and said. Tears flowed from Qi Xianggang's eyes. He had thought that he would never cry again. Once upon a time, these two were so on the top of their game. They were an envious couple, but now they were so advanced in age. After all, their cultivation had been destroyed, so how else could they withstand the erosion of time? I thought you were all gone, that I had failed you all. Qi Xiangang stepped forward and gently hugged the old man, only to feel the pain in his core. He failed too many people. Too many people had perished because of things in the past that concerned him. Although he did not wish it, he was the cause. Since Uncle Master is alive, why come back? The old man asked. Qi Xiangang looked at him, and then looked at Su Pingyan behind him. Some unfinished business that I must take care of. He had thought he would stay in Dali all his life, but because of Futian, his life path changed, and he wanted the supreme realm. Now, he should let go of everything. Some things had to be done. Pingyan, come over and meet your grand Uncle Master, the old man said to Su Pingyan, who then walked in front of Qi Xiangang. Qi Xiangang looked at her, his eyes full of kind love, but also great sadness. He thought of Feishue, whose life previously was extremely bleak. However, he didn't think that Su Pingyan was also living a miserable and bleak life here. She was still so young, yet she had shouldered unbearable weight. Grand Uncle Master, Su Pingyan called. Qi Xiangang noted with emphasis, and took Su Pingyan's hand to put the iron sword back in her palm. He whispered, This is your grandfather's sword. Your grandfather often said that only when all the artifices have been washed away could one be qualified to use the sword. Your grandfather was full of righteousness and was a gentleman of the sword. He was the #1 swordsman in all of Tianhe realm. After he put the sword in Su Ping'an's palm, Qi Xinggang turned to face the sky and knelt on the ground. His head touched the ground 3 times. It was as if there was a peerless swordsman that had appeared above the sky. Elder Senior Brother Master, I came back to see you. Qi Shuanggong's voice was full of sadness, and Su Ping'an couldn't help but shed tears when she witnessed this scene. Su Ping'an was humble all her life, but her grandfather was a gentleman in the sword, the indisputable and widely recognized gentleman sword emperor in Tianhe realm, its #1 swordsman. Still, she had never seen her grandfather before. Depart in peace. After Yi Futian left the realm palace, he returned to the mountains. Sky River Great Elder was still cultivating, so he did not ask much. However, the master must already have some idea about the matter. So, if the master did not start the conversation, he wouldn't ask any questions. He also went back to cavern residence to cultivate, and he continued to study the deed of thorough comprehension. The next day, on the mountain path below, a young and very beautiful woman came toward the mountain. She looked up at the mountain in front of her with lots of emotions in her heart. The woman was Su Ping'an. Yesterday, the Grand Uncle Master left soon after he appeared, but it touched her deeply. He had asked her to go up the mountain, so she was now making the trip. As she walked up the mountain, there was an old man standing there, waiting for her. The old man's hair was scattered and looked rugged. It was as if he had been through a lot in life. However, Su Ping'an knew that the man who stood in front of her was the legendary old man who had been imprinted in her memory but she had never met. Su Ping looked at the old man and proceeded to kneel on the ground and bowed down to pay her respect. Disciple Su Ping'an greets the Grandmaster. Get up. Somehow the old man appeared in front of her, holding her arm with both hands, helping her up. Su Ping'an looked at the kind gentleness in the old man's eyes, and her heart was filled with emotion. His name had been part of her life, and her parents had mentioned it countless times. They were all in Tianhe City, but this was the first time that she had really met this Grandmaster. The #1 cultivator in Tianhe realm, Sky River Great Elder, was also her grandfather's mentor, who had nurtured her grandfather into the first sword emperor of Tianhe realm. She would like to go back in time and experience that era it was and see for herself what a glorious past it was. Naturally, Sky River Great Elder knew of Su Ping'an. He had always known, and he had seen her, though not in person. He knew that the descendant of his eldest disciple Su Haoran had a daughter to continue theirs. Even Su Haoran's name was given by him. His father, the gentleman sword emperor, was full of righteousness, hence the name. Once upon a time, he had high hopes for the little guy. However, that once talented boy was now gray-haired and weakened by age. How sad it made him when he thought of it. I'm sorry for not having taken care of your family. Sky River Great Elder sighed, and his voice was full of guilt. Su Ping'an bowed her head slightly. It was not her place to comment on matters between her elders. Her parents had never complained. All these were her grandfather's own choice. Her father had often said that even in the muddy world, they still need to be the bright light that would shine through it. I have been waiting for you too, Sky River Great Elder said again. I've always wanted to see the Grandmaster also, but father told me not to come and disturb your cultivation, Su Ping'an replied. Your father was afraid of involving me, Sky River Great Elder smiled and replied. He knew better than anyone that although he survived from the ordeal back then, he was still a sinner in the eyes of the God Clan. This mountain was his prison. He was an invisible prisoner. Su Ping'an also understood. She knew many things. Grandmaster, Uncle Master is back, and asked me to bring you a message, Su Ping'an said. Sky River Great Elder's arm twitched slightly. Even though he had many disciples, he knew who Ping'an meant as soon as she mentioned it. He had come back, after all, and not long ago, Lord Taixian had also sent his disciple here. Uncle Master wanted you to know that he regrets that he could not come see you, Su Ping'an said. Indeed, it was regrettable. Sky River Great Elder's eyes looked into the distance. Uncle Master also said that he had accepted several apprentices on your behalf, and that you have seen one of them already, and that he asked you to please take care of that apprentice. Sky River Great Elder did not speak. It seemed that he knew everything that had happened here, and knew them very well. The news of Sky River Great Elder had appointed a successor had been spread all over Tianhe City. Now that Qi Xingyang had arrived, it was impossible that he had not heard about it. Anything else? Sky River Great Elder asked. Su Pingyan was silent for a moment, and then said, Uncle Master said that there was one more thing, but that the Grandmaster would understand his intention after seeing me. Sky River Great Elder looked at Su Pingyan. Of course, he understood. This disciple was indeed disobedient. Everything was arranged just for him. However, even without his instructions, would he do anything differently? Lass, you will stay on the mountain to cultivate from now on, said the Sky River Great Elder. And bring your parents here too. Su Pingyan was dumbfounded for a moment as she looked up at the Grandmaster, remembering the words she said before. She was a little confused before about what Grandmaster would understand when he saw her. Now she understood. The third thing Uncle Master had asked was to let the Grandmaster take care of her when her thoughts turned to this. Su Ping's felt a little bitter, but also was warmed by it. Her life had been miserable, and no one accepted that her parents had ever given her this feeling. But now, both Grand Uncle Master and the Grandmaster cared about her. My father told me to go back after I relayed the message, Su Pingyan said while bowing her head. If you have the heart to continue seeing your parents like this, then listen to your father, Sky River Great Elder said. Su Pingyan clenched her fists, then nodded decisively. Clearly, she had made a decision in her heart. Grand Uncle Master also asked me to bring a message to Uncle Master, Su Pingyan said again. Sky River Great Elder nodded. Then Futian, who was cultivating, heard his voice. Soon, he came over and saw Su Pingyan. Futian was a little puzzled and didn't know who Su Pingyan was. This is Pingyan, the grandchild of my eldest disciple, who was also your older Uncle Master. He was the premier sword emperor of Tianhe realm, who perished in that battle. Pingyan's parents also had their cultivation destroyed, and Pingyan took care of them by herself, said the Sky River Great Elder. This short remark made a great impression on Futian. It rendered him speechless for a moment. The Sky River Great Elder, in a few words, had told a thrilling but tragic story. And because of that battle, and because of the things related to his teacher. Your master was there too, and visited Pingyan and her parents, and asked Pingyan to give you a message, Sky River Great Elder continued. Futian's heart was troubled again. Had master arrived as well? Futian looked at Su Pingyan and saw that she was bowing slightly to him, saying, Uncle Master. In terms of seniority, Su Pingyan had to address Futian as Uncle Master. Futian replied. The master had visited them must be because he had great benefaction for them, or else he would not risk so much. Back then, master's senior brother, the premier sword emperor of Tianhe realm, gave his life because of the thing involving the master. The master must have felt guilty. Grand Uncle Master asked me to tell Uncle Master that from now on, you do not know him when you meet. Concentrate on cultivating, and don't forget the words he gave you, no matter when, where, or who you are facing, Su Pingyan said. Futian's expression suddenly changed. Those words gave him a very ominous feeling. It was as if he was giving his last testimony in will. As if he noticed Futian's expression, Sky River Great Elder asked Futian, what did he say? As heaven always moves strongly, the gentleman ought always improve himself. Futian looked at the Grandmaster. His face was a little gloomy. And then? Sky River Great Elder asked. Gentleman does not stand on an unstable wall, Futian replied. The master was telling me to completely sever the relationship with him. No matter when, where, or who I am facing, I am to deny that I knew him. When he heard Futian's words, Sky River Great Elder was silent. Naturally, he understood as well. Futian told him that Fei Xue could now concentrate on cultivating, so he had nothing to worry about. After all, he still came back. Grandmaster, what happened in the past, and what did my master intend to do? Futian asked. Some things are hard to resolve, and some things must be faced sooner or later. Sky River Great Elder looked at Futian, but those murky eyes seemed unusually firm at the moment. So, I respect your master's choice. Futian's face was slightly pale. You go back with Pingyan and take her parents here. Very well, Futian nodded and looked at Su Pingyan. Let's go, he said. Yes, Su Ping'an nodded. She left with Yi Futian to pick up Su Haoran and his wife. At the old house, Yi Futian and Su Ping'an were coming over. "Dad, Mom," Su Ping'an called out, but no one responded. Sensing that something was out of sorts, Yi Futian's body flickered, and he headed toward the inside of the house. Su Ping'an seemed to feel it too. Her face changed as her figure flickered to enter the old house. Yi Futian and Su Ping'an's footsteps suddenly stopped, and they could not move another step. Su Ping'an's body was shaking as were her legs. Looking at the two figures leaning quietly there, endless tears continued sliding down her cheeks. After what seemed to be a long time, she walked over next to the old man and knelt down, saying, "Father and Mother." But why? In an instant, tears fell like rain. Yi Futian also walked up quietly and looked at the elderly couple. They were his senior brother and sister-in-law, but they were so old. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart. What had the master gone through? And what was he carrying in his heart? Su Ping'an was lying on top of the old couple, but Yi Futian saw a letter next to them. He crouched down. Su Ping'an, at this moment, was so fragile, like a powerless girl. "They left peacefully and left you a letter," Yi Futian whispered. "They did not suffer, but had left peacefully." Su Ping'an was sobbing. She picked up the letter, and her tears were falling on it. "Ping'an, don't be sad. If it weren't because we wanted to spend more time with you, we would have left already, but we have been reluctant to let you go. You will understand the meaning of your grand-uncle master after you are at the mountain. Although we know it was selfish of us, we hope that you will stay with the Grandmaster so that at least you will be protected when you are in danger, not like when you were with us and we couldn't protect you." There are many other things in the letter, but they were all words of regret. As Su Ping'an was reading it, she couldn't stop crying. She had never complained about her destiny. Never. "Ping'an, don't forget the words of your parents. Even if you are in the muddy world, still shine your light through it. We can't see your future, and our only wish is for you to be safe, always." The letter. The letter was soaked with tears that had blurred the handwriting. Yi Futian felt bitterness in his heart. Master went far away for Feishua's sake. However, after Feishua's matter was resolved, the master followed him. Now he knew that Master was bearing such a heavy weight. That constant concern aside, he would accompany him to the upper realm. Same with Ping'an's parents. Visitors from God Clan. Yi Futian knew very well that the old couple, because their cultivation had been destroyed, had relied on their daughter to take care of them all these years. Furthermore, Ping'an needed to seek medicine frequently in order to preserve their vitality. The incident yesterday was the result. Yi Futian knew very well that the old couple, because their cultivation had been destroyed, had relied on their daughter to take care of them all these years. Furthermore, Ping'an needed to seek medicine frequently in order to preserve their vitality. The incident yesterday was the result. They didn't want to keep dragging Ping'an down, so they decided to depart this world peacefully. No matter what happened in the future, with Ping'an following the Great Elder, even if there was a dangerous situation, she would be far safer than she would with them. What happened yesterday was the reason for their choice. Yi Futian brought the bodies of the old couple back to the mountain for burial. The old man had always regarded himself as a disciple of the Sky River Great Elder, and he believed this deeply. Although Yi Futian had not personally had these experiences, he could deduce and draw many conclusions from the dialogues he heard and things that had happened. Ping'an's grandfather, the elder senior brother of the master, the eldest disciple of Sky River Great Elder, the Gentleman Sword Emperor, must have been admired by all. But he and his descendants ended like this. There was an additional tomb now on an area of the mountain. Aside from Yi Futian and Ping'an, Sky River Great Elder was also present. He stood there quietly, and his ancient face appeared exceptionally calm. But he knew everything in his heart. This was the place where your grandfather cultivated, but it was abandoned later. Burying Haoran and his wife here is the only thing I can do for them, Sky River Great Elder whispered. Ping'an, let the dead rest in peace and don't be too sad. Your parents must have suffered all these years, so they decided to leave this world in peace. Ping'an knelt in front of the graves. Her tears seemed to have run dry, but her eyes conveyed a firm resolution. She would live well, not for herself, but for her parents and for her grandfather, because she was the only one who would carry on the bloodline. From now on, you will follow me to cultivate. If you have any questions regarding cultivation, you can always ask your Uncle Master. Of course, you will address him as Uncle Master while on the mountain, but in the outside world, you have to address him as Grand Uncle Master, Sky River Great Elder advised. Pinyin nodded. When Grand Uncle Master deliberately asked her to bring the message to separate his relationship with Uncle Master and that they were never to acknowledge one another whenever they met again, she understood the meaning behind it and how she should act. Futian, you should also remember your master's words, Sky River Great Elder added. Futian turned to look at the Great Elder, then nodded seriously. He knew that some things might happen in the future, but for the master, it was an unbearable weight. There were some things the master needed to face himself. It was just that some things required him to make a choice, no matter the price. Just as the Grandmaster respected the choice of the master, he would respect it too. In the Realm Palace, where Duanqing resided, someone came with a message. Are you saying that someone killed the person who went to the Su residence to pick a fight, and then Su Haoran and his wife committed suicide? Duanqing looked at the messenger. The messenger nodded, and Duanqing looked up into the distance, revealing a touch of sadness. Su Haoran was considered his nephew in cultivation, someone whom many of their brothers watched growing up. After his cultivation was destroyed, there was, in fact, not much point to his life. Now that it was finally over, perhaps it was a relief of some sort. May you have a safe journey, Duanqing whispered. His oldest senior brother was unrivaled and full of righteousness, but because of it, he lost his life. His stubbornness had spelled the misery for his entire family. It was so unnecessarily painful. There was no need for many to die. Do you know who killed those people? Duanqing asked. The man shook his head. He left soon after the killing. It's been so many years, and we did not really follow Su Haoran much anymore. Indeed, it's been so many years. But somehow, I had a feeling that something was going to happen. Duanqing mumbled to himself. First, it was that his master had appointed a successor, and then it was the suicide of Su Haoran and his wife, and then their daughter was sent to the mountain to cultivate. Although these seemed to be common, trivial matters, the deaths of those unremarkable people made Duanqing feel a little uneasy. Who was the mysterious man that had killed them? Investigate carefully to see if there are any clues, Duanqing commanded. Yes, Your Highness. The man nodded, then bowed and left. Duanqing was still standing there, looking thoughtful. Although things had passed for a long time, as long as the master was still alive, it would be a hidden danger concerning the Realm Palace. The master's strength was too powerful, as the premier person in the Tianhe realm. Therefore, even though everything had passed by many years, they had always been watching the mountain. As soon as there was the slightest movement, they would know immediately and report to the top. He knew very well that the reason why his master did not die at the time was that someone above him was also protecting him. After all, he was the son-in-law of the God clan, and maybe it was all set up for the return of that descendant. Therefore, after the news that Sky River Great Elder had taken a successor, he decided to report to the top. Several days later, in the land above the Realm Palace, a bright ray of light suddenly fell from the sky dome. The entire Realm Palace was in shock, and countless eyes looked at the void above. Some frowned. Who dared to be so bold and appear directly above the Realm Palace? Some also faintly realized something. Their pupils contracted slightly, and they vaguely guessed what had happened. The divine light directly fell into the Realm Palace, as if the entire palace was covered with a sacred glow. A group of people appeared directly above everyone. All of them were going in that one direction. Naturally, Duanqing was there too, leading everyone to the ground below that group of people. He raised his head slightly, looking at those figures that descended from the sky. The proud Renhuang of Realm Palace was now slightly bowing to pay their respects. Not only him, but many people in the Realm Palace were also paying homage at the same time. Their action alarmed those who did not quite realize it before, but finally, they understood just where these people were coming from. Supreme Realm, the God Clan. Although the Tianhe realm was regarded as a very powerful realm with many Renhuang existences, also in close proximity to the area of Supreme Realm, and belonging to the extended interface of the Supreme Realm in front of the behemoth that was the God Clan of the Supreme Realm, it was still not worth mentioning. Once upon a time, when the God Clan had passed down its judgment, that vast and endless the Tianhe realm had faced the danger of extinction. It was on account of the mediation done by the Realm Palace, and having chosen the right path, that the Tianhe realm was able to continue standing until now. Otherwise, after that war, the Realm Palace of the Tianhe realm would very possibly cease to exist. Those who came were bathed in divine glory. The man who headed the delegation looked to be about 30 or 40 years of age. He was also a Renhuang existence with astonishing authority and power. Standing beside him was a young man with deep-set eyes that seemed to contain terrible divine aurora. When the two were standing together, they looked somewhat alike as father and son. On both sides of them, there were several elders, but the light emitted from them was far more restrained, and their breath was hardly detectable. However, Duan Qing felt that these were actually the stronger characters, especially the old man standing in the very back. When his eyes glanced at Duan Qing, it made Duan Qing feel a sense of imminent danger. He was a Renhuang existence, which just accentuated how terrifying the old man's realm was. Clearly, this time, the delegation that was dispatched to come down to the bottom was very strong. Any matter concerning the Sky River Great Elder, no matter how great or small, would not be taken lightly by the God Clan. At this time, in the direction of the highest hall inside the Realm Palace, an old man came through the void. The old man was wearing a golden royal robe, and he was extremely majestic. Many people bowed down to worship, as the person who had arrived was the master of the Realm Palace of the Tianhe realm, Emperor of the Tianhe realm. Everyone came from the upper worlds. You must be tired. I have ordered a feast for you, the Realm Emperor said. Many were shocked to hear that the Realm Emperor had personally greeted these guests, and only those from the upper worlds could enjoy this treatment. The Realm Emperor is too kind. There is really no need. Let's get to business first, said the person who headed the delegation of the upper worlds, his eyes surveying the crowd. He asked, respectfully, Realm Emperor, who do we talk to regarding this business matter? Duan Qing. The Realm Emperor looked at Duan Qing just as Duan Qing took a step forward. Tell us everything in detail, the man said to Duan Qing. Duan Qing nodded and gave a detailed account of the recent events. The other looked calm after hearing it, and it was hard to tell how they felt. Uncle has not had any visitors in a long time. Let's visit Uncle since it's been many years. As the man spoke, he turned and walked directly toward the mountains where the Sky River Great Elder was cultivating. Uncle. Many people in the Realm Palace heard this appellation. With a quiver in their hearts, they thought that the Sky River Great Elder was indeed powerful. He was accepted by the God Clan. If he did not walk the wrong path, he would definitely be at the top of the Supreme Realm. Even for those prominent men from the God Clan, when they saw him, they still had to call him uncle. Conversely, those at the Realm Palace trembled and shivered when they saw the people from the upper worlds. You, go and see, the Emperor of Tianhe Realm said to Duan Qing. Duan Qing nodded and followed along, walking in that direction. On the mountain, before they even arrived, Sky River Great Elder had already sensed it. At this time, he and Futian were standing in front of the mountain while Su Ping'an stood quietly at the back, gazing into the distance. They are here, Sky River Great Elder whispered. Futian did not ask. He would know who was coming when he saw them. Sure enough, shortly after, radiant divine light descended, and a group of people seemed to cross the void and appear directly in front of the mountain, standing above the void. They stopped there, with Duan Qing behind. When he saw this, Futian knew who was coming. The people of the upper worlds had arrived. The demand. The Sky River Great Elder also looked at those who came from the God Clan. His expression was indifferent, and he did not appear to be disturbed. He knew very well that even if the God Clan did not arrive here today, they had never stopped monitoring him. Once he walked out of Tianhe City, the God Clan would know immediately. At this time, the middle-aged Renhuang, who was the head of the God Clan, stepped forward and bowed in the direction of the Sky River Great Elder on the mountain, saying, Shun Yao greets Uncle. This powerful clan that once almost destroyed Tianhe Realm had an extremely rare surname. With the surname Xian, otherwise known as God, they were therefore referred to as the God Clan. It stood above the 9 heavens, and even in the supreme realm, it was a clan that stood above the clouds. Using God as a surname, Futian expressed a look of disbelief. Was this the true meaning of the God clan? Unless a clan was incredibly confident in their own prowess, they would not use such a surname. All the other surnames, no matter how domineering, would be inconsequential in comparison. However, if a small clan used God as their surname, they would probably soon change it because such a name would bring disaster upon the clan. Sky River Great Elder glanced at him and said, "Time passed so fast that you are already Renhuang. It's indeed gone by very quickly. At that time, I often followed Uncle and asked you to teach me about cultivation. In a blink of the eye, all that was before is gone." Xin Yao looked up at Sky River Great Elder. There were indeed many emotions in his heart. The Sky River Great Elder was indeed a peerless figure, even among the God clan. There were few who were stronger than him. This uncle of his was also powerful in his teaching method and was well known because of it. He still remembered how he followed behind Sky River Great Elder and his aunt in seeking the art. But the past belonged to the past, and everything no longer existed and would never be again. Back then, that most treasured daughter, who was the light that was looked upon by countless people, his aunt, would never be the same either. "I don't suppose you are here to reminisce about the good old days," Sky River Great Elder said, looking at Xin Yao. "I came to see how my uncle is doing, but also to let you know my father send you his regards," Xin Yao replied. "How is she now?" Sky River Great Elder asked. Xin Yao naturally knew of whom he spoke. "Please understand that the God clan specifically ordered that my aunt's condition is not to be divulged to Uncle. Please don't take it personally," Xin Yao said. Sky River Great Elder didn't say much. He had no way of knowing any news from the God clan, but, presumably, the God clan would not be willing to kill her. It's just that it had been so many years, and how was she today? They had betrayed the God clan and warred against them, so she was regarded as a traitor. She had been taken away heavily injured and then imprisoned. The fate of his beloved wife was unknown. Perhaps, as it had been for him, it had been very painful. Please tell her that she doesn't need to think about anything else. As long as she is well, it is enough for me. Sky River Great Elder looked at Xin Yao and continued to ask, "Is there anything else besides seeing me? I heard that Uncle has accepted another disciple to inherit your crafts, so I have come to take a look." Only now did Xin Yao's attention turn to Futian, who was next to Sky River Great Elder. There were only 3 people on the mountain. Besides Futian, there was only Su Ping'an. It was very clear who the successor appointed by Sky River Great Elder was. It was naturally the young man with the white hair. Judging from his temperament, he was indeed extraordinary. It was said that his strength was also incredibly powerful. He was at the peak of Saint Plain and already obtained the body of the Great Path. Many genius talents of Tianhe realm were not his equal. They were not even at the same level. "Now, you have seen him," Sky River Great Elder said. "I saw." Xin Yao nodded slightly. Why did Uncle decide to accept a successor after so many years of cultivating in retreat? Can't I pass on my whole life's worth of cultivation? Sky River Great Elder looked at Xin Yao and asked. He is only of Saint Plain. Even if the God clan is worried about it, they wouldn't be acting up right now. Xin Yao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Uncle thinks too much. The God clan won't worry about Uncle taking on a successor. Even if Uncle had accepted disciples all these years, the God clan would not have intervened. These things are not something worthy of God clan to worry about. Even if your successor wanted to get revenge on Uncle's behalf, they would not care." He wasn't lying. This was the pride of the God clan. The mighty God clan that had stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had no need to fear the successor of the Sky River Great Elder. If so, now that you have seen him, you can go back now. Sky River Great Elder spoke nonchalantly. Xin Yao shook his head and continued, "After all these years, don't you understand the thoughts of the God clan? Everything the descendants of the God clan ever did was to enable the God clan to stand at the peak for all generations and pass from one to another for all eternity. There was a time when the God clan was willing to trust you and my aunt, as well as my younger sister. However, you have all failed that trust." Sky River Great Elder knew what the other was referring to, and that divine item was passed down from their branch. The so-called trust is based on absolute control and absolute obedience to the will of the God Clan. Such trust is not worth having, Sky River Great Elder said sarcastically. The God Clan was strong enough to believe that it could control everything. Therefore, they trusted them, and everything needed to follow the will of the God Clan. Until one day, they did not choose to do the will of the God Clan. Hence the storm of that year erupted. The will of the God Clan is above everything, Xin Yao said. So, your coming here today is also because of the will of the God Clan? Sky River Great Elder looked sharply at the other. Naturally, we came by the will of the God Clan, Xin Yao said. His attention then turned to Futian. We need to bring him back to the God Clan. If there is no problem, we will send him back without any issue. When Futian heard this, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was the God Clan from the upper worlds. How arrogant were they to demand to take him to the God Clan? Just because the Sky River Great Elder wanted to pass on his craft to him as his successor, they wanted to take him. Was this a move to unveil all the secrets that he had? The God Clan wanted to know if he had anything to do with what happened in the past, and if it had anything to do with the disappearance of Qi Xiangang. Futian knew very well that this was not because the God Clan had guessed anything, but that they wanted to find what was inside Fei Shue's body. They would not overlook any possibilities. His appearance was obviously suspicious to the God Clan. Therefore, they wanted to take him directly to the God Clan to verify things. There was no evidence. There wasn't even a need to guess, just the need to execute their will. That was all, clear and simple. But from this, one could detect just how overbearing and powerful the God Clan was. The God Clan would not take Su Pingyan away because they knew everything about Su Ping. Even though the Sky River Great Elder also instructed her in cultivation, the God Clan didn't really care. Xin Yao's voice caused the space to fall into a short silence. No one spoke. All the cultivators of the God Clan also looked at Sky River Great Elder, as well as Duan Qing and others behind them, who also stared at the Great Elder and Futian. Even though the master had aged, his status remained. And the God Clan, as always, was still so arrogant. All of this was brought on by real power. In contrast, the master of the Tianhe realm, the Realm Palace, appeared somewhat inconsequential, not at all like the real commander of the Tianhe realm. Sky River Great Elder looked up at the people from the God Clan. At the moment when his eyes swept past, an invisible will of the way flowed upon the mountain. The heaven and earth were changing, as was the sky, and a suffocating might of the great path spread between heaven and earth. Xin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, only to hear the Sky River Great Elder say, "I don't trust you." In that incident in the past, among 3,000 disciples, how many died at the hands of the God Clan? Now, should I repeat the same mistake? At this moment, the long hair of Sky River Great Elder flew wildly, but he was standing straight. He proclaimed, "He will not follow you back to the God Clan." Feeling this coercion, the cultivators of the God Clan also released a strong breath to resist the coercion. Even after so many years had passed, the anger of the Sky River Great Elder was still enough to change the sky. This mountain range had already been covered by his will. Although this area looked to be extremely vast, for people like Sky River Great Elder, it could be covered easily with a simple command. "Uncle, why do you have to be as persistent as in the past?" Xin Yao asked Sky River Great Elder. "Since even my only successor is now in danger of being taken away from me, then you go back and invite him to come. The only way to take my disciple away is over my dead body." Sky River Great Elder sounded extremely determined. The he that he was referring to was naturally the most powerful man of the God Clan. In the battle that nearly exterminated the realm, it was this man who led the God Clan to come down to the lower worlds. Xin Yao had already guessed that the Sky River Great Elder would not easily let anyone take his person away, but still, he didn't expect such an extreme stance. Over his dead body, if so, although there were some extremely powerful cultivators that had come today to want to take someone from this uncle of his, it was still kind of impossible. As for that mighty man, he would not easily go to the lower world. It was impossible for him to attend to all the matters concerning the God Clan himself. Why does uncle want to make the whole thing difficult? The God Clan just wants to see him. They won't do anything to him, Xinyao said. You have already seen him. Sky River Great Elder's response was still domineering. Xinyao fell silent. With the Sky River Great Elder there, it seemed that it was impossible he would make way for them. He had some understanding of his uncle's personality and knew that what happened in the past was not for no reason. He was too persistent in his own beliefs, unwilling to change in the slightest. Since uncle won't let him go, can he come closer so I may take a better look at him? Xinyao didn't continue to insist, for he knew it would go nowhere otherwise. No, Sky River Great Elder replied simply. Xinyao frowned slightly. This was already as accommodating as he could be. If the Sky River Great Elder still would not agree, there is no harm in them taking a good look at me. Xinyao found that the person who spoke was Futian himself, and he could not help but look astounded. At this moment, Futian was looking at Sky River Great Elder, who was also looking back at him. The master is here, so what if they take a good look at me? Futian smiled indifferently. With the Sky River Great Elder's watchful eyes, what could the cultivators of the God clan do? Hearing Futian's words, Sky River Great Elder was silent for a moment. He nodded and said, "Then you can do as you wish." Futian stepped forward and came in front of all the cultivators from the God clan, a faint smile on his handsome face. God clan? How did it compare with power such as the Golden Divine Nation? Making an appearance, Futian stood in front of Xinyao and in front of all the cultivators from God clan. Traces of breaths fell on him as if trying to spy on his secrets. Xinyao brow chakra seemed to be opened, sending out a terrible divine light. This divine light shrouded Futian's body in a moment, and Futian felt as if he was imprisoned by a divine light. Boom! An extremely sacred pressure of the great path descended, and suddenly Futian felt the oppressive force of suffocation. It was the pressure that came from the spirit soul. He felt as if his spirit would come out of his body and be bound and suppressed by the divine light. Futian felt that he was trapped in an illusion. In this wonderful world of illusion, his consciousness and the spiritual soul had separated from the body. Under the eyes of the sky, countless reflections of Xinyao, like godly statues, rushed directly into his spiritual soul, asking to be let into his conscious to see his deepest secrets. This ability was incredibly terrifying. It could directly spy on the secrets of others. No wonder the Sky River Great Elder disallowed the God clan from taking him away. At this moment, the Sky River Great Elder was focusing his attention on Futian. The pressure of might permeated from his body. As soon as Futian could no longer bear the weight of it, he would directly intervene by force. Xinyao, you have really grown up? Sky River Great Elder spoke lightly, and his voice was commanding without being arrogant. He dared to forcibly spy inside Futian in front of him. This was enough to prove that little fellow who had once followed behind him was now a Renhuang and the backbone of the God clan. Certainly, having entered Renhuang, his style and manner of handling things were different. Gone was the childishness of yesteryears, and what was left now was the majesty and strength of Renhuang. Futian closely guarded his spirit, and at the same time, the power of the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed out, refining the way inside his body. Inside the spiritual soul, the ancient characters of the great path seemed to be surrounded to guard the will and blocking the forceful invasion of the other. Humph! Xinyao snorted coldly. The divine light from his brow chakra grew even stronger. Miles of the radiant glory sprinkled down, and an infinite beam of light seemed to pierce directly toward Futian. At this moment, Futian appeared minuscule under that divine light. The man he was facing was not some ordinary cultivator of Renhuang Plain, but someone who came from a clan that ruled the upper worlds, Renhuang of the God clan, its blood flowing in his body, and he belonged to the main branch of its bloodline. Sky River Great Elder was his uncle through marriage since his aunt was married to him. She had been the most coveted beauty at the time. For a person of such background and lineage, never mind someone from the Saint Plain, even Duan Qing from the realm palace of Tianhe Realm, the direct disciple of Sky River Great Elder, was hardly of enough weight to stand in front of him because they were simply not at the same level. At this time, Xinyao was a little surprised. Normally, it was difficult for any ordinary Renhuang to defend against his divine eyes. But today, A man from St. Plain was able to offer some resistance. It was no wonder his uncle had picked him as his successor. His talent was truly astounding. "Forgive me, uncle, since you refused to let me take him back to the God Clan. This is what I have to do," Xinyao said. The pressure of might was still getting stronger, and Futian's spirit soul was quivering slightly. The coercion from the Sky River Great Elder was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if it might bloom at any moment. At the same time, behind Xinyao, several prominent figures of the God Clan stepped forward. All of them were releasing a terrible breath to take on the oppressive force meted out by the Sky River Great Elder. The entire mountain range was now in a state of suffocation, and many whose realms were weaker felt difficulty breathing, as they were greatly suppressed. "Your Highness." However, at this time, there seemed to be a very strong breath coming from afar. This breath came from a very distant place, the realm palace of the Tianhe realm. "Father." Duan Qing raised his head and looked surprised when he sensed this breath. Why did his father, the emperor, suddenly appear now? What had happened? Xinyao, the cultivator from the God Clan who was oppressing Futian at the moment, also frowned. The old man next to him asked, "What does the realm emperor mean by this?" "Qi Xingang has returned," a voice came said, and everyone perked up when they heard his words. Xinyao's breath dissipated quickly from Futian's body, as the rest of the cultivators also withdrew their breath. They all concentrated their attention toward the sky. Duan Qing's heart was quivered. Qi Xingang had returned? He didn't expect that he would actually come back. A trace of disturbance flashed across the face of Sky River Great Elder. He had come back after all. Futian's heart trembled. He tried hard to control his expression so that he appeared calm. On the side, Su Ping'an's face turned pale, and it was a detail not missed by Xinyao. Judging from the looks of it, when Duan Qing reported that someone had saved Su Ping'an, that someone must have been Qi Xingang, who had returned. He came back and had gone to see Su Ping'an's parents, but he didn't go up on the mountain. If so, then the white-haired young man may have nothing to do with Qi Xingang. "Where?" Xinyao asked. "Outside the realm palace," the voice said. "He wants to see Duan Qing." "Let's go back," Xinyao spoke lightly, then immediately turned around to leave. Not only him, but all the cultivators of God Clan and Duan Qing all turned and stepped into the void to leave. "Are you going?" The Sky River Great Elder transmitted his voice to Futian and asked whether Futian would go there or not. Futian understood the meaning of the question. Since Master had chosen to appear, it meant that he had decided to face everything. If he went, could he control his emotions? "I will go," Futian responded, and without saying anything more, the Sky River Great Elder nodded. The storm of the Great Path rolled toward Futian, and the two disappeared directly from the mountain. "Grand Uncle Master." Su Ping'an's eyes looked towards somewhere far away, her face extremely pale. At this time, outside the realm palace of Tianhe realm, a figure stood there quietly, and in front of him were great groups of mighty cultivators, and even the realm emperor of Tianhe realm. He stood there, watching the figure that had appeared. Qi Xingang had come back. He had arrived in such blunt fashion, standing in front of him like this, and he was also now a Runhuang. Having experienced the great upheaval that happened and having left with just a grievous injury, it was not easy for him to step into the Runhuang realm at all. It was no wonder Sky River Great Elder chose him for his daughter. In the distance, many people gathered together. Qi Xingang was an unfamiliar name to the Tianhe realm today. But, once upon a time, the upheaval that was raised in Tianhe realm because of him was a near disaster that almost destroyed the realms. Therefore, until today, many still remembered him, disciple and son-in-law of the Sky River Great Elder. Qi Xingang had taken off his hat now. He stood there calmly and with honest majesty. There was no anger or fear on his face, only indifference. It was the kind of indifference that was only possible when everything had been let go of. He didn't plan to appear so earlier in this way. But once he knew that the God Clan was coming and had gone directly to the mountain, he decided to come out in advance. He would end it all in his own way. Above the sky, there was divine light descending, followed by the cultivators of the God Clan. They appeared directly at the top of the stairs, looking at Qi Xingang. After Qi Xiangang was seriously injured back then, they had searched for him for many years, but they couldn't locate him. Perhaps Qi Xiangang had been wandering about, and perhaps he had gone to some very distant place. They had never expected that he would come back by himself. Then, Duanqing also appeared. His eyes fell on Qi Xiangang in an instant. This was outside of his expectations. After so many years, the man who had disappeared had come back by himself. He was not the descendant that they had guessed. Qi Xiangang watched the appearance of everyone quietly. It wasn't until the Sky River Great Elder came that his eyes seemed to come alive. He turned around and looked at the old man who appeared there. Qi Xiangang knelt down in the direction of Sky River Great Elder, touching his forehead to the ground. "Since you have come back, why not go up the mountain and visit? This is already out in the open. Are you still worried that it will hurt me?" The disciple was inconsiderate. Qi Xiangang looked up at the Sky River Great Elder, saying, "For what happened then? The disciple could never make it up to Master and Masteress. How could I return to the mountain to see you?" "If you felt you couldn't come see me, why would you come back?" asked the Sky River Great Elder with a bit of coldness. "Since you have already disappeared from this world, what can you do by coming back? There are some things that if I don't come back to solve, my heart will not be at peace," Qi Xiangang replied. "Even though I did not visit Master on the mountain, I still have a glimmer of hope that I will see Master one more time." Sky River Great Elder looked at the figure, and he was speechless. At the time, he quite liked Qi Xiangang. Otherwise, he would not have accepted him as a son-in-law. Qi Xiangang possessed a calm state of mind. The intention of his heart was extraordinary, and their philosophy was in line with one another. If Qi Xiangang was given time, he could become a great cultivator who could inherit his crafts. Unfortunately, the upheaval of the past had destroyed everything. "You're quite the pupil," Sky River Great Elder responded with some displeasure. What was the price of a glance? Now that Qi Xiangang had appeared, the God Clan would take him away at all costs. His appearance meant that he could never leave again. Since junior brother is this thoughtful, why should Master be displeased? At this time, a voice came. It was Duanqing. He looked at Sky River Great Elder and said, "Junior brother returned this time, presumably so that the Master may be freed from all this." Sky River Great Elder glanced at Duanqing and said, "I do not have disciples who lie and cheat their teacher, seeking their destructions. You are not worthy of being my disciple." Duanqing was stunned. Although what had happened was known by many back in the days, and everyone had guessed it somewhat, but it was always talked about in secret, never in public. Even Sky River Great Elder had never mentioned it. However, at this time, he was openly accusing him of cheating and seeking the destruction of his master. He understood that perhaps because of Qi Shuanggong's return, everything would end, and the master no longer cared. "I have done nothing wrong," Duanqing said to the Sky River Great Elder. Everyone was born with their own life and their own position. He did not think that he had done anything wrong. He was a person from the Realm Palace with the blood of the royal family in his veins. All descendants of the God Clan took the will of the God Clan as their own highest will, and he was no exception. The interest of the Realm Palace was the highest interest without question. It was impossible for Duanqing to watch the Realm Palace go down with Qi Xiangang. He needed to protect the Realm Palace because this was his clan, and he had to do something so that the family would continue on and emerge from that upheaval. Therefore, he had no regrets, and his conscience was clear. If he had to do it again, he would still choose to do the same. Futian had been watching all this quietly, and his heart was extremely turbulent, but his face remained expressionless. Qi Xiangang had not looked at him from beginning to the end. It was as if they were really just two strangers. "To kill. You've done nothing wrong." Qi Xiangang turned to look at Duanqing. His eyes showed chilling murderous intent. "Think about how our older senior brother treated you, like his own brother, and taught you as if he was a father to you. When the master had no time, it was he who led you in cultivation. When you had problems in cultivation, you also asked the older senior brother for instruction. Do you remember how you led the people from the God Clan to kill the senior older brother yourself? And you've done nothing wrong? Our older senior brother was the Gentleman Sword Emperor. He lived his whole life in the light without deception, always full of righteousness. Whenever any of our junior brothers had the need, he had always lent a helping hand, and he was betrayed by his own junior brother. When the sword was broken, he did not look at anyone else but you and asked you why. Is this how you have done nothing wrong? Qi Shuanggong's voice was stern, and every word he said was full of condemnation. Duanqing's expression changed, and countless people outside the realm palace had heard what Qi Xiangang had to say. They were greatly shocked. Although there were rumors circulating at the time, hearing Qi Shuanggong's account of the events in public was still shocking. The realm palace had betrayed the Sky River Great Elder. Do you remember how our 7th senior brother treated you? He had promised his own sister to you in marriage. And once in a dangerous situation outside, he lost an arm protecting you and almost lost his own life. Do you remember the way the 7th senior brother and his sister looked at you when they were dying? This is what you mean when you say have done nothing wrong? Qi Xiangang continued to interrogate him. At the time, many of them could have escaped, but all this was caused because of the traitor, Duanqing. None of them had thought that Duanqing, who was fleeing with them and whom they regarded as one of their own, had secretly colluded with the God Clan and sold them out so that they were all wiped out. In the end, the Masteress and the Master fought at all costs and ended up on the verge of death. The Masteress tried everything to send them away, but in the end, she sacrificed herself so that he and Feishue could escape. To him, that period of time was the darkest in his life. If it weren't for Feishue, he would have chosen to come back and die fighting alongside his wife. I needed to make a choice. Although it was difficult, I chose family, Duanqing said. Although he looked upset, his mind was unperturbed. It was true that the master and his brother were dear to him, and he was guilty of taking part in their deaths, but if he didn't make that choice, what would have become of his own family? What about the realm palace then? Everything would have been destroyed. For the family? Qi Xiangang laughed sarcastically. Cowards can always find an excuse for their actions. What was the attitude of the realm emperor when he came to our master's door asking for your admission, calling the master the symbol of the Tianhe realm? All these many years of knowing each other, only to have you lie about fighting together, feigning your disdain toward the God Clan only to find out you are their lackey in secret. Is it really because all you wanted to do was to protect yourself? If this was the case, you could have openly ended the relationship to draw the land and stand on the side of the God Clan. Would the God Clan destroy the realm palace? Qi Xiangang looked at Duanqing and asked, Is this what you meant by saying you did nothing wrong? The sound of his voice rocked the void, sending shockwaves into everyone's mind. He had done nothing wrong? Because it was for the survival of his family? What a noble-sounding excuse. In truth, it was because the Sky River Great Elder was getting too powerful and had become the unofficial king of the Tianhe realm. Thus, the Realm Palace devised a plan of destroying the Sky River Great Elder by the hands of the God Clan, so that it would become the true ruler of the Tianhe realm. Qi Xiangang. A sonorous voice came out, and the robe that was upon the Realm Emperor was flying. His gaze was fixed on Qi Xiangang. He said loudly, While you questioned the others, you didn't think that all this started with you. Qi Xiangang looked at the Realm Emperor of Tianhe and said in a deep voice, I am guilty. That's why I am back. Some things needed closure. Since you are back, come back with us to the God Clan. In another direction, the divine light that dazzled upon the body of Shen Yao of the God Clan had now descended upon Qi Xiangang. But besides that, the breath of the other cultivators of the God Clan also fell upon Qi Xiangang, already locking onto him. Since Qi Xiangang had come back himself, he must be taken away today, even if the Sky River Great Elder could not intervene. The great ones of the God Clan would come here to take him away. The moment when Qi Xiangang appeared, everything was already determined, and no one could change it. That's fine. Qi Xiangang looked at Shen Yao and said, But before that, I want to resolve this issue between Duanqing and me. The people from God Clan were watching him. The reason why they did not immediately act was that Sky River Great Elder was present, and they were still unclear about his position. Master, the last thing I ask of you is that if anyone tries to intervene, no matter who it is, kill me directly, as if you were cleaning your house, and get rid of this undeserving disciple, Qi Xiangang said to the Sky River Great Elder. His voice contained a determination that alarmed those from the God Clan. Qi Xinggang did not ask Sky River Great Elder to stop them because Qi Xinggang did not want his master to directly engage the God Clan. He had asked Sky River Great Elder to kill him instead. Very well. Sky River Great Elder nodded in agreement. A terrible might of the way shrouded the vast space, falling directly on Qi Xinggang as if he really would kill Qi Xinggang at a moment's notice. This caused those from the God Clan some concern. Since he demanded a fight, Duanqing, you will fight. Xinyao looked at the people from the Realm Palace and said, people from the Realm Palace are not to interfere. He was giving Qi Xinggang a chance to handle the grudge himself. But no matter how this was to end, Qi Xuanggong's fate would not change. The God Clan was determined to take him away. There was no other alternative. Very well. Duanqing also nodded and took a step forward. After so many years, I also want to see the result of your cultivation. The deed of thorough comprehension bloomed instantly on Qi Xuanggong's body. He stepped forward, and the void trembled violently, the divine light of the great path flowing about, covering Qi Xuanggong's body. In just a moment, his body transformed into the divine furnace of the great path, refining the way of the world. Did you feel any remorse when our older senior brother questioned you? When Qi Xinggang moved, a voice came out, reverberating between heaven and earth, booming in Duanqing's mind. Likewise, there was also a magnificent might of Renhuang that bloomed upon Duanqing. In an instant, as his robe fluttered, a brilliant golden glory enveloped his body. Its magnificent momentum was not any less than that of Qi Xinggang. Even people in the distance felt the powers of the two Renhuang and trembled inside. Some found the pressure hard to bear and stepped back in retreat, but the Sky River Great Elder and the cultivators of the God Clan still stood there without moving. Futian also stood there, behind Sky River Great Elder, watching his master battle. He knew that this might be his master's last battle. The endless glory of the great path radiated downward and descended on Qi Xinggang. The characters that signified heaven, earth, water, and fire surrounded his body and multiplied. Ancient characters filled and enshrouded the endless void. They moved around the firmament until countless characters also appeared to surround Duanqing's body. The five elements of heaven and earth and the great path of heaven and earth, as if driven by some sort of exercise, formed a giant pattern with Qi Xuanggong's body as its center. It was the diagram of the great path of heaven and earth. Inside the diagram, countless characters rotated, and inside Qi Xinggang, it seemed that there was also a similar diagram like this, which was the divine will of the great path that resonated with the world. Our brothers died with unavenged sorrow. When they looked at you in their dying moments, did you ever feel any remorse? Qi Xinggang asked again. He continued to step forward. Under the operation of the divine wheel of the great path, different mites of the way appeared in the diagram, but all of them contained a majestic pressure that could destroy the world. At this moment, Duanqing felt a pressure, but he wasn't too concerned. This junior brother of his was not a top-notch talent back in the days, but through self-cultivation, he had formed a system of his own, valued by their master. It seemed that he had made something of himself, and that he was actually able to incorporate the deed of thorough comprehension into the divine wheel of the great path. However, Duanqing was no weakling either. The power of the divine wheel erupted, and terrifying golden divine light swept across the land, struggling against the diagram of heaven and earth. There was a terrible sound of friction, sharp and harsh, as the two forces collided in the void. Qi Xinggang asked if he was remorseful. He was not. Even if the things he had done had hurt the others, he did nothing wrong. After all, there was a difference between master and family. If everyone was an individual, then the family was the entirety. When choosing between the family and the master, especially when the master was under siege, he made the best choice he could. When he looked into Duanqing's eyes, he knew the answer. Under the deed of thorough comprehension, the divine furnace of the great path turned, and its divine light was even brighter. Sacred rays of light flowed toward the diagram of the great path from his brow chakra. They integrated into each ancient character. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and the countless characters seemed to contain the will of Qi Xinggang. The coercion was extremely terrifying, launching its attack at Duanqing. Duanqing's hands were forming the seal, and his body suddenly grew grander. Under the golden divine light, his body seemed to have turned into a statue of God. Facing the strong attack from Qi Xiangang, he had temporarily taken a defensive posture. Bang! Qi Xiangang took another step and went directly over the head of the statue. His eyes remained closed, but everything from the outside world could be seen in his mind. Qi Xiangang tilted his head up slightly. At this moment, his body seemed to be burning under the divine furnace, and his will was also burning. The ancient characters that surrounded the diagram of heaven and earth were breaking down again. Above the sky, countless characters of the great path appeared, seemingly without end, covering the sky. Qi Xiangang, at this moment, was like a god. His hands were forming a seal, and suddenly, all the infinite characters between heaven and earth came toward him, melting into his mind, into his body, and into the divine furnace. As endless divine light descended, Qi Xiangang, at the moment, seemed to be absorbing some incredible power. Blood came out of his closed eyes, which was shocking to behold. No regrets? Qi Xiangang whispered, and the cultivators from the God clan in the sky frowned. One of them instantly emitted a strong breath, and Shun Yao also felt something was not quite right. He said, "Stop him." However, at this moment, an incomparable divine light came down. It was as if Qi Xuangang's spiritual soul had come out of his body and came along the divine light that descended from the heavens. It landed directly in front of Duanqing, like the divine god, and with the drop of a finger, countless characters sprinkled down with it. In this instant, Duanqing's spiritual soul was penetrated by the divine light of the great path, and the penetration each time burst with madness. His face showed great fear. It was completely absent of all blood and color. "Now, do you regret it?" A voice came through Duanqing's destroyed spiritual soul, and his face turned terrified. At this moment, his life passed before his eyes, and he thought of the times when he had cultivated under the tutelage of the Sky River Great Elder. He also thought of his senior brothers and their despair before they died. Truly, no regret at all? Bang! The dazzling light came down, and Duanqing's body shivered. He then fell down from the sky. His soul and spirit scattered had evaporated. The choice between life and death. Duanqing, the prince of the Realm Palace, and a Ranhuang-level cultivator, had fallen here. The two of them were at the same level, and since Duanqing had reached that level earlier, his knowledge of it was deeper. He had already forged 3 wheels of the Great Path and reached the next, most powerful part of the Renhuang Plain. However, he had been wiped out by Qi Xiangang. His divine spirit had been destroyed, and his life force had been scattered. He had never been given a chance to surprise. Of course, Qi Shuangguang had used techniques that hurt himself in order to forcibly increase his power. At the same time he had killed Duanqing, he had needed to wound himself. This is what made the others look so worried. They did not care whether Duanqing lived or died. On the contrary, they cared more about Qi Xiangang. They couldn't let anything bad happen to him. He was the only one who still knew about the disappearance of the divine item. At the moment that Duanqing died, a burst of terrible energy pressed down on Qi Xiangang. His divine spirit returned to him in a flash, but it burned up in the furnace of the great path. Endless divine light from the sky still pierced his mind, and the countless characters of the great path exceeded the limit of what he could bear. His divine spirit and his body were bathed in divine fire. The burst of powerful energy began to dissipate. The endless light burst and shattered, and the will within his mind was burned away to nothingness. In a flash, his level decreased, and he was no longer as strong as before. "What have you done?" Terrible divine light shot out of Shen Yao's eyes as he looked at Qi Xiangang. He could feel Qi Shuangguang's soul weakening. Previously, he had burned away his own soul in order to create will and forcibly use it in an attack. In addition to killing Duanqing, he had also destroyed a part of his own soul. Qi Xiangang opened his eyes and looked up at Shen Yao. He looked incredibly calm. It was as if everything ended here with him. "You burned your own soul. Did you destroy a part of your memory?" The cultivator from the Shun clan strode forward, staring daggers at Qi Xiangang. But he no longer cared. He looked as if he was now free. He knew he had wiped away many of his own memories, and he had forgotten which ones they were. It was probably information about Feishue and about his escape. In this way, even though the Shen clan had powerful techniques, they would have no way to gain any valuable information from his mind about Feishue. He had wiped away these memories. So now, Feishue must be safe, right? He did not know, as he no longer had those memories. He had forgotten, but he felt at peace. Jie Huang of Realm Palace walked over to Duan Qing. He cradled the body in his arms and looked at Qi Xiangang, his eyes full of killing intent. Today, Qi Xiangang had returned, and before everyone's eyes had killed his son Duan Qing. He was the heir who had made great contributions to the Realm Palace. He had created the palace's current prosperity with his own hands. But he had been slain by Qi Xiangang like this. However, he understood that the Shen clan would not allow him to take revenge. The Shen clan would not let Qi Xiangang die. All his memories are fractured. They have been wiped away, said a powerful figure from the Shen clan, looking at Shen Yao. There was an ugly look in Shen Yao's eyes. He would never have thought that his uncle's disciple would be so fierce. It seemed that he had already thought of everything before he had returned and had cut it all away, removing all hope for the Shen clan. Although he had returned, he did not give them a chance. Qi Xiangang had returned just to put an end to this matter and to kill Duan Qing. This is the way things are. So give him to me, came a voice. The one who had spoken was naturally the Sky River Great Elder. He walked forward towards Qi Xiangang. Shen Yao looked at the Sky River Great Elder and said, "He came here to bring matters to an end of his own free will. You should not worry about this anymore." He would naturally not doubt the Sky River Great Elder again. Qi Xiangang had come to bring matters to an end, so he could definitely not give the information to the Sky River Great Elder. That would be foolish. Would the Sky River Great Elder be in danger because of this? Judging by Qi Shuanggong's present actions, this was impossible. By doing this, the Shen family could not get the information they wanted. Back when Qi Xiangang had just fled, the powerful figures of the Shen clan had searched through all of the Tianhe realm thoroughly. Then they had spent several years searching throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path for some trace of him. But they had not found him, so they had given up. Now he was here, which left only Feishue. And Feishue had been young when she had left. After so many years, her appearance and aura would be totally different. Even if they traveled through the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and covered them all with their spiritual will, they would not be able to recognize her. But they had to bring Qi Xiangang back with them to see if they could obtain any clues from him. The Sky River Great Elder's aura was terrible. It surged out from him, but Shen Yao stood in front of him calmly. Qi Xiangang turned his head with great difficulty to look back at the Sky River Great Elder and said, "Master, your disciple has not been filial. I can no longer remain by your side to take care of you, nor can I inherit your mantle." The Sky River Great Elder pointed at Yi Futian and said, "Your disciple can inherit my mantle, and your granddaughter is safe. I will teach her to cultivate." Qi Xiangang looked at Yi Futian and saw him step forward, up to the Sky River Great Elder. The people of the Shen clan had said that his master had ruined his own memory. It seemed that his memory of him had been wiped away as well. "Don't worry, brother. I will cultivate well and take care of master," said Yi Futian to Qi Xiangang. He bowed to him, but only him and the Sky River Great Elder understood the meaning behind the bow. Qi Xiangang nodded. His face was pale, and his aura was growing weak. He looked up into the sky. He seemed to see a beautiful figure there. He should have already been with her. Why was he still alive? Qi Xiangang himself did not understand why he was not seeking death. He did not understand, but the Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian did. "Bring him back to the Shen clan," said Shen Yao. Chains of the Great Path fell upon Qi Xiangang, binding him up and carrying him into the sky. "Take care, uncle," said Shen Yao to the Sky River Great Elder with a slight bow. Then he turned and flew up into the sky. Brilliant divine light flashed, and Qi Xiangang was pulled up into the sky. He grew more and more distant until, finally, he disappeared. Qi Xiangang looked down at his master as he was being pulled up with a calm smile. He seemed to be free from worry. He did not know why, but he felt very relaxed. He looked at Yi Futian as well. Why did this man look so familiar? It must be because he was another one of the master's disciples. The two of them had the same origin. From now on, the master would have to rely on this other disciple. "Come back to us," whispered the elder as he watched the disappearing figure. Futian nodded. The two of them turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. They seemed very calm, but there was some sorrow in their tranquility. The Sky River Great Elder was getting old. There were times when he felt powerless in the face of all this. If it had been in the past, he would have fought. He would not have allowed the Shen clan to take Qixiangang. But this time, he had not fought. And he had seemed calm the whole time. Perhaps he was truly getting old. Many people were looking at Tianhe Palace and at the tall and mighty emperor, as well as the fallen Duanqing. It seemed that the emperor had sold out the Sky River Great Elder, resulting in his 3,000 disciples being killed. Perhaps he was numb due to the things that had happened back then. So numb that there was no passion left in him. 3,000 of his disciples had been killed, and now Qixiangang had been taken away. Would this incite him at all? Even Qixiangang had come back, willing to kill the traitors at any cost. He had questioned and killed Duanqing outside the palace. The old man and the young man walked side by side. The elder's voice appeared in Futian's mind. "Your master came here, seeking death." "I know," answered Futian mentally. His master had not planned to leave here alive. He had come seeking death. His death would be beneficial for many people. Fei Xue was well taken care of, as she was set up in a supreme region. His master would not seek to drag her into any more trouble, and so he would have no contact with her. Thus, he had returned to the Tianhe realm alone. "But he did not die," said the elder. "It's because of me. As long as he is alive, the Shun clan's eyes will remain on him. No one will worry about the one who will inherit his mantle," said Futian. Death would be easier for his master. He already had the will to die. But he had come to the Tianhe realm as well, which changed his master's plans. When he learned that the Shun clan was coming, he had appeared earlier, right outside the palace. He had cut off any road of retreat for himself. Moreover, he had destroyed his own memory. Life was harder than death for him. Life would be full of humiliation. The Shun clan would torture him, which was something he was not willing to undergo. But as long as he was alive, they would not pay any attention to Futian. When the master was there, why would they pay attention to a disciple? As the two of them were talking, they reached the mountain. They stood there calmly, looking out into the distance. When she saw that they had returned, Pinyin calmed down. But she did not see Qixiangang, which made her sad. He thinks that his death will put an end to things. But it is not that simple. As the two of them descended upon the mountain, the Sky River Great Elder looked up into the sky. An end? How could it bring an end? Could killing the traitor Duanqing and dying himself bring an end to things? It was too early. Futian looked at the old man. It was not that simple. You should not leave the mountain again. You should stay here and cultivate. Then you will reach the Runhuang Plain faster, continued the Sky River Great Elder. Futian nodded. The elder looked off into the distance and said Pinyin coming towards them. He smiled warmly when he saw her pretty face. "Pinyin," he said. "Teacher." Pinyin looked at him. She looked like she was going to say more, then stopped. She wanted to ask something, but she did not. "Do you want to live somewhere else? Find a spiritual partner? Give up everything and choose a different life?" asked the Sky River Great Elder. Pinyin looked up at him, and her eyes hardened. She shook her head. She did not say anything, but her answer was in her eyes. The elder nodded slightly. He reached out and gently patted her on the shoulder. He looked off into the distance. If she didn't want to, then she didn't have to. Breaking through. Things calmed down as the news of what had happened at the Realm Emperor's palace spread. Even after these things happened, the palace was still standing, and was, in fact, even more prosperous than before. Many people could faintly guess what was going on, but those who had actually been present for the events kept their lips sealed, and no one brought them up. The Sky River Great Elder did not ask about anything that had happened. He seemed to have been badly shocked, and gradually people stopped trying to guess what had happened to him. Moreover, since he did not ask about outside affairs, the Realm Emperor Palace soon became an invincible force within the Tianhe realm. But now the Realm Emperor Palace's power was called into question. Qi Shuanggong's questioning voice still rang through everyone's ears. The Realm Emperor Palace had thoroughly sold out the Sky River Great Elder. By extremely despicable means they had been allied with him on the surface, while secretly working with the Shen clan in order to wipe out his disciples. Duan Qing had certainly deserved to die. He had done everything for the benefit of his family, but what about all those who had died as a result of his actions? However, winners wrote history books. Even though people knew of the Realm Emperor Palace's treachery, they still stood at the peak of the Tianhe realm, so no one dared to say anything. Presumably, they had always been afraid of the Sky River Great Elder. They had not done anything about Duan Qing's death. As time passed, fewer and fewer people were talking about these events. Yi Futian spent his time cultivating on the mountain. The deed of thorough comprehension contained the will of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, making it extremely mystical. It even allowed one to use these powers in their own cultivation. This was incredibly useful to someone like Yi Futian, who cultivated many different techniques. Moreover, the deed of thorough comprehension was connected to the worldly great path. Just like the people of the Tianhe realm wanted to become the Sky River Great Elder's disciples and get closer to him, the deed of thorough comprehension allowed one to get closer to successfully forging a spirit of the way and rush towards the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian cultivated day by day, and his understanding grew deeper and deeper. He felt that it would not be long before he reached the next level. His divine spirit was integrated into the worldly great path. He was one with the way. He had no personhood nor self, no possessions nor self-image. He was the way. He was being raised to a higher level. This was why, although the next level seemed to be only a step away, it was a very difficult step to take. The 10,034th year of the divine prefecture calendar gradually drew to a close. Yi Futian had been here for almost a year. It began to snow in Tianhe City, and for many days, the city was covered in a blanket of white, making it look magnificent. The mountain that Yi Futian was on became snowy as well. The land and sky around him became even more ethereal. Upon the snowy mountain, an elderly man was training a woman in the art of cultivation. The two of them were very serious about this. Naturally, this was the Sky River Great Elder and Pinget. She had been advancing very quickly under his tutelage. She was already very talented. After all, the blood of the foremost sword emperor of the Tianhe realm flowed through her veins. Thus, she was naturally skilled at swordsmanship. Su Pingyan was training with the sword amidst the snow. The Sky River Great Elder watched her calmly. His gaze gradually lifted into the sky. He whispered, "It's been almost 50 years. "What has been almost 50 years, master?" came a voice. A white-haired figure strode towards him through the snow, leaving footprints behind him. He was dressed all in white. It was as if he was a part of the snow. Only his eyes were dark. Yi Futian strode to the Sky River Great Elder's side, and the two of them watched Su Pingyan train. "How is your cultivation going?" The Sky River Great Elder did not answer Yi Futian's question, instead asking a question of his own. "I will not need too much longer," said Yi Futian. He had a feeling that he was not far away from full comprehension. Well, if you have an epiphany, don't rush yourself to break through to the next level. Don't become a Renhuang for the time being," said the elder. "Why?" A look of doubt came over Yi Futian's face. What did he mean? He had told him to rush towards the Renhuang Plain, but not to actually enter it. "Didn't you ask what had been almost 50 years? "Something is going to happen next year," said the Sky River Great Elder. Yi Futian was silent for a moment, then nodded. He did not ask anymore. "How old are you, Futian?" the Sky River Great Elder asked curiously. "I will be 50 this year," said Yi Futian. "Exactly 50? asked the Sky River Great Elder. Yi Futian nodded. Yes. Without realizing it, he had reached the age of 50. If he had been a normal person, he would already be old. "What a coincidence," said the Sky River Great Elder with a smile. He did not say anything else. Coincidence? Yi Futian did not know what the Sky River Great Elder was speaking of. He did not say anything else, and Yi Futian did not ask. Yi Futian sat down, right on the snowy ground beside the Sky River Great Elder. He watched Pingyan training before them. Although she was at the noble level, she still seemed like a little girl in his eyes. This must have shown a change in his state of mind. In the past, He had looked at nobles as if they were so high above him. He thought they could be rulers of their own small countries. Now when he looked at them, they seemed like his juniors. He could not quite express the feeling this gave him, but it was only natural that this should happen. And in reality, he was only 50 years old. In the past, many nobles had been much older than that. This showed how his state of mind had gradually changed. Even though he was only 50, he had much more experience than most people his age. He had even lived a more colorful life than some people who were several hundred years old. 50 years of cultivation. He had come from the smallest mortal world all the way to the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Supreme Realm. Every step had been sure and steady, and he had experienced so much. His state of mind was probably better than those old men who were hundreds of years old. "You are still watching Pinyin cultivate," came the Sky River Great Elder's voice from behind him, bringing him back to the present. Futian nodded slightly. His gaze was still upon Pinyin, watching her train with the sword. His eyes softened. It was as if he was watching his own junior. Pinyin was indeed his junior. He knew that the master felt a great deal of guilt towards Pinyin. She was the last member of the former Sword Emperor of the Tianha realm's bloodline. Snowflakes filled the air. Although her sword will was full of murderous intent, Futian could still feel the beauty of her swordsmanship. As she trained in the snow, her sword cut through flying snowflakes. Futian watched her, once again falling into distant memories. He thought of when he was young. The snowflakes that filled the air seemed to pull him back to decades long ago. When he was still young and cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, Yusheng had been there, as well as Jieyu, Qin Yi, and Master Hua Fenglu. He would never forget that time. It seemed so wonderful when he remembered it now. He also thought of Donghai City, of the Kangyi Kingdom, of the Eastern Barren Territory, of Book Mountain, and of the cottage. More figures appeared in his mind. Yi Xiang, Yi Tianzi, Mr. Du, forming scenes from his memories. These memories were imprinted in his mind, and he would never forget them. Thinking back on them now, it was like they were happening right before his eyes. That was how beautiful they were. At this moment, Futian was very relaxed, more relaxed than he had ever been before. He had not felt like this since he had come to the Supreme Realm because he had so much on his plate and had experienced so much. Just this year, he had seen his master get taken away, and who knew what kind of effect that had had on him. He had been silent at the time, so only he knew what he had been feeling. The wind blew, and snowflakes fell upon Futian. He was still watching Pinyin train. She seemed to blur before his eyes. Gradually, her figure seemed to grow further and further away. She was no longer right in front of him. His consciousness seemed to fly to a faraway place. He was no longer standing on the ground but was high up in the sky. His consciousness became a snowflake in the wind. He danced in the air. He could see not only Pinyin, but also the entire snowy mountain, then the entire mountain range. All of it was before his eyes. The snow grew deeper and deeper as he danced in the wind like a feather. He did not know how long he remained like that. Finally, the sword stopped, and the sword will dissipated. Pinyin had stopped cultivating. Previously, the snowflakes could not fall upon her due to the sword chi, but now that she had stopped, they began to land on her. She reached out and picked up a handful of snow. A bright, beautiful smile appeared on her face, as pure and unblemished as jade. What is wrong with him? A look of confusion came over her face when she saw that Futian was completely covered in snow, standing there as peacefully as a snowman. His breathing was even. Other than the snow that had been melted by the heat of his breath, the rest of him was covered in snow. He did not react when Pinyin stopped cultivating. A strange look came over her face. Could it be that he was cultivating? Thinking of this, she decided not to disturb him. She feared she would break his concentration. At that moment, a burst of wind blew over the mountain, sending snowflakes flying. The snow danced as it flew off of Futian. The wind blew on Pinyin as well, making her shiver. She seemed to feel something, but could not quite grasp it. It was a marvelous feeling. "What is this?" she whispered. As the wind blew, Futian opened his eyes and stood with a smile. "You're awake," said Pinyin. Futian nodded. "Yes," he said. "Pianjian, I have cultivated swordsmanship as well, and thus have some small understanding of it. Let me show you something." Perhaps it will be helpful. All right, said Pingyan with a slight nod. Was Yi Futian going to teach her some of his swordsmanship? He had taught her a little bit already, but not like this. At that moment, Yi Futian's eyes became brilliant, and sword will seem to swirl around them. Do not resist, he said. He looked at Pingyan, and she felt spiritual will enter into her mind. She saw one sword at first, and then countless swords of the great path. Each word seemed to contain the essence of the great path. In a flash, her mind was filled with swords. All that was left in the world were swords. She had entered into a world of swords. Yi Futian looked away quickly, and his eyes became calm again. The understanding of swordsmanship that he had gained over the years had been directly imprinted into Pingyan's mind in a unique way. How her swordsmanship would develop from here depended on her. Yi Futian turned and walked away through the snow. Snowflakes were still falling upon him. Pingyan still stood there, as if she had frozen. Sword will flowed through her endlessly. After a while, her sword chi rose within her. Su Pingyan had broken through to the next level. 350 years. The snow continued at the end of the 10,034th year of the divine prefecture calendar for a while. The flying snowflakes dyed Tianhe City a silvery color. On the last day of the year, the city was very busy. Lantern light lit up the night sky until it was as bright as day. Every household had lit their lanterns, and people were walking and running through the streets. Within the realm palace of the Tianhe realm, many of the halls were lit up with brilliant divine light. The light shot out into the sky, lighting up the dark night with divine radiance. This was fated to be an extraordinary night. In Tianhe City, a little girl pulled at an elder's hand and asked, "Grandpa, why is it so lively tonight?" She was very curious. She was more than 10 years old and knew many things. She had seen New Year celebrations before, but had never seen an atmosphere like this. It seemed as if Tianhe City was particularly looking forward to the coming year. Even the realm palace seemed different. It was taking this very seriously. The whole city was rejoicing together. "It's because this is going to be a special year," answered the old man. "A special year?" The girl did not understand. "Why is it special?" she asked. "You will understand when you are older." The old man patted her head with a smile, his eyes full of kindness. He looked up into the sky. Many years ago, the Tianhe realm had experienced a great storm. The chaos of the world seemed like it would never stop, but the contributions that they had made were invaluable in bringing an end to a dark and chaotic time. Up on the snowy mountain, Yi Futian was seated in cultivation. He could sense the merriment in Tianhe City in his thoughts, and could not help but feel a little confused. Did Tianhe City really make such a big deal about the New Year? Over the years, he had found that the place he had felt had had the most New Year's spirit was Qingzhou City, where he had started out. As he had come to more and more impressive cities and more powerful realms, he had found that the New Year's spirit weakened. The people were concerned with pursuing power and cultivating, and so they lacked some of the passion of the people of Qingzhou City. Now he was seeing such a marvelous sight here in Tianhe City. Could it be that this was some kind of tradition? At that moment, a figure walked to his side. She looked off into the distance, and her thoughts seemed to go out over there as well. She seemed to remember something, and a tear trickled down from the corner of her eye. "Pingyan," Yi Futian looked to the woman beside him and said softly, "Are you thinking of your parents?" "Yes." Pingyan smiled slightly and nodded. She looked at Yi Futian and said, "I must look like a fool to you. Their wish before they died was for you to live peacefully and happily." "Pingyan, do not be sad," said Yi Futian comfortingly. "I'm not. I'm just thinking of when I was with them." "It is not purely sadness," said Pingyan with a smile. "Let's go out into the city and celebrate the new year with everyone." "All right," said Yi Futian with a nod. The two of them smiled at each other, then stepped through the air down the mountain. Before long, they had come to Tianhe City. People walked on the roads in an endless stream. There were no conflicts between people on this day, and no one challenged anyone else to a fight. Everyone was very modest and accommodating. Even if there was friction between them, they had only to smile, and things would sort themselves out. Many people took their children out with them onto the streets to experience the friendly atmosphere. "It would be wonderful if the world was always like this," said Pingyan with a smile as she watched this beautiful scene. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. This was definitely just a flight of fancy. They two of them wandered aimlessly. They were not headed anywhere in particular. They were just sightseeing. Perhaps Ping'an wanted to walk on familiar roads, ones that she had trodden in New Year's past. Do you have anyone that you miss? Ping'an looked up at Futian beside her. His white hair melded into the white snow, and it was impossible to tell them apart. With his handsome face and piercing eyes, he clearly had some stories to tell. He was refined and cultivated, handsome and kind, and had a great amount of talent. There must be many women chasing him. So why did he have white hair as a young man? He may have been 50, but for a cultivator at the peak of the saint level, this was quite young. Even if his cultivation did not advance at all, his face would still be unchanged after several hundred years. Of course, said Futian with a smile. There are many people that I miss. Who? Asked Ping'an curiously. My love, my teachers, my friends, and my brothers. I miss many people, said Futian. If you miss them, why don't you go and find them? Asked Ping'an. Her level was too low, so she had been unable to protect her parents. But Futian was very powerful. He was at the peak of the Saint Plain, and there was no one below the Renhuang level who could match him. It is impossible to be satisfied in all aspects of life. Everyone has hardships. I want to be with them, and that is why I cultivate, said Futian. Ping'an nodded. I understand. Was her own cultivation not also to protect her parents? Futian must have his own stories as well. Is there a lake in Tiana City? Asked Futian. Ping'an nodded. Yes, there is. Do you want to go see it? Futian nodded. Yes. Then I'll take you. Ping'an led the way. Before long, they had come to the edge of a lake. It was very busy here as well, with people sailing across the lake on small boats. Some of them were lighting lamps and making wishes. It was an incredibly familiar scene. A bright smile came over Futian's face. He loved lakes, perhaps because all his best memories took place beside them. They were memories from his youth. At that moment, brilliant, beautiful light flashed in their eyes. Futian looked up and saw that the sky was full of fireworks. At that moment, his memories seemed to overlap, and time seemed to flow backward. Many cheers rang out over the lake as the fireworks bloomed in the sky. The 10,035th year of the divine prefecture calendar had finally come. It's so beautiful, whispered Ping'an. She looked at Futian. In the light from the fireworks, his handsome face looked even more extraordinary. A beautiful woman and a nobleman were perfectly matched for each other. Perhaps Futian was just such a man. When he smiled like that, was he thinking of the person that he loved? This was fated to be an extraordinary night. The heavenly mandate realm and the higher heavens realm were both members of the 9 supreme realms. Thus, they stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. However, the strongest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had no conflicts. It was the realm that stood at the center of the 9 supreme realms, the Imperial Realm. All of the 9 supreme realms acknowledged this without hesitation. The Shun clan was a power of the Imperial Realm. Thus, even the Tianhe realm, which was under their control, was very strong. Many powerful Renhuangs came from there, including the Sky River Great Elder. In the center of the Imperial Realm was a mighty divine palace, so tall that it reached into the sky and pierced through the clouds. It was holy and mighty. The palace was covered in endless divine light. Everyone who walked by it felt incredibly pious and bowed down before it. This was the symbol of the Imperial Realm, Void Emperor Palace. It was said that this place was once the personal palace of Dongwang the Great. Now there was a statue of the Great Emperor within the palace. It was said that he had left some of his divine spirit within the image. At that moment, 9 clouds were floating above Void Emperor Palace. Incomparably holy divine light shone down from the sky, forming into 7 beams of light. All of the clouds in the vast, endless sky seemed to be surging. At that moment, a beam of divine light shone down from the high heavens upon the tall palace. Afterward, an invisible wave swept down from the heavens. Dong! The sound of a bell ringing spread throughout the sky. The sound melded into the world, becoming a formless rhythm. It sounded like thunder that pierced through the sky. There were many top powers, tall palaces, and mighty halls within the Imperial Realm. Many people were praying to heaven and thousands of people knelt behind them. Dong! The bell rang again, and the people praying to heaven bowed as if they had known the sound of the bell would come. "The prophecy is coming, and we await it here," said a solemn elder up on the sacrificial platform. They were all waiting for a prophecy to come from Void Emperor Palace. The Shun clan was one of the top forces in the imperial realm. But at that moment, many members of the Shen clan were gathered together, looking off into the distance. Dong! The bell rang again, filling everyone's minds with its sound. And it was not only them. The imperial realm's seemingly endless land made it the largest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. At that moment, countless souls heard the ringing of the bell. What was more, the bell was ringing throughout all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It went out towards the heavenly mandate realm, the higher heavens realm, and all of the 9 supreme realms. It rang out in the divine palace of the higher heavens realm, in the golden divine nation, and on Taishan mountain. It rang out in the heavenly mandate dynasty, in Brahma's pure sky, and in the violet heavenly palace. No one knew how to describe this sound. It was a miracle, truly the work of the gods. As the bell rang, a group of figures wearing identical clothing walked out of Void Emperor Palace. They flashed away in different directions. It seemed like they were heading to the 9 supreme realms. Far away in the Tianhe realm, Yi Futian and Pingan had returned to the snowy mountain. Light bloomed in the sky, lighting up the clouds, and sunlight fell. As the 10,035th year of the divine prefecture calendar started, it seemed as if everything was starting anew. Dong! At that moment, the sound of the bell rang over the mountain. Yi Futian opened his eyes as he sat there cross-legged. He looked up into the sky, and his thoughts stretched out. A look of surprise came over his face. He felt the ringing sound descend from the sky. It was everywhere at once. It filled Tianhe City. Where is that sound coming from? His heart was in turmoil. He rose into the air, trying to find the source of that sound. An elder stepped out onto the snowy ground, looking up into the sky. "Master!" Yi Futian alighted beside the elder, a questioning look on his face. The old man was still looking into the sky. He said, "The 10,035th year of the divine prefecture calendar is the start of a new era. Donghuang the Great unified the divine prefecture 350 years ago. If we count from this, we can also say that it is the 350th year of Donghuang's calendar. God's relic. It was the 350th year of the Donghuang calendar. It had been 350 years since Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the whole world." Yi Futian was moved when he heard what the elder said. It all seemed so far away from him, but he still felt that it was connected to him. He was 50 years old this year. He had been born 300 years after Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had unified the divine prefecture, and it seemed that there had been nothing ordinary about his birth. Thus, it seemed that Tianhe City was not just lively because of the new year, but also because this year had special meaning. It was also a nice round number year for the divine prefecture. His own age was also at a nice round number. This clearly meant something. 100 years marked an era in the divine prefecture. 50 years would then be half an era. "Does anyone actually use the phrase Donghuang calendar?" asked Yi Futian. "Some do," said the Sky River Great Elder with a nod. When Donghuang the Great unified the world and the many realms of the divine prefecture became one, he and Emperor Yi Qing naturally had the right to make a new calendar. But they did not. Even so, many people still count time by the Donghuang calendar. But since he didn't change it, people still mainly use the divine prefecture calendar. "Where is that bell coming from?" asked Yi Futian. The ringing sound was coming from the sky and sounding throughout Tianhe City. The elder looked up into the sky and said softly, "Every 50 years, a bell rings out from the empty imperial palace in the imperial realm, meaning that the prophecy is coming into the world. If I'm not wrong, divine messengers should be coming out of the empty imperial palace right now." The imperial realm. Yi Futian's heart trembled. Was this ringing coming from the impossibly distant imperial realm? Naturally, he knew of the imperial realm, the greatest of the 9 supreme realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The imperial realm was also known as the Central Emperor realm, and it was the head of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The other 8 supreme realms surrounded it, and the other realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path surrounded them. How could this ringing sound cross through so many realms? There's nothing strange about this. The bell ringing in the empty imperial palace announces the prophecy, and it rings at the great emperor's command. Its ringing goes out to the 9 supreme realms, and from there to all of the other realms. The Tianhe realm is within this area, and that is why we are able to hear it, explained the elder. What is the empty imperial palace? And what is the prophecy? Asked Futian. There were too many things that he did not understand. A single bell could be heard throughout countless realms. What kind of power would allow it to be heard throughout the 9 supreme realms? The empty imperial palace is the emblem of the imperial realm. It is the great emperor's home among the 3,000 realms of the divine path. If there is nothing special about this prophecy, it will be the same as always. It will speak of God's relic, explained the Sky River Great Elder. This is why I wanted you to temporarily delay becoming a Runhuang. I wanted you to go there. God's relic, whispered Futian. He understood. This relic of God would be different than the ones he had encountered before. The fact that it invoked the name God showed how extraordinary it was. The so-called God's relic was very likely real. Why is it the empty imperial palace, and not just the empty palace? Asked Futian softly. Where is Renhuang the Great if not in the imperial realm? He is there, and yet he is not there, answered the Sky River Great Elder. This world is not the true world. Then what about the true world? Is it the same there? Asked Futian. The Sky River Great Elder looked at him and said, If you are successful in the God's trials, you will have a chance to find this out for yourself. When will I go? Asked Futian. The prophecy is coming, and soon all the 9 supreme realms will receive it. At that time, they will all send out their disciples. Then, the God's relic will be open for a period of time. However, we can go early. The prophecy will not come to the Tianhe realm. Thus we need to find a power that will receive it and go with them, said the Sky River Great Elder. Can all of the 9 supreme realms take part in this? Asked Futian. Who is going to receive the prophecy? Technically, anyone in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path can take part. However, only those powers that receive the prophecy will be able to bring them there. Thus, if one wants to go to the God's relic, they must first receive the approval of one of the powers that received the prophecy. As for who will get the prophecy, the empty imperial palace have their own plans for that. If there are no mishaps, it will be the greatest forces in the 9 supreme realms, answered the Sky River Great Elder. In that case, Taishan Mountain will receive it as well, whispered Futian. If that was so, he could naturally go with them. If not, then the divine elephants from the heavenly mandate realm would work as well. If he wanted to take part, they would definitely let him. How strong are the people below the Runhuang level at Taishan Mountain? Asked the Sky River Great Elder. They are not that strong, said Futian. There was a great gap between the disciples of Taishan Mountain and those of the divine capital of Xiling. The only ones who could truly count were the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan. The younger generation was not as good. When compared to the people from the vastness of the 9 supreme realms, they would be at a severe disadvantage and would not be able to put up a fight. During the trip to the Divine Palace, the disciples of Taishan Mountain had all been clearly inferior, save for him. This time, it would not only be the top forces of the higher heavens realm but all the forces of the 9 supreme realms. And in reality, that meant the top forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. All of them would likely be there. The God's Relic opened once every 50 years. It was the training that Donghuang the Great had prepared for them. Thus, it was obvious how prestigious this event was. It would naturally shake the 9 supreme realms and even the entire world. The bell that was ringing throughout the 9 supreme realms was just the start. In that case, you need some allies. I will consider for a while, then send you to a force that will take you to the Imperial Realm and grant you success at God's Relic, said the Sky River Great Elder. Futian saw that he had fallen into deep thought and did not disturb him. In reality, given his current level, even though the cultivators from the 9 supreme realms would gather like clouds, there were few who would be a match for him. Now, people like Li Daozi and Yi Tianyu were no longer a match for him. Only people like Huang Zhong of the Divine Temple would be able to challenge him, or people who were even stronger. Although Huangzhong was said to be the most powerful person in the higher heavens realm below the Renhuang Plain, there would certainly be other people in the 9 supreme realms who were stronger. The 9 supreme realms were so vast, and the imperial realm was at their center. There would certainly be many heroic figures. Empty Emperor Palace was at the center of the imperial realm. The Sky River Great Elder had known to tell him not to break through to the next level for the time being. Would the top figures of the Central Emperor realm know to do that as well? Certainly, some of them would suppress their level for this. This time, the cultivators would certainly gather like clouds. He did not say anything. His master was clearly thinking about things for him. As long as he could find him an ally, he didn't mind. "What time should I leave?" asked Futian. "How has your cultivation been going?" replied the Sky River Great Elder. "There have been no problems," said Futian. The Sky River Great Elder looked at him. In reality, he could already sense this. He nodded slightly, then turned to look at the woman cultivating in the distance. "Ping'an," he called. "Keep cultivating on the mountain. Do not go down. Futian and I are leaving for a while." Ping'an looked back at him. "All right," she answered. "Let's go," said the Sky River Great Elder to Futian. There was no need for him to stay in the Tianhe realm, so why not bring Futian to the Central Emperor realm a little early? Futian nodded. "All right." A burst of powerful will covered him, then the two of them shot up into the air. This was the second time that Futian had been transported across realms. The first time was when Lord Taixian had brought him to the Tianhe realm. This time, he was going from the Tianhe realm to the center of the 9 supreme realms. Indeed, it was the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Imperial Realm. The Central Emperor Realm, the largest of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had many powerful forces within it and endless cultivators. In this realm, when cultivators went outside, they did not dare be too arrogant. There were simply too many of them. Among those forces that stood at the top of the Central Emperor Realm, any one of their names was enough to make it so that a common cultivator would find it hard to breathe. There were many ancient clans that had passed down their techniques since ancient times, as well as families that had weathered generations of hardships. All of them were powerful and had depths beyond measure. The most powerful forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were gathered here, as well as the most powerful figures. The greatest heroes of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were finally gathered together in one place. A member of the Shun clan walked out towards a magnificent palace. "What is it?" came a voice from within. "The Sky River Great Elder has left the Tianhe realm. He is likely already on the way to the Imperial realm." "It is probably because of the bell," the man answered with a bow. "I understand," came the voice from within the palace. "Should we do anything about it?" asked the man. "He is focused on the person who is going to inherit his mantle. For the time being, we don't need to do anything," answered the man within the palace. "Did we find out anything from Qi Xiangang?" "Not yet." The man lowered his head. "Heal him. Help him recover his divine spirit and his memory," said the man within the palace. They had Qi Xiangang in their hands, and so there was no more information that the Sky River Great Elder could provide them. Now, all they could do was work hard to help Qi Xiangang recover. Even if he only regained a little bit of his memory, it would be good. "Yes, sir." The man bowed, then turned to leave. While this was going on, the Shun clan was very busy. Many of them were preparing for the God's Relic. And it was not only the Shun clan. The 9 realms had all heard the prophecy, and so they were all preparing for this. Other realms were even busier as they prepared for this magnificent time. When the bell rang, the 9 realms were thrown into turmoil. In a foggy place within the Imperial Realm, there was a magnificent divine mansion that reached into the clouds. Below it stretched many tall mountain peaks. They were like pillars that held up the mansion. In front of the mansion, there was a sky stairwell that went down from the sky, connecting it to a faraway place. As it went on, the sky stairwell reached the mansion, which was extremely spectacular. This was an extremely prestigious place within the Imperial Realm, the sky-reaching peaks. At that moment, 2 figures appeared before the sky stairwell. One was young, and one was old. The old man was very noble, and the young man had white hair. The two of them had powerful auras. It was the Sky River Great Elder and Futian. Lowered head. The Central Emperor realm had the most and the strongest forces, and the sky-reaching school occupied a place all its own. The divine mansion upon the sky-reaching peaks that the Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian had arrived at was the sky-reaching school. The vice-hierophant of the sky-reaching school and I were once friends. The school's disciples were also once very powerful. If you go with them to the God's Relic, it will perhaps be a little easier for you, said the Sky River Great Elder. Countless cultivators would be going on this trip. All the heroes of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were gathered together for this chance given to them by the Great Emperor. Although Yi Futian was incredibly talented, it would be extremely difficult for him to do this by himself. A little carelessness would lead him to a dead end. However, the sky-reaching master is very proud, and his disciples all have a bit of that characteristic as well. I was friends with the vice-hierophant in the past, but things are different now, and I might be refused. You should not get your hopes up too much, said the Sky River Great Elder. Yi Futian nodded slightly. It seemed like he had given this a lot of thought and had a clear view of the situation. He had once been a son-in-law of the Shen clan with great power and a bright future. Now things were different, and it would be perfectly normal if he was refused. But he had come anyway, placing his honor on the line. He was the Sky River Great Elder, and so it was easy to imagine what kind of proud figure he had been in the past. The years had affected him greatly, and his personality had changed as well. The two of them ascended the sky stairwell. Yi Futian looked at the scene before him. Below the stairs was an endless abyss in addition to the huge mountain peaks that reached into the sky and supported the mansion. The abyss was filled with a frightening aura, and flames of the way danced within it while destructive lightning flashed. It was a terrible mixture of destructive power, and terrifying light shone upon the stair continuously. They could feel an incredibly threatening atmosphere at the top of the stairs. What was more frightening was that they could see figures cultivating down in that abyss of chaotic destruction. An infinite abyss was actually being used as a place for cultivation. The two of them walked up to the mansion. There was a huge gate in front of it, with two guards outside. They looked at the two people coming towards them. At that moment, a figure walked out of the gate and bowed slightly to the Sky River Great Elder. The vice-hierophant knows you have come, and he ordered me to come and greet you. Please come in. The Sky River Great Elder nodded. Thank you. He did not feel like there was anything strange about this. They had just come up the sky stairwell, so it was only natural that someone would be waiting for them. The sky-reaching school was very large, like a real mansion. Walking into from the outside, they had to greatly increase their speed in order to reach a magnificent ancient temple within. A middle-aged man wearing a robe patterned with dark flames walked out to meet them. His jet-black hair hung down to his brow, and he had a dark beard. He was broad-shouldered and imposing. It has been many years, Sky River Great Elder. You have changed a lot, said the middle-aged man. His voice was like thunder, shaking in people's eardrums as he spoke. For someone at Yi Futian's level, hearing him talk shook his very state of mind. It was obvious that this was a powerful man. Moreover, he had not done this on purpose. He was naturally like this. I have indeed been most impolite, said the Sky River Great Elder with a smile. Futian, this is the vice-hierophant of the sky-reaching school. He is an old friend of mine. Greetings, Elder. My name is Yi Futian, said Yi Futian with a bow. He did not hide his identity. All the powerful cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were going on this trip, especially those from top forces. Thus, there was no point in hiding himself. Even though the people of the Central Emperor realm had heard of him, and most of them knew he had once been Lord Taishuan's disciple who was the Sky River Great Elder's good friend, the people of the higher heavens thought that he was still Lord Taishuan's disciple. The people of the Shen clan knew the truth, that Lord Taishuan had sent him to the Tianhe realm, but they would not think too much of this. If his previous master had not shown up, the Shen clan would have investigated him. But since they had taken his previous master, they were not paying any attention to Yi Futian. They had already taken Qi Xiangang, so why would they pay any more attention to his disciple? Master Qi Xiangang had really only appeared twice. The first time was at the Battle of Demon God Mountain, where few people knew him. The second time, more people had seen him. He had defeated Yi Tianyu, but no one heard his name. He did not care about people knowing about his name. The people of the greatly sacred dynasty only knew him as the imperial advisor. If someone wanted to investigate him, they would see how talented his student Futian was. He had cultivated at the celestial gate of vast heaven, had once defeated Tianyu, had cultivated at Taishin Mountain, and had defeated all opponents at the Divine Palace. Thus, people would have ignored Qi Xiangang. Thus, unless they thoroughly investigated everything about him from top to bottom, there was basically no chance of exposing the fact that they had been master and student. The Vice-Hierophant looked at Futian and said, "I would never have thought that the Sky River Great Elder would take another personal disciple. You must be incredibly talented." There were a few disciples by the Vice-Hierophant's side. Their eyes were like lightning, and their auras were magnificent as they looked at Futian. "I am getting old, and so, naturally, I wish to find someone who could inherit my mantle," said the Sky River Great Elder. "Futian is indeed incredibly talented. He is now at the peak of the Saint Plain. I brought him here to ask you a favor. Can he go to the God's Relic trials with the students of the Sky-Reaching School?" A deep look came into the Vice-Hierophant's eyes as he looked at Futian. He was silent for a while, then said, "Sky River Great Elder, you and I were once very close. Anything you ask, I will do for you. But you know, the God's Relic is incredibly important at this time, and we can't afford any mistakes. Even my master is paying close attention to it. If I let you disciple come with us, it might attract hostile attention from the Shun clan, and it might make them our enemies. This would not be a good thing for the Sky-Reaching School. Thus, I fear I have no power to do this for you." When he heard what the Vice-Hierophant was saying, the Sky River Great Elder nodded slightly and said, "I do not wish to trouble you any further, friend, so I will say no more. Farewell." "Won't you stay for a while?" asked the Vice-Hierophant. "I can't. I have to bring him to other places," said the Sky River Great Elder. "Very well, then I won't see you off." The Vice-Hierophant did not stay any longer, and so they said farewell and left. The two of them gradually faded in the distance, then disappeared from vision. The Vice-Hierophant sighed and said, "I never thought the Sky River Great Elder would come here begging for us to take his disciple to the God's Relic. He is indeed getting old. This is something that absolutely never would have happened in the past." He was the Sky River Great Elder. He had married a daughter of the Shun clan and dared to defy them. Now, his heroic days were long past. He only wanted to pass on his mantle. There will be many cultivators on this trip to the God's Relic, and the Sky River Great Elder is asking us to oppose the Shun clan for his disciple. "He thinks a little too highly of himself," said a youth beside him whose eyes shone with the light of thunder and fire. His voice was cold and mocking. He had no respect for an elder like the Sky River Great Elder. When the Sky River Great Elder had made a name for himself, he had not been born yet. The Vice-Hierophant smiled. The Sky River Great Elder had always regarded himself very highly. After all, back then, he had the right to. But now things were different. It was said that not long ago, his wife had been taken away by the Shun clan. Now his last hope was to pass on his teachings to a disciple. But how could they get around an obstacle as huge as the Shun clan? Could he do so by teaching a new disciple? It was absolutely impossible. After the Sky River Great Elder brought Futian away, the two of them visited two more forces. Each time was the same. They were refused. Although everyone would greet him politely because he was the Sky River Great Elder, there was no enthusiasm in their greetings, and they were frankly refused. Who would offend one of the top forces for the sake of the Sky River Great Elder? Moreover, there was no benefit to them for bringing Futian along. They did not think they could gain anything from him. Even though he was the Sky River Great Elder's heir, not many people cared about that. As far as they were concerned, bringing him along was tantamount to directly defying the Shun clan. Wouldn't that just be an extra burden? At that moment, the Sky River Great Elder and Futian were traveling. Futian looked at his master and asked, "Are we going to visit another place?" They had already been refused 3 times in a row. Even the Sky River Great Elder was beginning to feel a bit humiliated. But he had said he did not care. Since his master still persisted, he would not complain. "No, those were the only people in the Imperial realm who I am on good terms with," replied the Sky River Great Elder. "Then where are we going next?" asked Futian. "To the City of the Ruins, "The entrance to the god's relic," answered the Sky River Great Elder. "We will wait there for Futian." Futian nodded slightly and said nothing. He looked at his master. In reality, he was starting to feel some doubts. At first, he had thought that his master really simply wanted to find a force for him to travel with, but had reminded him that there was little hope of this. But they had been refused 3 times in a row, so he no longer thought this. It was clear that they were going to be refused, but his master had still persisted. Seeing his master's attitude, Futian thought that he was doing this on purpose. Other people might not be able to see it clearly, but he was right by his master's side and could see what he was doing. He thought that his master was doing this to put on a show for someone. Could it be for the Shin clan? Then what was his master's goal in doing this? Did he want the Shin clan to underestimate him? Although Futian had his doubts, his master did not say anything, so he did not ask. The two of them continued on, rushing towards the city of the ruins. They were not the only ones. At that moment, countless cultivators from the Central Emperor realm were rushing there. The news that the Sky River Great Elder had returned to the Imperial realm gradually reached many people. Soon they all learned that he had visited 3 powerful forces and been refused by all of them. All of his former glory was gone. The people of the Imperial realm all sighed. The hero had grown old. The Sky River Elder, he had once refused to lower his head under the pressure of the Shen clan, was now lowering his head for his heir. The City of the Ruins. The City of the Ruins was not a grand ancient city. Although it was called a city, in reality, the City of the Ruins had long become an area of dilapidated ruins. It was an area that had been abandoned since ancient times. It appeared vast and endless. This area of ruins was the entrance to God's relic. Hence, the denizens of the Central Emperor realm called this endless place of rundown ruins the City of the Ruins. However, this area of ruins had now become the most prosperous area in the Central Emperor realm. Everyone from all the 9 realms, and even the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, went there. The usually abandoned City of the Ruins instantly became an area of bustling activity. This was a special event that occurred every 50 years. The dilapidated ruins turned into the center of the 9 realms. Restaurants and inns popped up in many areas. Some people served food and drinks to welcome those who came free of charge. Even so, the people coming to the City of the Ruins were extremely generous. Hence, the providers reaped huge gains. Among those who had arrived in advance, the daily topic of conversion was always which major force from the 9 realms had arrived. However, most of the people arriving there were from the Central Emperor realm. They were relatively more familiar with the top forces, as well as the prominent figures in the Central Emperor realm. They were not so familiar with powerful cultivators from other realms unless they specialized in reconnaissance and had investigated all the top forces, as well as the exceptionally prestigious people at and below the level of Renhuang throughout the entire 9 supreme regions. A lot of people were peddling information in the City of the Ruins. After all, many of the people who were entering God's relic needed such information. There was an exceptionally spacious open-air tavern that was rather shabby, but the customers there did not seem to mind the place and were very generous. To be able to witness the opening of God's relic, this grand event of the 9 realms that only occurs every 50 years, I can die content, someone said. It is just a pity that I cannot even tell the top forces of the 9 realms apart. Buzz. In the sky above, a gale swept past. A group of people was traversing the sky. Far off in the distance, Sword Chi whistled. A group of swordsmen wielding swords in the air was flying over the City of the Ruins. At a glance, such a scene was playing out everywhere else. The people in the tavern were used to it. When they heard a sound, they raised their heads and looked up with no surprise in their eyes. They had long grown accustomed to it. It had been like this every day for the past few days. Indeed, I cannot distinguish between them, another person beside the first teased. Even if a member of the top forces from the 9 realms sat down in front of me, I would not be able to recognize them. The members of the top forces all have an extraordinary temperament. Their auras are extremely powerful. Besides that, they are led by powerful figures. You can still recognize them from these traits, another person explained. Voices sounded in the tavern, one after another as an elder and a young person walked in and sat down. These two people were Sky River Great Elder and Futian. No one noticed the two of them. Futian glanced at the silhouette of the person who had just spoken. Sky River Great Elder was a major figure, but the other party could not recognize him. Indeed, even if a prominent figure walked up to you and sat down next to you, you would not know who sat beside you, Futian thought. Such a situation was common in the city of the ruins. Grandmaster, if you have the time, can you check and see whether Lord Titian has arrived? Futian transmitted his thoughts to Sky River Great Elder. If Lord Titian had arrived, they would meet up with him. Titian Mountain must have received a prophecy. Before this, Futian had been rejected by 3 major forces of the Central Emperor realm. He only followed along Titian Mountain to enter God's relic. All right. Sky River Great Elder nodded in agreement. His will swept outward. Instantly, the people in the tavern felt a strange sensation. However, they did not know what was happening. In that instance, Sky River Great Elders will had swept past all of the people present. After a short while, Sky River Great Elder retracted his will and transmitted his thoughts to Futian, saying, I did not sense him. He is most likely behind us. Many powerful figures have also arrived. It is not too polite to sweep my will across like this. Other people's wills can also locate us. We should not use this method too frequently. As expected, Futian felt a strange sensation. It was as if someone was watching him. He knew that it was the will of a powerful person sweeping over him. We will wait a few more days then, Futian replied. Since he is coming from another realm, Lord Titian would need some time to prepare and choose the disciples that will enter the ruins, Sky River Great Elder said. There might be some people who want to enter God's relic and will join various top forces to do so. If that is so, it may take Lord Titian some time. Futian understood that. Prophecies were only bestowed upon the top forces. Ordinary cultivators never receive prophecies. Only by joining the top forces was one able to receive the qualification to enter God's relic. There might have even been people from outside the 9 realms who wanted to seize such an opportunity. The two of them stayed at the tavern for some time before leaving. Futian prepared to find a place to continue cultivating in peace for a few days while waiting for God's relic to open. The members of Titian Mountain were bound to arrive sooner or later. Even if Lord Titian did not come, some powerful cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm would. The days passed by. The day that God's relic would open steadily approached. More and more cultivators also arrived. The various top forces in the 9 realms gradually arrived after receiving the prophecy. The top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm also arrived. Some of the top forces had formed alliances before coming. For example, Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace arrived together due to their previous alliance. Overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty made an appearance as the commander. Violet Heavenly Palace's Palace Lord had not come. The 2 fellows from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were still out there. Both Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace still needed to be on their guard. Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was powerful and had exceedingly strong defenses, so they could still hold off the 2 fellows. Violet Heavenly Palace was somewhat at risk. Hence, their Palace Lord had stayed behind to hold the fort and had placed the members of Violet Heavenly Palace in the care of Overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Currently, the team formed from the alliance of those 2 powers had many powerful cultivators. They even had many Runhuang Plain cultivators. Zhan Yuan, the Violet Heavenly Palace's supreme body of the Great Path, was also there. However, Tianyu was not among them. Tianyu was set to arrive with members of Divine Palace from the higher heavens realm. In the City of the Ruins, the members of the 9 realms had a mutual understanding that the members of each realm would each occupy a domain. After all, members of the same realm were familiar with each other, so it was relatively harder for conflict to arise between them. When the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm arrived one after the other, be it consciously or subconsciously, they gathered together in a domain. Lady of Brahma's pure sky has arrived, Overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said. Let's go for a walk. As he spoke, he immediately walked over to a spot. There, Lady of Brahma's pure sky led a group of cultivators. Jotian Goddess and the various virgins had arrived. Among them, Virgin Qin, he was the leader. Her current level was extremely high, almost approaching the level of Renhuang. Some people from the Heavenly Mandate realm speculated that it was likely that Qin he could already reach the Renhuang plane but had stopped herself before ascending on the Great Path. Becoming a Renhuang was not easy. Achieving this plane was very difficult. Even geniuses usually broke through to the plane naturally and did not hold themselves back unless they had previously decided to enter God's relic. Most of the members of the Central Emperor realm had made such a choice. This was their home turf, so they were the most prepared to be chosen to enter God's relic. Among the people from other realms, only those with exceptionally outstanding talent and who were about to break through to a higher plane within the year suppressed themselves from having a breakthrough. In the end, everyone had to choose for themselves. Many people chose to not suppress themselves to enter the ruins. After all, this also posed a certain risk. Immediately reaching the level of Renhuang smoothly was in and of itself the goal of countless people. Brahma's pure queen. Dynastic overlord shouted out to her and asked, "Although we have had our differences before, when entering God's relic this time, why don't we, the forces from the Heavenly Mandate realm, stick together? We can look out for each other and let our juniors have a better chance. How about it?" "Is Tianyu not around?" Lady of Brahma's pure sky swept a glance at the crowd. "He is with some friends from Divine Palace," Dynastic Overlord said. "Although the talents of the members of the Heavenly Mandate realm are not weak, it is different this time around. In the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, no one dares claim that they can walk out of God's relic alive." This time, not just the Heavenly Mandate realm was involved. The 9 realms were all involved. Among the 9 realms, the Heavenly Mandate realm was still considered one of the relatively weaker realms. Even the Higher Heavens realm was more powerful than the Heavenly Mandate realm. On top of that, there was the terrifying Central Emperor realm, as well as other realms. Even Tianyu was not confident that he could walk out of God's relic alive after learning that Futian had entered Divine Palace. "There is no need for us to do so." The queen's figure was dazzling. Her sacredness could not be defiled. Even against Overlord, she nonchalantly said, "When we enter the ruins, even as fellow members of the Heavenly Mandate realm, there is no trust between us to speak of. Why should we bother with such an alliance? Since we are entering God's relic, we will bow to our own fates." Such an alliance was too volatile. Such boldness from Brahma's pure queen, Dynastic Overlord calmly replied. He led his men and immediately left. He had already given her face by going over to greet her. Unfortunately, Brahma's pure sky didn't seem to appreciate the gesture. After they left, among Brahma's pure sky virgins, Qin He's gaze looked into the distance. She did not know whether he had come. Rumor had it that previously he was cultivating in Taishan Mountain of the Higher Heavens realm. Right now, she did not know where he was. The forces from the Higher Heavens realm arrived one after another. Divine Palace had the largest contingent, followed by Golden Divine Nation, which was brilliant and eye-catching. Taishan Mountain had also come. Lord Taishan led a group of powerful cultivators. However, there was still no hope for their Taishan Mountain this time around. He had come just to meet Futian. The number of people in the City of the Ruins increased at a terrifying rate. People were seen everywhere. Another 2 silhouettes walked into the City of the Ruins. One was an aloof, middle-aged figure, while another was a woman dressed in male clothes. The latter was very beautiful. Anyone was able to tell that she was a beauty at a glance. "There sure are a lot of powerful cultivators," the middle-aged figure said as he walked. His gaze swept from left to right. Cultivators at the Saint Plain were everywhere. As he walked, many were at his level, the Renhuang Plain. "It should be so for such a grand event of the 9 realms," the woman beside him said. "The Supreme Path realm truly is different. A place like our Emperor Xia's realm pales in comparison. We can only reside in our little corner." The middle-aged figure laughed and asked, "Are you certain that the brat will come?" It turned out that the Renhuang who arrived was actually Emperor Xia. The woman beside him was Xiaqing Yuan. The members of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were all sent to different places. Xiaqing Yuan was sent to the lower worlds. In a time like this, she was only able to get help from her father, the only person she could contact, Emperor Xia. "Meet up." Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian cultivated in a corner of the city of the ruins. Suddenly, Sky River Great Elder opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He said, "The party from Taishan Mountain has arrived." Yi Futian, who was next to him, gradually opened his eyes. He also looked into the distance. After waiting for a few days, the party from Taishan Mountain had finally arrived. The party from Taishan Mountain seems to be with some other forces from the higher heavens realm in a domain, Sky River Great Elder said. "Let's head over there now." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded his head. With a flash, their two figures headed in the same direction. The party from Taishan Mountain was gathered together. Lord Taishan was waiting. He was the one who had actively sought out Sky River Great Elder with his will and transmitted his thoughts over to the latter. Now, he knew that the other party was rushing over to meet them. Many cultivators from the higher heavens realm were in the surrounding domains. They also had their eyes on Lord Taishan. They had heard that Lord Taishan had made a trip before. After that, Yi Futian had not made an appearance for the past year. Among the members of Taishan Mountain on this trip, as expected, Yi Futian's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone off to? Divine Palace, Golden Divine Nation, and many other forces of the higher heavens realm were still concerned about Yi Futian's whereabouts. Yi Futian was someone who could reign supreme among a generation of cultivators. Among those below the Renhuang Plain in the higher heavens realm, he ranked among the top 3. Huang Zhong from Divine Palace Ancestral Lands was the only person who could suppress him. At the moment, many people looked up into the distance. They had sensed something and could not help but reveal bizarre looks. Yi Futian had appeared. However, he had appeared with another elder who was not Lord Taishan. They were headed in this direction to meet up with Lord Taishan. After a short while, in front of the members of Taishan Mountain, 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and appeared before the crowd. Lord Taishan. Yi Futian bowed slightly at Lord Taishan, who had sent him to the Tianhe realm. Although it was unintentional, it had allowed Yi Futian to learn about his master's situation. Otherwise, Yi Futian would have most likely not known that his master had been captured by the Shin clan. "How has your cultivation been this past year?" Lord Taishan asked. "After cultivating with master for a year, I have already approached the Great Path," Yi Futian replied. When Lord Taishan heard Yi Futian's reply, he smiled and nodded in approval. Sky River Great Elder's cultivation methods were suitable for reaching the Renhuang Plain. Sending Yi Futian over had not been a waste. Since Yi Futian claimed that he was approaching the Great Path, he was likely close to having a breakthrough. "I approached the Great Path a year ago. Until now, I have yet to have a breakthrough. From the looks of it, you will manage to catch up with me again," a silhouette from behind Lord Taishan said with a smile. It was Wan Shuyi, the cultivator from Taishan Mountain Sword Abyss. Back then, he had been aided by Yi Futian and gained insight in his swordsmanship. After returning to Taishan Mountain, he stumbled upon an opportunity and managed to approach the Great Path. This past year, he had spent almost all of his time cultivating, but he always seemed to be one step away. Although he had always felt that he was inferior to Yi Futian, he still believed that he would reach the Renhuang Plain first. However, from the looks of it now, even that was not certain. The speed at which this fellow improved his cultivation was too frightening. Wan Shuyi had truly been unable to break through to the next plane. He was not suppressing his cultivation. If he was able to break through to the next plane, he would not intentionally suppress his cultivation. He would have gone with the flow and stepped into the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian smiled. Wan Shuyi's disposition was extremely good. When he heard Yi Futian address Sky River as master, Lord Taishan asked Sky River Great Elder with a smile, "Sky River, what do you think about the disciple I sent you?" For Sky River Great Elder to have accompanied Yi Futian, Lord Taishan wondered whether he had overcome his previous trauma. Lord Taishan was unclear about the exact relationship between Yi Futian and Sky River Great Elder. He did not know that the protagonist of the series of events back then was Yi Futian's master. A chill suddenly descended upon them. In midair, a group of silhouettes walked over. They shone with divine light. Yi Futian raised his head and looked in the direction of the silhouettes. He was greeted with blinding divine golden light. They were cultivators from Golden Divine Nation. Geisher Shur was among them. The contingent of Golden Divine Nation was extremely powerful. This time around, it was only second to that of Divine Palace. The bodies of the Golden Divine Nation's Renhuangs radiated divine golden light that was blinding. Many Taishian mountain disciples shielded their eyes with their hands. Lord Taishian raised his head at the contingent of Golden Divine Nation and asked, "What business do you have with us?" "We saw that Lord Taishian was here, so we came to pay a visit," the Divine General of Golden Divine Nation said. His voice was calm. When his gaze swept over Futian, it was extremely sharp. Gai Shir kept staring at Futian. He was sure to pay back Futian for previously humiliating him. Gai Shir's cultivation had greatly improved, but he did not know what level Futian was at now. With the combat ability that Futian had previously revealed, it was rather difficult for Gai Shir to defeat him. "You are too kind," Lord Taishian replied. "I see that the Lord of the Golden Divine Nation has not come. Please extend my greetings to him." "Certainly," the Divine General responded. Both parties seemed to be speaking with no animosity. It was as though they were having a normal conversation and were extremely polite. However, everyone sensed the rivalry between them. Futian took the sigh of the Divine God from Gai Shir. This was the magnum opus of Golden Divine Nation. Now that it was in the hands of an outsider, how could they possibly be at ease? "Lord Taishian," another voice also called out. Another group of silhouettes approached. The leader was a powerful cultivator from Divine Palace. Futian saw many familiar faces. They were all prominent figures in Divine Palace. To the side of the Divine Palace members were members from Divine Swordly family, Changfeng clan, and Skyburying God clan. In the distance, behind this group of people, there were also cultivators from Divine Capital of Shieling. Old Demon Shieling led the group and stood at the very front. His gaze was deep and cold, causing others to be frightened of him. Prominent figures from all across the higher heavens realm had gathered there. Among the Divine Palace members, Futian even saw that Huang Zhong was present. 1 to 2 years ago, Huang Zhong had already qualified to break through to the Renhuang Plain. However, he wanted to hone his divine wheel of the Great Path. He sought perfection and wanted to exceed his limits. There was still another year before he would enter Divine Palace ancestral lands. Since Huang Zhong still had not broken through to the next plane, one could imagine how powerful he was at the Saint Plane. He was almost without equal. A person like Huang Zhong had long outgrown pursuing the lower Renhuang Plain. Tianyu was also present. His gaze landed on Futian. When he discovered that Shen Jing was Futian, he had been greatly affected. Now, he had finally met Futian again. This time, Futian had already returned to his original appearance. His temperament was even more outstanding than back then in the Heavenly Mandate realm. "Are you the one who entered ancestral lands?" Huang Zhong asked as he looked at Futian. Before this, Huang Zhong had encountered Futian when he was disguised as Shen Jing. "I am," Futian replied as he looked at Huang Zhong. When he sensed the aura on Futian's body, Huang Zhong muttered, "You have reached a higher cultivation plane. I wonder how much of an improvement you have made since the last time we met." Futian smiled. Futian and Divine Palace can be considered to have entwined destinies. "If you don't mind, after entering God's relic, you all can look out for one another," a senior of Divine Palace said. Futian had entered Divine Palace ancestral lands before. He was considered to have forged an unbreakable bond with Divine Palace. "I do not need others to look out for me. After entering God's relic, I will not waste my time on them," Huang Zhong retorted. After he entered into God's relic, he would travel alone. Although they were from the same sect, his relationship with the other Divine Palace disciples was not close. He had no time to take care of others. This was God's relic. How could he waste time on other people? "I was only offering a suggestion. As for how things turn out, suit yourselves," the senior from Divine Palace said. Divine Palace never meddled in the affairs of others. They were there was because they had also received the prophecy. Hence, they had brought their disciples. As for what would transpire after the disciples entered God's relic, the seniors could not and did not want to control it. Many people looked at Huang Zhong. He was renowned as the top existence below Renhuang in the higher heavens realm. As expected, he had some character. However, With Huangzhong's might, he was likely highly ranked among the 9 realms. He could have even possibly been one of the top 10 existences in the 9 realms. On the outskirts of this domain, a lot of cultivators had gathered. They all knew that the people there were members of the top forces of the higher heavens realm. After receiving the prophecy, many people wanted to visit these forces and enter God's relic through them. Such a scene was very common. If they wanted to enter God's relic, many figures at the pinnacle of the Saint Plane without major backgrounds relied on the help of these top forces. Hence, near the outskirts of this domain, there were many cultivators standing guard. They sealed it off and forbid outsiders from simply stepping into the domain. Such a large contingent. Among the crowd, Emperor Xia looked around and found the place interesting. This contingent is too powerful. That fellow has found friends in such high places. Recalling the youth in the Emperor Xia's realm back then, Emperor Xia felt that this was somewhat surreal. Before this, he was lord of a realm. Here, the people around the outskirts of this domain were not weaker than him. There were quite a few Renhuangs. Emperor Xia felt somewhat disheartened. How was he going to keep his cool before Futian from now on? Friend, I am looking for someone who is in the domain, Emperor Xia said to the person who was guarding the outskirts. However, the Renhuang before him swept an indifferent glance at him and ignored him. I truly am looking for someone, Emperor Xia continued saying. They all are. The Renhuang swept a glance at their surroundings. Emperor Xia glanced at the crowd. His face involuntarily turned red. Futian. Helpless, Emperor Xia could only shout out. In the distance, Futian, who was with the contingent, heard Emperor Xia's voice. He turned his gaze toward Emperor Xia. When Futian saw his silhouette, he subconsciously revealed a look of surprise. He dashed over in a flash. Seeing Futian's actions, many powerful cultivators looked at him. They saw Futian come up to Emperor Xia and Xiaqing Yuan. Your Highness, Princess. When he saw the two of them, Futian revealed a smile. He was naturally happy to see Xiaqing Yuan safe and sound. Emperor Xia nodded as he smiled slightly, putting on the airs of a Renhuang who was lord of a realm. However, Emperor Xia saw that there was a group of people approaching them. Each of them had auras that were unfathomable. Someone merely glanced at him, and he felt his heart tremble. Emperor Xia's previous aura instantly dwindled. The company that this fellow kept was too good. He had no place to show his face. Futian, who is this? Lord Taishian asked. Although Emperor Xia did not know what plane Lord Taishian was at, he could tell with just a glance that Lord Taishian was far more powerful than he was. They were not on the same level. Senior, Emperor Xia greeted as he bowed slightly. No need for formalities. Lord Taishian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This is Emperor Xia, a senior of mine, Futian said. And this is my good friend, Xiaqing Yuan. So, they are your old friends, Lord Taishian said and nodded. Please continue with your conversation. As Lord Taishian spoke, he walked away. Yaya walked over and greeted, Emperor Xia. You are also here, Emperor Xia said when he saw Yaya. The two most powerful great swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm might both be here. Swordmaster of Lihan has also arrived? Futian asked. He should have, Emperor Xia replied. Not long after the events in the Emperor Li's realm were over, Swordmaster of Lihan abdicated Lihan Heaven and came to the palace to bid me farewell. He said that he wanted to go on a training journey and would be coming to the most powerful Central Emperor realm. It has been many years since then, so he should have arrived in the Central Emperor realm. If that's the case, it is possible that he will come here. Futian gently nodded. Swordmaster of Lihan had been very devoted back then. He only pursued swordsmanship. He finally decided to cast away his former shackles and leave Emperor Xia's realm. If he truly has come here, he should be finding ways to join some force to be qualified to enter God's relic, Emperor Xia said. Coincidentally, if you encounter him, you can lend him a hand. Naturally, Futian replied. Swordmaster of Lihan had been kind to him. If Futian encountered an old friend, he would undoubtedly help out as much as he could. The 9 realms. Futian turned his gaze to Xiaqing Yuan and asked, Princess, have you been doing well these past few years? During the battle at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, The teleportation Grand Matrix had sent everyone away to different places. Yi Futian was very happy that he was able to meet Xia Yuan again. Xia Yuan glanced at Yi Futian but ignored him. Yi Futian was confused. When had he offended this little princess again? Yuan was sent to the lower worlds, Emperor Xia said with a smile. After I took her home, she kept saying that she wanted to find out where you were. When she was in the heavenly mandate realm, she heard that you were in the higher heavens realm. After that, the bells sounded in the 9 realms, so Yuan guessed that you would come here. As expected, we found you here. A grown girl can't be kept at home. As her father, I have never experienced this treatment before. Emperor Xia was puzzled. What was this girl thinking? Didn't she notice the people who were now with Yi Futian? Even as the lord of a realm, Emperor Xia could only shudder before these mighty figures. His girl was concerned about Yi Futian, yet she acted cold when they finally met. Women, TSK. If she was unable to let go of her ego, she would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yuan stared at Emperor Xia with an innocent face. Huh? What kind of father was this? He ratted her out so decisively. I have also been worrying about Princess these past few years, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Now that I have seen you with His Highness, I can put my worries to rest. I believe you, Xia Yuan said to Yi Futian. Her eyes locked on him. Upon studying her gaze, Yi Futian felt uncomfortable. What was with her gaze? Would he lie to her? When I had my trial in Divine Palace, I obtained many items. These are for you. Yi Futian took out a few fruits of the way, which emanated the rich will of way of life, and handed them over to Xia Yuan. Sensing the dense will from the fruits, Xia Yuan was momentarily stunned. She slightly raised her head to look at him. Her gaze had turned much gentler. Xia Yuan extended her hands and received the fruits without any hesitation. She quickly put them away. Her heart was warmed. Emperor Xia, who was standing beside them, felt somewhat helpless as he watched his daughter's antics. Even though she had a high plane of cultivation, her temperament was still that of a teenage girl. There was wisdom to the old saying that women were all fools when it came to certain aspects. I still have some of these fruits with me, however. Your Highness has no use for them, Yi Futian said. If Swordmaster is here, he can benefit from the fruits. I will go and check whether or not Swordmaster is in the City of the Ruins. How will you check? Emperor Xia asked. I will ask for Lord Taishuan's help, Yi Futian replied. He can do a quick sweep with his will and scan through the entire City of the Ruins. Emperor Xia revealed an embarrassed expression. This Emperor Xia's will could also cover a large area. However, there were now countless extremely powerful figures in the City of the Ruins. He didn't dare use his will to casually scan around their surroundings even though he was at the Renhuang Plain. He was a lower-level Renhuang at the 3rd tier. If he used his will to scan those mighty cultivators, it might annoy them. If they attacked him with their will, could he stand against such attacks? Yi Futian made it sound simple. That is a good idea. Emperor Xia solemnly nodded his head. He felt slightly embarrassed. Yi Futian knew nothing about Emperor Xia's emotions. After all, Yi Futian was used to using that method of locating other people. However, Emperor Xia was lord of a realm. He had been pampered in the Emperor Xia's realm, where his word was law. Although he was keenly aware that there were many people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who were stronger than he was, he still needed time to adjust after seeing so many of them gathered together. Then, let's head over there. As he spoke, Yi Futian turned and headed in the direction of Lord Taishuan's location. He said, Lord Taishuan, I would like to request your help in finding someone and seeing whether he is in the City of the Ruins. Grandmaster Sky River Great Elder was at a lower cultivation plane than Lord Taishuan. Hence, it was more suitable for Lord Taishuan to carry out a sweep search. Even if his will swept past other top figures, such a meager incident couldn't cause any trouble. After all, both of them were top existences. However, it was different for a lower-level Renhuang like Emperor Xia. If one was scanned by another person of the same level or a higher level, one could pretend that nothing had happened. How could one let a person who was at a lower level scan them as they pleased? If Emperor Xia scanned over a cultivator who was ill-tempered, they could immediately attack him from a distance. For such powerful figures, such a distance was insignificant. They were able to attack anywhere they were covered. Hence, ordinary Renhuang did not dare to simply scan around. Even upper-level Renhuang needed to think twice before doing so, such as how Sky River Great Elder had before. Very well. Show me his appearance, Lord Taishian said. Yi Futian's will emanated from his glabella and entered into Lord Taishuan's eyes. That will suffice. Lord Taishian nodded. His powerful will instantly expanded outward and enveloped the entire city of the ruins within itself. Soon, he found the person Yi Futian was looking for in a corner of the city of the ruins. The person had indeed arrived in the city. Among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the 9 supreme imperial realms were situated at the center of the 3,000 realms. 8 of the 9 supreme imperial realms revolved around the central emperor realm. They were the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Higher Heavens Realm, Emperor Star Realm, Mountain Realm, Myriad Realm, Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, and Hidden Land Realm. The 9 realms were the absolute center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Each realm had top forces. To be considered one of the top forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, a realm needed to have at least a powerful upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel to hold the fort. In reality, just having an upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel was insufficient to rank among the top forces. A realm needed at least an upper-level Renhuang at the 8th tier of the Divine Wheel as the lead and another upper-level Renhuang at the 7th tier of the Divine Wheel to act as support. Most top forces had a powerful figure at the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel as the lead, along with another at the 7th or 8th tier of the Divine Wheel as support. Back then, Yi Tianyu from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's dynastic overlord, and Lord Taishian were all above the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. Renhuangs were divided into 3 levels: upper level, middle level, and lower level. Each level was divided according to strength. For instance, even cultivators that were both from the Nirvana plane had different levels of ability. At the Renhuang plane, such differences were huge depending on the cultivator's depth of cultivation. Thus, each level was further divided into 3 smaller tiers according to the strength of the cultivator's divine wheel of the Great Path. Upper-level Renhuangs were categorized into the 7th, 8th, and 9th tier of the Divine Wheel, with the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel being the strongest. The Myriad Realm also had many top forces. There was one extremely powerful force known as Heavenly Sword Hall. Heavenly Sword Hall was a legendary Myriad Realm swordsmanship force. The most powerful swordsmen from the Myriad Realm were mostly from Heavenly Sword Hall. Heavenly Sword Hall was even heralded in the Myriad Realm as the top swordsmanship force among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Heavenly Sword Hall had a unique cultivation method, which was different from many other swordsmanship forces. Those who wished to become the disciples of Heavenly Sword Hall had to fulfill one requirement. They had to possess a sword spirit. People with only life spirits were not destined to practice swordsmanship. Even those who had practiced swordsmanship before were not accepted into Heavenly Sword Hall. Their cultivation method focused on cultivating their sword spirits. They focused less on sword techniques. Their goal was to refine their sword spirits until they reached their utmost limit, converting their sword spirits into their natal implements. Thus, they strived to master the ultimate swordsmanship. Besides that, there was another benefit to this cultivation method. The cultivators had more advantages when they broke through to the Sword Emperor plane. Their sword spirits were better at merging with the great path of all things. Moreover, sword spirits that had been cultivated for years nurtured the physical bodies of their owners. In Heavenly Sword Hall, the members prioritized the practice of sword spirits. In comparison, sword techniques and sword mudra were not as important. Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivation method was extremely harsh and difficult. The threshold was very high. Many people had trained their sword spirits to the point of crippling their sword spirits. However, they also managed to cultivate a group of powerful swordsmen. God's Relic was opening soon, so Heavenly Sword Hall would not miss the opportunity. In the domain where the cultivators from the Myriad Realm were gathered, many cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall had arrived. Combat had also erupted in this domain. In a huge empty space in the City of the Ruins, Heavenly Sword Hall constructed a tall platform. Many cultivators stood on the platform and looked upon the battles. Before them, there was a battle between swordsmen. Around them, many cultivators had gathered to spectate. Many of them were members of other forces from the Myriad realm. They knew that many people had come to the City of the Ruins wanting to gain the qualification to enter God's Relic by going through the top forces. However, most of the top forces were not lacking in numbers. Similarly, many swordsmen had come seeking Heavenly Sword Hall. Unlike other forces, Heavenly Sword Hall did not directly reject these people. Instead, they offered them an opportunity. Those who sought them out would battle against the swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall. As long as the other swordsmen won, Heavenly Sword Hall would take them into God's Relic. The swordsmen were even able to join Heavenly Sword Hall to practice swordsmanship. Many people understood that this was just a form of training for the disciples of Heavenly Sword Hall before entering God's Relic. They used these swordsmen to train their disciples' swordsmanship, slightly improving their abilities before entering into God's Relic. Those who accepted the battles understood that fact but still wanted to give it a go. To this end, many paid with their lives. The battles between swordsmen were perilous. The swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall had exceptionally powerful attacks. Once they sent out a killing blow, they could not retract it. Even so, there were still people who wanted to try. Swordmaster of Lihan was one of them. Out of the two swordsmen who were currently exchanging blows on the battlefield, one of them was Swordmaster of Lihan from Emperor Xia's realm. In the battlefield, endless sword will surrounded Swordmaster of Lihan. Countless sword flashes crisscrossed in midair, attempting to tear the space apart. However, the swords were suppressed by the opponent's swords, which were hanging in midair with their tips pointing down. Each of the opponent's swords was broader than normal swords, and they were engraved with runes of thunder. The swords emanated terrifying lightning. The lightning was blinding. Swordmaster of Lihan raised his head to stare at the myriad of swords of blitzing thunder. Runes of thunder lit up on every sword. The gigantic sword of blitzing thunder in the middle spanned across the sky. Its tip pointed down as it frenziedly absorbed way of thunder from the surrounding. Its might was unfathomable. Sensing the domineering sword might, Swordmaster of Lihan was well aware that this attack might take his life. However, his gaze remained calm. He had traveled through many realms years ago. His swordsmanship had reached a plateau in Emperor Xia's realm. No one in Emperor Li's realm was a threat to him. Finally, he decided to venture out to explore the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and the legendary Central Emperor realm. As expected, he still had a long way to go. He was revered by all in Emperor Xia's realm as Swordmaster of Lihan. However, he was unable to defeat a disciple from Heavenly Sword Hall. His opponent's sword spirit was far more powerful than his sword spirit. His opponent's sword spirit was forged over countless battles with the power of the Great Path. Swordmaster of Lihan felt a pang of regret. He should have ventured out into the realms when he was much younger. Back then, his potential was greater. He would have had a lot more room for improvement, even though it was more dangerous. Actually, Swordmaster of Lihan had misunderstood. The disciples who were chosen by Heavenly Sword Hall to enter God's Relic were all very outstanding. Even though Swordmaster of Lihan was from Emperor Xia's realm, he had exceptional comprehension in swordsmanship since he had immersed himself in cultivating the art for years. For him to be qualified to fight with a swordsman of Heavenly Sword Hall was already an achievement. Exchanging blows. The Swordmaster of Lihan executed Sword Mudra with both hands. His gaze was calm and determined as he looked up in the void. The worldly sword will coalesce. A sword appeared gradually in his body. The fierce sound of a vibrating sword resounded everywhere. Countless swords emerged and flew towards the gap in the sky, fast as lightning. In midair, the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall cast a glance downward. His finger pointed towards the ground. The swords of blitzing thunder enveloped the space, blocking all the other swords and shattering them directly. Did he still intend to resist? At the same time, Swordmaster of Lihan's figure disappeared, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the sky. The trail transformed into a sword. Shadows of swords took shape among the innumerable swords of blitzing thunder. Both the sword and the shadows were materialized by the Swordmaster of Lihan. Bam, bam, bam. One by one, the swords of blitzing thunder turned to dust. The sword flash tore apart the empty space, causing the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall to feel slightly threatened. He felt that his body was going to be mangled and that his spiritual soul was going to be cleaved into two, as though there were legions of sword chi entangling him. This sword embodied the sorrow of farewell. Many shadows appeared around his body. They were all shadows of the sword master of Lihan. The sword spirit of the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall floated in front of him. The cultivator's fingers stroked the sword. In an instant, many gleaming swords of blitzing thunder surrounded his body, forming a protective barrier of swords. Those swords of blitzing thunder surrounded him at the center of the barrier. Each sword unleashed an astonishing divine being of the great path, annihilating everything. At the same time, the shadows approached the cultivator. It was as though there were many images of Swordmaster of Lihan attacking all at once, but the attacks were shut off by the swords surrounding the cultivator. Your ability is not bad. The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall glanced at the shadows. In the sky, myriads of swords plunged downwards and sealed off the space. Everything was sliced into pieces by the swords. The shadows were obliterated too. Soon, only the actual body of the Swordmaster of Lihan was left standing. His sword was still stabbing into the protective barrier of the cultivator, unable to pierce through. The sword flickered, and the Swordmaster of Lihan tried to retreat. However, the opponent would not give him the chance to do so. The sword spirit plummeted and pursued its prey. The Swordmaster of Lihan had no choice but to receive this attack head-on. Boom! Numerous divine beams of light poured out from the sword spirit of the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall, crashing into the sword spirit of the Swordmaster of Lihan. Cracks appeared on the sword spirit of the latter. Even the body of the Swordmaster of Lihan was engulfed by the swords of blitzing thunder. The light of runes surged into his body. Go! The opponent did not cease attacking. His finger pointed forward, and the thunder sword spirit slashed forward and kept ravaging the body of the Swordmaster of Lihan. Even if he were spared from death, he would be crippled. Show mercy. A voice sounded from afar. The swordsman in training from the Heavenly Sword Hall took a quick look in the distance, but he did not stop attacking. His sword continued to slash downwards. The Swordmaster of Lihan tanked the continuous attacks of the Great Path with his physical body and spiritual soul, but his sword did not break. Both man and sword were one. When the sword broke, the person would also perish. Buzz. The light of Renhuang shone, and a lotus flower descended, wrapping the body of the Swordmaster of Lihan within. The lotus flower emanated a rich life will. At the same time, the petals unleashed authority of the way, forming innumerable catastrophe swords, which then blocked the incoming sword spirit. The sword spirit returned to its master. The cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall raised his head and saw a group of people descending from the sky. The group of people then landed among the crowd below. Emperor Xia was the first to step forward. The lotus flower coiled around the body of the Swordmaster of Lihan, while the life will healed the injuries on his body. That was close, Emperor Xia exclaimed. Fortunately, Futian had asked the Lord to take a look at the situation here. Otherwise, Lihan would be in danger. The Swordmaster of Lihan landed on the ground. He arched his back slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sensing the life will in his body, he turned around and looked at the people who had arrived. Your Highness, he greeted, slightly surprised. Not only did he see Emperor Xia, but he even saw Futian as well as Xia Qingyuan soon after. He instantly understood everything. It seemed that the white-haired youth from back then had reached his level. Hence, he had also come here. Everyone, a chilly voice said before the Swordmaster of Lihan could catch up with the people who just arrived. Standing on the platform, the cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall, who was a Renhuang, stared at them while asking, "What do you mean?" These people seem to be very powerful. They might be from the top forces as well. Moreover, there were more and more people coming. They were cultivators who followed Futian here, including those from the Divine Palace and the Divine Swordly family. However, the intruders irritated the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. A disciple of their Heavenly Sword Hall was exchanging blows with someone. So many powerful cultivators had come. What was their intention? Junior's name is Futian. This is a senior of mine. Since the battle has concluded, please show mercy, Futian said to the cultivator of the heavenly sword hall as he walked towards the swordmaster of Lihan. Didn't you see that the battle has yet to end? In midair, the youth who defeated the swordmaster of Lihan seemed annoyed. This was not a major issue, however, for so many powerful cultivators to come over, and for all of them to be from powerful forces from other realms. This made the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall feel dissatisfied. Why did it seem as though these people had come over to threaten them? The victor has been determined. Friend, why must we fight to the death? Futian asked as he raised his head. It was his choice to do so. How does this concern you? The youth in midair had a sharp gaze as he looked straight at Futian down below. I owe Senior Lihan a debt of gratitude for instructing me in the past. His matters indeed concern me. Futian then suggested, Sir, if you insist on fighting to the death, what if I battle you in his stead? Even to the death? The youth in midair asked. That is fine. Futian nodded. All right, the youth agreed. Futian looked towards the swordmaster of Lihan and said, Swordmaster, please rest at the side for a while. Be careful. His sword spirit is very powerful, the swordmaster of Lihan whispered. I know. Futian nodded in response. Only then did swordmaster of Lihan move to the side and secretly transmit his voice to Emperor Xia, asking, Your Highness, is he confident in winning? You should take care of your wounds first, Emperor Xia replied. Seeing that Emperor Xia looked calm, the swordmaster of Lihan said nothing more and turned his attention to the battle. In the sky above, countless swords of blitzing thunder appeared. Upon each divine sword, there were bright runic lines. These runes emanated an astonishing authority of the way. Futian had a sense of déjà vu. Back then, Bai Luli cultivated the life spirit carving spell scroll. If Bai Luli had cultivated it to such a level, it should be similar to the other party's cultivators. Such an attack would be even more domineering. Descend. The cultivator of heavenly sword hall's gaze swept downward like a sharp sword. He pointed his finger downward, and countless swords of blitzing thunder shot downwards in an instant. The swords of blitzing thunder destroyed everything in their path. Lightning flooded the space. The members of the Divine Palace, the members of the Divine Swordly family, as well as many other powerful cultivators looked towards Futian. They were all more concerned as to what level of ability Futian had currently reached. There would be no suspense to this battle. Although the Heavenly Sword Hall of all creations was renowned as the top swordsmanship force in the 9 realms, how could this disciple have any chance of winning against Futian in battle? If his opponent knew of Futian's battle records in the Divine Palace, he would not have agreed to this battle. Seeing the countless swords of blitzing thunder descending upon him, Futian raised a finger and pointed it to the sky. Beams of divine light radiated. With a crackling sound, the countless swords of blitzing thunder were directly shattered and turned to dust. Futian did not continue to attack. He merely raised his head and looked at the cultivator of the heavenly sword hall in midair, asking, Will this be enough? He did not attack. Before entering God's relic, he did not want to offend a top force here. He had only come over to bring the swordmaster of Lihan away. As he looked at the disappearing swords of blitzing thunder, the cultivator of heavenly sword hall in midair was stunned. His attack was destroyed in just one blow. He extended both hands. His expression was solemn. He had turned much more serious. Before this, Futian regarded the swordmaster of Lihan as his senior, so the cultivator of heavenly sword hall did not take him seriously. He even belittled Futian. However, from their brief encounter just now, he could tell that the swordsmanship of this white-haired youth was very profound. His sword spirit let out a thunderous wail. Streaks of lightning flashed past. In the sky, countless gigantic swords of blitzing thunder appeared, covering the sun. Runes of great path were imprinted on every single gigantic sword. The intense sword will seem to want to destroy the entire space. When countless swords appeared in midair at the same time, their destructive power was startling. Boom! A brilliant divine sword appeared on top of Futian. The great path in his body resonated and transformed into a furnace, forging a divine sword, which became one with his body. When the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall in midair saw this scene, he pointed his finger downwards. In the sky, endless destructive swords of blitzing thunder descended from above. This attack was even wilder and fiercer than the previous attack. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, myriads of swords fell from the sky and crashed down towards Futian. The swords did not even have an organized attack pattern. More and more swords filled the space, burying Futian within. However, everyone could see that the sword that enveloped Futian's body was still shimmering with dazzling divine beings. Endless will of great path surged and fueled the divine beings, causing them to be indestructible. When the myriads of swords closed in on Futian, the light of runes of great path transformed into a destructive power, but it could not cleave Futian's sword veil. Futian did not attack. He merely remained on guard. However, the opponent could not break through his defense. The expression of the youth standing in midair changed. The scene before him made him doubt his own swords. The swordmaster of Lihin was dumbfounded, too, when he saw what happened. Then, he was emotional and lamented. "I'm old." He still remembered the adamant youth who intruded Lihin Heaven and challenged the disciples of Lihin Heaven to a battle. The youth used to be young and presumptuous. Now, the youth had changed. A shocking sword flash erupted from the sword forged by the furnace in Futian, destroying all the gigantic swords of blitzing thunder which had closed in on him. However, Futian's sword disappeared along with the opponent's swords. "Your attacks are extraordinary. I am honored to have experienced them," Futian commented as he stared at the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall. "Why don't we stop here?" The corner of the cultivator's mouth twitched as he was at a loss for words. The surrounding onlookers were speechless as well. Extraordinary attacks. The cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall did not even break through Futian's defense barrier. Could the former's skill really be called extraordinary? However, Futian clearly had no intention to fight. Otherwise, he would not have just defended passively. At this moment, everyone could tell that this white-haired youth was very strong. At the very least, he was stronger than the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall. He might even be more powerful. The battle here attracted the attention of many people. One by one, many cultivators of all creations gathered. Was the swordsman in training of the Heavenly Sword Hall in conflict with a swordsman in training from another realm? Could it be that someone was here to challenge the Heavenly Sword Hall? From the looks of it, the cultivator of Heavenly Sword Hall was being suppressed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.